Hello, everybody. Hi. What's up? How we doing, folks? I've been doing spring cleaning today. Oh, timing? What? Oh, love as in space. Hello. Hello to Twitch, to YouTube, to the riverboat.gg site chat. Hello. I'm still trying to get over the shock of Alito staying the abortion pill rulings. Well, I have to imagine part of that is due to the fact that with Clarence Thomas being so clearly compromised, every other judge on the on SCOTUS wants to make sure that no one looks too closely at their dealings. You know, I have to imagine that's blue headphones. Yeah, I've had them for a while now. I bought them because I needed an additional pair of headphones. The old ones live at the other streaming location now. Um, but I got a pair of them to use for working out, and I liked them so much that I bought a second pair for streaming. I still have the pink headphones. They'll be my main ones. Hey, Vacant Zero. We need Peepo Hey. Which one is Peepo Hey? Oh, it's the waving one. That makes sense. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. I made a how-to video for a homeless quick tent using 2 umbrellas. You can skim through it. I will off stream. Hello, Anonymous. How you doing? Welcome to Site Chat. I really like the people with his hands up. Yeah, I like them too, Alice McGee. They stay on my head really nicely, so that if I'm like, wiggling my head around, they stay in place. And it's also just really nice because if I go and exercise, I can keep them on. Other location, you on the lam. Yeah, no, I sometimes stream from my partner's home. Uh, Love is in space. Thank you very much for subscribing. Sorry for the late stream today, folks. I got food really close to 8 p.m. and then I've been washing some of the faux leather like outfits that I have, and you gotta hang those up when the wash cycle's done. So I had to go and do that. So that's why stream is late tonight. I have a bunch of clothes just hanging randomly over the apartment, and then I had to make sure you got your supper. Yeah. Hey Gomez. Hey Mithril Mist. Come here, pup. Oh, that feels nice. Oh, that feels nice. Hey there. Hey there. You got gunk on your face. Where'd this come from? That's some real gunky gunk. Gross. Ooh, Sennheisers are supposed to be really good, aren't they, Stadman? You've never seen my dog? Here. Look at her. Yeah. I'm watching her right now after my mom got home from the hospital. So She's gonna be around for a few weeks. Yeah, aren't you? Yeah, Samus is a good dog. Okay, can you lay down? Sometimes I ask her to do something and she just like puts her head more on my lap. Which is just her way of saying more please or I want to hug you. How we all doing? How we doing? Hey, Alice McGee. Hello, Ross the boss. I saw you. You were first one here. God damn. So you were first one here aside from people who were already in offline chat. Also, it just makes my heart happy to see you guys chatting away together in offline chat. It's nice. Yeah, we just starting irked. Okay. You go lay down. Lay down. You know what? I might put up my hair again. It's hot. My air conditioning's still broken. Um my workload is small. I enjoy chatting offline. Hell yeah. How hot is it there? It got up into the it's been like over 80 for like the last 3 days. I colored my hair a little bit. But this is basically the natural undertone of my hair. I just make it an overtone. You got Papa Murphy's? Hell yeah. 50s and 60s is like my ideal weather. Minnesota is hot. Yo, Minnesota gets really fucking hot, guys. Like, I know we're known for being cold, but kind of how it works here is. Oh, God, sorry. Kind of how it works here is it gets really fucking cold and it gets really fucking hot. We get all the weather, baby. Ooh, so you can plant? What are you planting? God, I'm just kind of a mess today. I've just been cleaning all day. My place has been just in a state. So I rolled up my sleeves the last couple of days and cleaned. It's good to see your hair down. Do I like Wendy's? I do like Wendy's. How do I go to the other chat but stay here? Is it a different website? Yeah, it's riverboat.gg. You can just use exclamation point site. There you go. But you just type this thing right here into your browser. And it's my website. It's been up for a couple weeks. And I think we're getting the kinks worked out. Ah, the fun plant. Gotcha. It regularly gets over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Brisbane. Nah, fuck that. Can't do that. I know people will say like it's a dry heat, but I'm not gonna not gonna deal with that. Oh yeah, usually I just have it up because I've been like actively doing stuff, and when I'm actively doing stuff, I don't like my hair down because it basically makes like a little heat shield around my face and cooks me. I get cooked. You went up the river road in March one year. It was negative 19. Well, yeah, that's well. Sven and Oli's is nice. It's an experience. Hey, love is in space. You in the cool kid chat. It's true. Okay, so We have so much to talk about today that we didn't get to yesterday. I tried not to over prep the show again. Um, Alice McGee and Gomez, welcome. Um, but I think we have a more digestible show today, and I'm gonna get to play Dark Souls 2, which was my real goal. My goals for today's stream: Dark Souls 2, tell you about the news, and then everything else. Um, I should probably tweet out that I'm streaming. Do 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 do. No, you know what I want. Why are you doing this to me? This is homophobic. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Posting on Twitter. We're live. Do 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 do. My outfit is terrible, but that's just fine. All of my cute stuff is being washed. Um, we are live to talk SCOTUS, corruption, transphobia. What are a few of the other things here? Oh yeah, abortion, pills, and more with the Oxford comma because I'm not an animal. Riverboat.gg. Come and join us. There we go. We did it. Yo, a lot of apples. Thank you for gifting a sub to Gomez. Oh, a lot of apples got Alice McGee and KBS got Alice McGee. Call me Ishmael. Well, thank you all for the gifted subs. I don't know what happens when someone gets gifted 2 subs. Maybe it applies to 2 months. I still really want you to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I'll try and get to it in October. It'll be a while, but I feel like October would be a fitting time for that adventure. I have a bunch of Vampire the Masquerade games that I haven't played. Um, that like have been I know nothing about the setting really except vampires. Miss Thalen 1, hello. All right. Here we go. Chat, I had this thought. Do you guys want the abridged version of the NRA conference that happened today? Do you guys want to go through a Twitter thread and just watch the highlights from the NRA convention today? Abridged? My home state. Oh fuck? Yeah, okay, let's do it. Hell yeah, okay. Here we go. Yeah, a lot of funny shit happened. So, you know, it's worth talking about. Here we go. Also a lot of kind of scary shit. And God bless Aaron Rupar. Okay, I was gonna try and say his name, and then I was like, no, is it Rupapart? It's definitely not Rupapart. Um, but God bless him for putting together these threads of these events, because then I don't have to watch the entire thing, and frankly, no one should have to. Here we go. How many times did they call for the elimination of trans folk? A non-zero amount of times. Anyway, here's Wayne LaPierre, head of the NRA. Ah, Stoneman, thank you for gifting a sub to Love as in Space. Um, here's Wayne LaPierre basically doing a threat to Democratic politicians.
I don't care how many billionaires, TikTok stars, or Hollywood airheads they've got. Hear this. Gun-hating politicians should never go to bed unafraid of what this association and all of our millions of members can do to their political careers. Because you fight like hell for freedom and you get more of it. One member.
Yeah, just throwing it out there. It really sounds like what he's saying is NRA members are going to murder Democrats. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's calling for NRA members to murder Democratic politicians. It's look, I don't know. All I'm gonna say is he has plausible deniability on that one, but I feel like the intent comes through. Okay. Yeah, Wayne LaPierre has generously donated for a gender-inclusive bathroom upon his death. It's really nice of him, you know? Anyway, Mike Pence came on stage shortly after Wayne LaPierre, and people look. I know that Mike Pence has kind of been trying to set himself up as like a potential president, maybe not this cycle, but after Trump is gone. You know, he's been trying to keep himself politically relevant. He's been trying to make sure that he's in a position to run. And I just gotta say, I don't think that's gonna happen for you, bud. I really don't think that's gonna happen for him. Cause man, when you get a reception like this as a former vice president at the NRA convention, you're fucked. You're toasty toast. Oh yeah, also people in his home state fucking hate his guts, okay? They absolutely despise him. Like a river rain. Nope. 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 You're not gonna get me.
I love you too.
Just boo! 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 I love you, Mike! Boo!
And welcome back to the Hoosier State.
Nope. Stop it. Stop trying to DMCA me again. Here we go.
In the wake of tragic violence that struck here in the heartland in recent days, at a Christian school in Nashville, Tennessee, and at a bank branch in Louisville, Kentucky. The Bible says that we mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. And I know I speak with everyone here when I say that our hearts and our prayers are with all the families that suffered loss and injury in these unspeakable attacks.
Incredible. He's discovered a new way to say thoughts and prayers. He's just hearts and prayers, guys. Genius. Political mastermind right there.
Ignoring the motivations of the trans activists who killed 3 children and 3 adults at that Christian school in Nashville.
Hey, should we start calling every mass shooter who's a man a men's rights activist? A male supremacist? Really, he had to put that in? Oh yeah, no, I should say, buckle in, folks, because basically a lot of these speakers are going to be blaming trans people for all mass shootings. They're gonna blame trans people for every mass shooting.
And ignoring the mental health challenges of the man who killed 5 people and injured 8 others in Louisville. President Biden and the Democrats have returned to the same tired arguments.
Hey, Mike Pence, when you were vice president of the United States for 4 years, what did you do for mental health of American citizens? I wonder. I wonder what you did. What did you do? Because I feel like if I look up Mike Pence and mental health funding, I'll find that Mike Pence slashed the funding for mental health services. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Mike Pence mental health funding. Slashed. Oh! Oh, look! Wait, that's not Mike Pence. God damn it. Oh, President Trump's budget would weaken public health. Oh, damn, that's crazy. The process will slash somewhere in the ballpark of $800 billion. Wow, that's crazy. It's crazy that a lot of these talk about slashing funds for mental health services. Da 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 da. Hey, you know what's not going to help the elderly, Mike Pence? If you slash Social Security, that's not going to do much for their mental health, bud. Da 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 da. All right, I'm being obnoxious. Sorry.
About gun control and gun confiscation. But we don't need gun control. We need crime control. We don't need lectures about the liberties of law-abiding citizens. We need solutions to protect our kids.
Hey, chat, want to know something fun about my state, which is a relatively progressive one? All I have to do to get a gun in this state is go to one 3-hour-long class. Anyway, just thought that was worth noting. Just worth noting. Yeah, it's not the easy availability of guns. By the way, just as an FYI, by the way, if you live in Texas, just be aware that there was, at last I heard, a rampaging gunman who is just randomly gunning people down that were driving next to him on the interstate. So, yeah. Let's just get an update on this one. Okay. 3 dead in highway shootings involving outlaw motorcycle gang members in Southeast Texas, authorities say. 3 people were killed and 1 other was wounded Friday in shootings along Interstate 45 in 2 counties in Southeast Texas. Incidents believed to have involved outlaw motorcycle gangs. You know, just a normal thing where in broad daylight in the middle of the day, people will just pull out guns and start murdering each other on the freeway. It's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Cool stuff. Anyway, I'm sure that has nothing to do with the easy availability of guns across the United States. Anyway, moving on. Let's hear what Mike Pence has to say about this.
With Joe Biden spending trillions of dollars on their liberal agenda.
By the way, what do you think his solution to mass shootings are? What do you think his solution is, chat? It's one of the dumb ones.
I think the time has come for leaders in our nation's capital to give every community in the country the funds to place armed resource officers in every public and private school in America.
We've had schools with armed resource officers, and they haven't stopped the school shootings. I don't understand the argument. They keep saying, well, you know, we just need to armed police officers in the school. Why? What cases, what mass shootings have been stopped by an armed police officer at a school? I feel like the police officers in the schools have done more harm to children, frankly. Because when they're not furiously doing precious little in a school shooting scenario, they are like body slamming children and breaking their necks. Yeah, Uvalde had a school resource officer who was armed. Uvalde also had over 400 police officers who just sat around while the shooter continued to kill children. How? I don't understand. I don't understand how this argument is even possible anymore. I don't understand. I don't understand. How many Uvalde police did nothing? Yeah, 376 officers responded to the mass shooting, and none of them did anything for hours. God. Nah, you know, we're just getting so close, chat. We're getting so close, and I do mean this sincerely, to Republicans just calling for every single child born in America to be issued a government-issued gun. You know? Like, arm the children with handguns, they're on their own. Oh, that's true. Some of the cops were busy preventing parents from saving their kids. That's right.
With Joe,
We got...
I believe the time has come to institute a federal death penalty statute with accelerated appeal to ensure that those who engage in mass shootings face execution in months, not years.
Now, you might say, well, we need to serve justice faster to these mass shooters. And I just have to say, if they know that they're going to get executed, if they are arrested anyway, what motivation do they have to turn themselves in? At that point, why even bother with a trial? Just have the police execute mass shooters on the spot, like fucking Judge Dredd. Yeah, what is the rate of mass shooters? Yeah, what? You know what? Honestly, what is the rate of mass shooters being taken alive? Yeah, almost half of mass shooters died during the attack. Though that article's from 2013, so the numbers are probably way off now. But like, if you are strapping yourself in to go and murder a bunch of people, generally speaking, you are suffering from some kind of extreme mental illness. But in the event you are like thinking somewhat clearly and you know that you're gonna die anyway, like at that point, they're just gonna fucking kill as many police officers as they can, as many just random civilians as they can, because at that point, that's what they're trying to do. So there's no incentive for them to turn themselves in, especially if they know that they're just gonna get an accelerated trial and get like hung by the neck until dead in like a month.
With so much violence taking place at the hands of those with severe mental illness, the answer to mass shootings is not fewer guns, but it's more institutional mental health in this country.
Yes. The solution, you see, is not getting rid of the guns. It is to incarcerate the mentally ill. We need more prisons for people with mental illness. Well, but here's the thing, okay? I see a lot of people in chat being like, oh, they're slashing spending on mental health. Au contraire. The amazing and wonderful capitalist class of this country are going to balloon the budget for mental health care straight into their own pockets. You see, they will be private mental institutions that will be paid by the state for every person that they lock up. It'll just be another version of the private prison system. Just this time, it will be the private mental health care system. You know, they'll have fun little programs to get you out and active outside. You know, like I don't know, maybe doing lawn care for the rich and famous, or possibly breaking up large rocks into little rocks. Maybe picking up trash. You know, for like a couple pennies a day. And that's really generous of them, I think. You know, maybe they'll even, and you know, maybe they'll put in like some kind of like, I don't know, like textile mill type situation where you can make like cheap t-shirts, you know, for your own mental health. You know, by creating something, you're really working on yourself, guys. Do work strikes happen in prison? Oh, absolutely. This sounds suspiciously like prison. That's because mental institutions are prisons. They're just prisons for the mentally ill.
And finally, with so much violence taking place...
Oh, and we watched this already.
You know, one of my last acts as governor of Indiana before I became your vice president was we broke ground here in the Hoosier State on the first new mental health hospital to be built in 30 years. Men and women, we have got to get back to institutional mental health care in this country. Families with someone who is struggling, a threat to themselves or a threat to others, have to have a place to send that family member other than the county lockup. We've got to rebuild institutional mental health care in America. Now, while the other side talks reflexively about gun control, these are real solutions. Backing the blue, protecting our kids. Advancing policies that will ensure that justice is swift. And dealing with the dangerous mentally ill. with institutional care.
I do not believe that Republicans have any interest in actually providing mental health care to people.
We need to beat Joe Biden in 2024, and he's praying right now.
Oh, by the way, we haven't really talked about this guy on stream because he's completely irrelevant, as you'll shortly see by the crowd's reaction to his comments. But this is Asa Hutchinson, and he has announced that he is running for president of the United States, and he has a snowball's chance in hell.
Yes, he's hoping right now that he gets to have a repeat of 2020. And let me tell you, we don't need a rerun of 2020. Let's bring new leadership. Let's win in 2024 to protect our liberties, to protect our border, to protect the sovereignty of the United States, and that America can once again lead. God bless America. Thank you. God bless you.
Just real quick, I want you to
that he gets to have
listen to the crowd reception here.
A repeat of 2020. And let me tell you, we don't need a rerun of 2020.
Wait. I think
Joe Biden in 2024. And he's praying right now. Yes, he's
one guy. Oh, okay.
Hoping right now that he gets to have a...
Yeah, you don't have to remember his name, chat. It's okay. It's okay. Here's Ron DeSantis' video message.
Hello, this is Governor Ron DeSantis, and I want to thank the National Rifle Association for all you do to preserve, protect, and defend the Second Amendment rights of the American people. The Second Amendment ensures that the American people have the capacity to defend their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor. It's the last backstop of freedom, the foundation upon which all of our other rights rest.
Chat, I think I put it together. Ron DeSantis sounds like an adult from a Peanuts cartoon. You know? Just wah 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 wah. Have you seen DeSantis yearbook pictures? Wait, no? Aw. Look at this little goon. They're in the Discord? Okay. I'm not gonna look at them right now. Also, chat, I can't believe that this is real. But it is, and it's glorious. It's glorious, chat. Let's see. Excellent. The Republican primary is going to be funny as fuck, guys. It's going to be funny as fuck. It's already funny as fuck. But this is an actual ad attacking DeSantis from the Trump campaign, and it's perfection. It is wonderful.
Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements. Like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security, even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
Just the chocolate pudding. The chocolate pudding that they throw up on screen. They're literally shitting on him in this ad. They're literally shitting on him in this ad. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, you didn't pick that up? Here. And also, chat, in case you didn't know, the reason they're running this ad is because it came out that there was a news story about Ron DeSantis sitting on a plane, eating pudding out of a pudding cup with just his fingers. For some godforsaken reason.
Sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements.
See, they throw it on the screen. They're literally shitting on him.
Like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security, even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Oh, God. Just amazing. Why not suck it out of a cup like a normal person? Well, because I think we've confirmed that Ron DeSantis doesn't have a tongue game, okay? Let's put it this way. Ron DeSantis' wife don't got that whap, okay?
To the screens for a special message from former UN Ambassador and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Hi, it's Nikki Haley coming to you from Iowa.
Oh yeah, no shot. I think Ron DeSantis' campaign had like a brief window of time to capitalize on DeSantis as a non-entity, but Ron DeSantis has no charisma whatsoever. Is this a Republican anti-DeSantis ad? Yeah, Melody. That was an attack ad from the Trump campaign against Ron DeSantis.
I am sorry I'm not there with you. Later this week when you are meeting, I will be at my daughter's wedding. So excuse me for not being there, as it's a happy time for our family. The NRA has been a great partner for a long time. When I was
to the screens for a special message from former UN.
Oh God, they're all just completely silent.
States Senator
Nikki Haley.
Senator
Nikki Haley also is running for president of the United States, and she's got no shot. Well, technically, she's running for the vice presidency. IMO.
United States Senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott, has a video message for all NRA members.
Hello, Senator Tim Scott. Let me first say thank you so much for endorsing my 2022 campaign for the U.S. Senate. We were very successful. Your support was a part of that.
United States Senator from
Yeah, you were a big part of that. All right, get ready for some insane shit from Kristi Noem.
For instance, I remember being only about 9 or 10 years old, and we had hunted all day miles and miles from camp in the high country in the Bighorn Mountains when my dad turned to me and he
The Big Horny Mountains.
said, "Kristi, hunt your way back to camp. I'm going to go around this ridge and I'll meet you there at dark." And he disappeared over the ridge. Now, to a 10-year-old girl, this was terrifying.
What? 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 Her dad abandoned her in the middle of the woods at 10 years old? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, best of luck, kid. I'm going for a pack of cigarettes. Oh my god. What?
And as strange noises came and darkness fell, I had to rely on my instincts and my horse to find my way back to our tent. Now, years later, Mom shared with me that my dad had followed me at a safe distance all the way back to camp to make sure that I got there safe. Now, before you get all warm and fuzzy on him, I also want to tell you that he made bear noises the whole time he was following me. Scratching trees and growling at me, so, you know, he made sure I lived, but he wanted me to be lived scared. But he made me stronger.
How did that help you? How on earth did him freaking you out and abandoning you in the woods help you in any possible capacity at 10 years old? God damn it.
It also made me realize
Republicans are just full on traumatized tell me I'm wrong.
So I'd like to ask Wayne if he would come back out here and join me on stage, because today I'm going to be signing an executive order to protect your God-given right to keep and bear arms from being infringed upon financial institutions. So we'll welcome Wayne to the stage.
Oh, a lot of apples. Thank you for gifting Miss Stalin 1 a sub.
Today I will sign an executive order to protect the God-given right to keep and bear arms from being infringed upon by financial institutions. My executive order, effective immediately, blocks state agencies from contracting with large banks that discriminate against firearm-related industries. Wayne, in 1787, Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter to James Madison, and he talked about how committed he was to freedom. He made this point in Latin, but it translates as, "I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery." Today with this...
You already have the Second Amendment. Like, this is doing literally nothing. It's literally nothing. This is just theater for the SEALs.
I'm not sure. Do you have a microphone, Wayne?
I don't.
You don't? I get to put words into your mouth then.
There you go. You're doing great.
Wayne is extremely grateful to me for doing this for the NRA today.
Got it.
God.
But man, when we're always yelling at each other, we're not going to get it done. Just to talk about the politics, I get nervous about 2024. If we don't have those independents, if we don't have those folks back on the team, those disenfranchised voters, it ain't going to happen for us. We can yell and scream all we want, but we want winners. We want winners for tomorrow. And so we got to be inspirational. We got to be big, again, bigger than ourselves. Now, but man, when we're always yelling at each other, we're not going to get it done. Just to talk about the politics, I get nervous about 2024. If we don't have those independents, if we don't have those folks back on the team, those disenfranchised voters, it ain't going to happen for us. We can yell and scream all we want, but we want winners. We want winners for tomorrow. And so we got to be inspirational.
Bruh, if you wanted winners, you joined the wrong team, okay? You joined the wrong team, my dude.
Hey, Governor. Thank you, brother. That's all it's got. Hold on. All right. You guys excited? Come on, we're at NRA in Indianapolis, back for the first time in a few years. This is absolutely awesome. And we got a full crowd. We got a full room. I was out there walking the floor today, seeing all the incredible manufacturers, thousands of people walking around, getting excited about not just the Second Amendment and the politics and all that. We'll get to all that. But just the freedom, the individual opportunity to be part of something a little bit bigger than ourselves. That's exactly what America is all about. So, as a lot of...
I just don't... Come on. Yeah, I was walking around thinking about just how great guns are, you know?
He's the ultimate outsider. Look how well things were running pre-COVID. It's not complicated. Let's get back there.
Economics aren't complicated, folks.
Yourself against the...
Oh yeah, this guy's also been floated as a candidate for kind of like if Trump... he might be trying to run for president this cycle, but it looks like he's kind of setting himself up for next one.
That'll also be the ones that stop you from actually defending yourself against the crime that their policies create. You know what's interesting is one of those cities is Austin, Texas, where Sergeant Daniel Perry was wrongly convicted for defending himself.
Wait, this guy announced that he's running? I completely missed that. Oh, shit, yeah, he did. This guy's a ghoul. Like, this guy's an actual ghoul. what company did he found? Okay, he's like a pharmaceutical executive. Cool.
Against a Black Lives Matter rioter who was pointing a rifle at him. Self-defense is not a crime in this country, and I stand with Governor Greg Abbott in making sure that he receives a pardon as he is due.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The guy literally walked into his police... the guy he's talking about, chat, okay? For those of you who don't know about this case, the guy he's talking about murdered a Black Lives Matter protester, and then in the police interview that was like mandatory afterwards, talked about how he murdered that man. Okay? Like he's like on camera talking about, yep, I killed him. I murdered him. I feel terrible about that. Yeah, like just actually, yeah, no, he's been convicted because of murder, because he did a murder. Yeah. And then he confessed to it immediately afterwards.
Thank you. That'll also... We have mass shootings. I'll tell you, there's not a person in this room that wants to see another school shooting in this country. You want to have the courage to deal with it, then step up and deal with the actual problem. We have a mental health epidemic across America. You want to do something, you can ban social media and kids under the age of 15 or 16 before you take guns away from law-abiding adults in America. We have mass shootings. I'll tell you, there's not a person in this room that wants to see another...
It's incredible to me that they're like, yeah, look, guns are just a tool, okay? But social media, which is also a tool, needs to be banned because it's doing devil magic to force people to do mass shootings. Like that's his argument. His argument is that we need to ban the digital tools that create the circumstances around which a kid or a young adult might be radicalized to do a mass shooting. Okay, we don't want to see more mass shootings. Therefore, let's get rid of all media so we don't have to see them anymore. Fivehead. This man's playing six-dimensional chess.
I've also said that we need to go further. When you have an agency like that FBI that told Martin Luther King he couldn't have that concealed permit, that now tells conservatives effectively the same thing, politicizing the police state against them, you can't reform that from the top down. That is why I've said what you're not supposed to say, but I'm saying it tonight. I will say it again. We will shut down the FBI and replace it with a police apparatus that actually respects the law instead of making it up.
Ah, good. Yes. Yes, a presidential candidate advocating to, I don't know, have some kind of national secret police force. I don't know. We could probably call them the secret police. Yeah. No, not Gestapo. That's too close to Nazi stuff. We're just talking about a secret police force. And you know what? They're not going to drive those soy boy cuck electric vehicles. No, they're going to drive gasoline cars. Okay. They're going to drive gasoline cars, and they're going to stop crime. We're going to call them the Gas Stopo, okay? The Gas Stopo. Perfect. Nailed it.
That we face. You want China not to invade Taiwan? Here's something we can do. The NRA can open its branch next time in Taiwan. And you want to stop Xi Jinping from invading Taiwan?
I'm sorry. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever said on this show. And I loved it so much.
A gun in every Taiwanese household. Have them defend themselves. Let's see what Xi Jinping does then. That is what it means to be an actual American. Train them how to use guns, just like we did to black people in this country after the Civil War. Taiwan, we're coming for you.
What? What the fuck? Taiwan, I'm pretty sure military service is mandatory for Taiwanese people. They don't need us to come and teach them how to shoot guns. I like, what? Wait, what are you talking about, bud? Yeah. Literally every single man in the country is required to serve in the military. Oh my god. One second. Let's see. Yeah, since 2017, they've required mandatory military service of every man in the country. Okay. Yeah, they don't need us to teach them how to shoot guns, you fucking moron. Also, I'm pretty sure Republicans absolutely hated black people with guns during the civil rights era. I'm pretty sure you guys were not chill with that. Ronald Reagan specifically.
We're with you, Taiwan. Put a gun in every household. China ain't gonna do a peep. Xi Jinping got nothing on us that we face. You want China not to invade Taiwan? Here's something we...
God damn it. Oh my god, what? The conservative intros?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Nope. 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 You're not gonna get me on that one.
They want to abolish your borders and impoverish your families while spending your money on endless and very, very stupid foreign wars. They want to demonize patriots and persecute Christians while pushing the transgender cult on your children. Children turn 25 and they say, "Who did this to me? Who did this to me?"
I have no idea what the crowd was like at this event.
How did you let this happen?
Oh god, we're gonna listen to that one again.
They want to abolish your borders and impoverish your families while spending your money on endless and very, very stupid foreign wars. They want to demonize patriots and persecute Christians while pushing the transgender cult on your children. Children turn 25 and they say, "Who did this to me? Who did this to me? How did you let this happen?"
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Democrats just want to trans your kids, for no reason. Oh my god. Fuck, man. The conservative brain is actual pudding.
I face down vile attacks from the radical left to confirm 3 great Supreme Court justices. You know who they are: Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, all outstanding people. They don't help me much, I got to tell you that. They vote against me too much, but one of those little things in life, right?
Oh my god.
We're led by stupid people. And let me tell you, we've never been in such danger in our life. We're led by...
But, like, I don't understand. Look, I'm still stuck on the Taiwan thing, because, like, I see your comment, Portland 1000. But basically, as far as I know, Taiwan doesn't allow civilian guns. Like their civilian gun policy is, like, 0 civilian guns, unless you are, like, an indigenous hunter and you build your own gun. You are allowed to build your own gun in Taiwan for the purpose of hunting. But like, I don't think that the gun lobby in the United States is going to have much success trying to sell weapons to the Taiwanese, because again, every single man in the country is required to serve in the military, and the military has hella guns in Taiwan. Okay? Just real quick, maybe I can find an image here. Yeah, like literally in Taiwan, you build your own gun if you want to own one. Like, here's a father and son who built their own guns. And like, I mean, they can do it okay. They can do it pretty okay. But like, not like they're not carrying handguns or anything. Oh my god. Chat, every single time Donald Trump is in front of a camera these days, he needs to talk about the N-word. He's dying to say it, chat.
Most dangerous time in the history of our country because of the power of weaponry. And I'm not talking about rifles now. You know what I'm talking about. The N-word. Can't use the N-word. 2 N-words you can't use. You can't.
He has said this exact bit at every single public appearance for like the last 3 years. I swear.
Use the nuclear word. The power of these weapons is so, and I would never talk about it.
It's true. If you say the N-word, it will shatter an entire city block. That's what they don't want you to know.
I didn't talk about it, and now it's talked about every single day, including by Putin. Most dangerous time in the will eliminate the Biden ATF's ridiculous pistol brace rule, which orders law-abiding citizens to register or surrender guns with stabilizing braces, right? Does everybody like that, or should I forget about it? I don't know. They wanted me to put that in. I guess some people are happy with it. I don't know. We'll eliminate the...
I just, like, man... Literally, the Republican, like, messaging and reaction every time there's a mass shooting these days is to actually call for deregulation of guns. Which is wild to me. Wild to me.
Under our Second Amendment, we will pass legislation protecting the absolute right to self-defense with federal penalties for prosecutorial abuse, like we saw just recently in Texas. You saw that, where a man was trying to defend himself and they want to put him in jail for the rest of his life. And I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk to lure national concealed carry reciprocity. You want protection. Just like your driver's license or your marriage license, your Second Amendment must apply across state lines. It will. We'll get it done pretty quickly, too. You're our second...
Oh, my God. Oh, he says the quiet part out loud, by the way.
But let's be very clear, the issue is not too many guns. The issue is too many thugs, hoodlums, and savage criminals on our street. That's really what the issue is.
Yep. Too many thugs, baby. Too many thugs. That's the problem, baby.
And if you take a look, this week's morning console poll, I led the field by 33 points with Trump 56, DeSantis 23, Pence 5. I hope you gave Pence a good, warm approval. Because he is a nice man, if you want to really know.
Just like, man, he can't not shit on DeSantis. It's amazing.
The truth, he's a good man. And I heard it was very rough. It's a big news story. You've made news today. I don't know what you did, but you made news today with the introduction you gave. And Nikki Haley, it's a beauty. She's at 4, and Abbott's at 1. I don't think Abbott's going to run. And
God.
Florida last week, it was Trump 47 and DeSantis 32%. And there was another poll in Florida where Trump was at 80.
He's literally just showing screenshots of tweets. Oh my God. I have prepared a slideshow for all of you. As you know, when we shut the doors to this room, the NRA has armed members outside. If you try to escape, you will be shot on sight as a terrorist. Now, I've prepared a 3-hour-long presentation of tweets about me, your president, that I like.
And DeSantis was at 50, and that's a Florida poll. In Texas, it's Trump 52%, DeSantis 20, Pence 5, Haley 4.
God.
Prosecutors, these Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting conservatives. On day 1 of my new administration, I will direct the DOJ with a very strong leader, not like Barr. Not like Barr, what a disaster he was. He was a rhino. He was afraid of being impeached. Please, I don't want to be impeached. So how do you not get impeached? Don't do anything. You don't do anything. Remember they were going to impeach him, and then all of a sudden, he actually said, no, he didn't see any wrongdoing in the election. My young son, very young, saw a lot of wrongdoing in the election. Did anybody in this room, can they say they didn't see any wrong? That was the...
My young son, Hunter Biden. I mean, Baron Trump.
Worst horror show, I think, one of the greatest criminal acts ever, the election of 2020. But we will turn that around, and it'll be even bigger now with the prosecutors.
God. It'll be even bigger, folks. That's what I tell my wife every time.
They will be the 100 most ferocious crime fighters in American history, and I will task them with demolishing every gang, street crew, and criminal network they can find piece by piece until public safety is fully restored. And that means in Democrat-run cities. And at the top of the list is Washington, D.C. itself, which is absolutely plagued by numbers and crime that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like what's happening in Washington, D.C. Can you imagine these foreign leaders coming over from countries and they're looking at this filth and squalor and crime in our capital?
Filth and squalor and crime.
I think we have to take it over. We have to take over management of our capital because the people that are running, including the mayor, who did nothing about January.
That's right, folks. You might think that the citizens of Washington, D.C. live in a democracy. We don't. We live in a constitutionally democratic republic. Completely different, folks.
He was the one, no, we don't need anybody. We don't need any help. Along with crazy Nancy Pelosi. They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. They were supposed to. They're in charge of it. But all of our Democrat-run cities are being absolutely ruined and destroyed as we sit here and talk. They're being ruined. I will order the 8. We will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
You hear that, folks? We're going to weaponize the police and the military against you. We're going to bring all of the lessons that we learned in Iraq and Afghanistan back home, folks. We know how to fight. We know how to counter insurgencies now, folks. We do. We do. Now we know how to counter the Democrat insurgency, folks.
As we restore safety to our streets, we must also restore it to our schools, hardening places of learning. We have to harden our assets to protect our children against...
That's right, folks. You have to harden your ass.
...threats of any kind. Last month, as we...
Harden your assets, folks.
...full of guns for centuries, and there was no talk of massacres of school children until around the year 2000. That's when it really started. They started talking about it. This is not...
That's right, folks. Osama bin Laden started the school massacres in conjunction with George W. Bush. Now, as you might know from spending time in the QAnon community, jet fuel cannot melt steel beams.
Not a gun problem. This is a mental health problem. This is a social problem. This is a cultural problem. This is a spiritual problem. Each and every one of these heinous attacks depend on the same cold-blooded calculation that the evil monster will have a window of time to act out their demonic fantasy unchallenged. They want to be unchallenged. They don't want challenge. The only way to stop these wicked acts is to ensure that any sicko who would shoot up a school knows that within seconds, not minutes, they will face certain death. They have to know that.
They do! They know that they're going to die! Many of them are trying to suicide by cop! They already know that!
And they won't be doing it. For this reason, I will ask Congress to repeal totally ineffective legislation that makes it harder to protect our schools and easier for criminals to face absolutely no opposition when they go in. I will also create a new tax credit to reimburse any teacher for the full cost of a concealed carry firearm and training from highly qualified experts. Who's better? Who's better? If even 5% of teachers, people that are skilled with arms, we want that, 5% were voluntarily armed and trained to stop active shooters, we would achieve effective deterrence and the problem would cease to exist. And that would be a lot of people. But these are all people that are trained and talented with firearms. For about $12 billion, we could fund armed security guards at the entrance to every school in America and also arm every willing teacher.
We could maybe instead, I don't know, do anything that might, like, feed people or house people. No. We need to flush all of our money down the wasteful route of ensuring every school has armed security. And even then, they're still going to shoot up schools.
Want to arm some of these teachers. They have to go through rigorous, or as some people say, vigorous. I like vigorous better. I don't like rigorous. They have to go through vigorous training, but they're already there. And they'll do better than anybody you could put in, and they love our children. They really love our children.
Now, chat, I just want to point out, okay? Schools are not improved when teachers are armed. like, you guys know that, like, when teachers are armed, all that means is that there is now a gun in any situation between a teacher and a student, which inherently brings with it the threat of escalation for that situation. I want to show you guys, I don't think we covered this on stream. I didn't think it was really worthwhile. But I want to tie it into this. So, like, a week or two ago, a video made the rounds on social media of a teacher and a student getting into a violent confrontation. Okay. In this video, the white student is pushing his teacher repeatedly, like, trying to start a fight. The teacher attempts to de-escalate over and over again, and eventually, like, is not successful in de-escalating the situation. Now, I just want to say, keep in mind that this situation would be including a gun in the GOP's world.
Let me go in and call the campus security. What's up? What's up, man? You know, what's up? What's up? You need this out. You need to take a check. You need to check this out. Fuck out of here. What's up?
Damn, nigga. Damn, nigga, what the fuck?
So now, chat, you have to ask yourself, in this situation, where would a teacher have a gun? Would it be on their person? Presumably that's an option in this situation, right? What's preventing a student from trying to grab the gun off of a teacher? Or, if it's in a locked container, what's to prevent a teacher from, like, losing their fucking shit at a kid that is deliberately trying to provoke a violent confrontation? All I'm trying to point out to you guys is that there is no world in which introducing a gun into that situation makes the teacher more safe, makes the students more safe. Yeah, GD Reaper. Yeah, I saw some of those.
An independent outside panel to investigate whether transgender hormone treatments and ideology increase the risk of extreme depression, aggression, and even violence. I think most of us already know the answer, don't we? Furthermore, we have to look at whether common psychiatric drugs, as well as genetically engineered cannabis and other narcotics, are causing psychotic breaks. A lot of problems.
How can we make schools more safe? Some people are saying to give teachers more guns. Is it a good idea? Well, here's the thing. I think that common sense gun control is probably the best thing that we're going to get right now. If someone is mentally unstable, if someone is unable to handle their day-to-day affairs, if they have a history of domestic violence, there are a lot of different red flags that should preclude someone from getting a firearm. Unfortunately, none of those things stop someone from getting a gun anymore. Arming teachers is not the solution. All it does is increase the risk of gun violence between teachers and students, or students and teachers. So the solution is, unfortunately, dependent on things like guns in circulation. If it were up to me, what I would say we should do, common sense gun control, and I think also a national gun buyback program where you can sell a gun, no questions asked, at a fair market price to, like, your local police station or something like that. Doesn't have to be a police station, but essentially the solution here has to be taking guns out of circulation. Yeah, Australia does gun buybacks. I believe it's been an incredibly effective program in Australia. And frankly, like, it needs something like that needs to happen in order to reduce the risk of gun violence, because otherwise, like, we did a story just the other day. We did a story yesterday about two guys who were both having a road rage episode with their young daughters in their respective cars, and it escalated to the point where one of them pulled out a gun while driving and shot at the other guy's car, and then that guy pulled out his gun and fired an entire Glock magazine into the other guy's car. You know, like you've taken what would otherwise be like a road rage incident that would either end with, like, vehicles damaged and, like, a fist fight, and you've taken that to, well, actually, both these men have guns that are going to try and actually murder each other. And the worst part about that story is that neither of those men got shot. Instead, both of their kids got shot. So, like, we've taken a situation that would otherwise be far less deadly and far less prone to injury and made it so much more deadly and prone to injury. So the solution there is, unfortunately, not a terribly good one because of how our country has ruled on gun legislation, but the best bet we have is reducing the amount of guns in circulation and using common sense gun reforms that, like, 80% of the United States agree on, but, like, the NRA lobbies against. So, yeah, yeah, no, the initial guy fired his gun at the other car because the other car had thrown a water bottle at his car. Just fucking insane. Fucking insane shit. America, like, we talked about the story earlier today. Like there was like an incident in Texas today where someone was a fugitive after shooting four people on the interstate for, like, suspected gang activities. Maybe he was just having a bad day. Who knows? Like, the guy who shot up the bank the other day, like, he didn't even have, like, a reason for doing it. Apparently, like, he just decided to go in one day and fucking shoot up his workplace. He wasn't even fired. Like, he just decided, it's time.
We're having problems that we've never seen before, and people sort of think they understand why.
Well, yeah, he is fired now. Fired straight to hell. But yeah, no, if you're asking me what the solution is to gun violence, it's common sense, like, gun control measures. I guess I'd support, like, an assault weapons ban. We had that in place throughout the 90s, and it reduced the number of mass shooting events. Like, you can actually look at the graph where it happened. You can see on the graph when, like, automatic weapons became legal again, like, mass shootings just spiked and haven't gone down since. And also, like, I think it's fairly. I think it'd be fair to say something along the lines of a buyback program, and also actually delivering on the Republican with the Republican like lip service that they say every time a mass shooting happens, which is we need more mental health care. What we need is stuff like Medicare for all. Medicare for all covers mental health care, chat. If we had Medicare for all, every single man, woman, and child in America could go to a psychiatrist and go to a therapist without, like, needing to be, like, relatively well off. If we actually gave a shit, we'd pass a lot of these things. We'd do things like give people housing, give people food, give people the mental health care and the, like, other health care that they need. Having those things reduces the amount of stress people in society are suffering from, which in turn reduces the amount of mental illness. We know there's a direct correlation between stressors and mental illness. And once we have those in place, like, then we can talk about maybe more dire gun control reforms. But, like, frankly, anything more than what I, like, already stipulated is just not gonna go anywhere. Like, you can say until you're blue in the face, we should just take all the guns and melt them down. But it's not going to happen. There's no pathway to doing that right now. You know? So, you need to improve the conditions that people exist under, because the conditions they exist under now are the ones that are leading to mass shootings. And by improving those conditions, you can reduce the amount of mass shootings. A lot of shooters aren't mentally ill, they're just Nazis. You said mentally ill twice there, though. You contradicted yourself in the second sentence.
Must also be much better at detecting warning signs of evil, disturbed young men like the one who murdered colleagues in Louisville. We cannot rest until we get to the bottom of all of the sickness that we're seeing in our country. I will fight.
Look, all I'm saying is fascism is a mental illness. You don't become fascist by, like, being okay in the head.
Congress has to step up and stop this Marxist revolution in its
Oh
tracks.
my God.
We have a Marxist revolution going on, and I think you're starting
Do
to
we?
see it. I think you're starting to see it, and we have
Boy,
to
I
stop
wish.
it fast. This is what we must do to save our country.
God, I wish he was right. Fuck, man. Are the Marxists in the NRA convention room with you right now, Donnie? God. Folks, we have now been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, if you've been enjoying the show, consider throwing some subs, some bits. Come on over to riverboat.gg. You can join the on-screen chat, chat with cool people. You can also share links in that chat, and yeah, people in the on-screen chat are cool. Come on over to riverboat.gg and hang out with us. Also, this show is only made possible by contributions from viewers like you, so any of you who would like to support the show financially are more than welcome to do so. I very, very much appreciate it. No, of course, like, you know, if any journalist wanted to make Trump look like a fool, they would just ask him what the things he's saying mean. You know, like, if they asked him, what is Marxism? His brain would, like, stop working. It would have to reboot. It would make, like, the dial-up internet noises. And then he'd say something about the USSR, and like, that would be it. He would, USSR woke something Tetris. Like, that would be it, you know? Riverboat Jack is sponsored by the Corporation for Paladin Broadcasting and viewers like you. It's true. I am. Does Trump even talk to journalists anymore? Oh boy! You just set me up for the perfect segue, Winby. You just set me up for the perfect segue. Because of course Donald Trump talks to journalists these days. In fact, he talked to one of the most prestigious journalists in the entire United States just a couple days ago. It was a really hard-hitting piece of investigative journalism, and I'm just so glad that we got this opportunity to watch this expert interviewing, okay?
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight, a rare venture outside the studio for us. We're coming to you from a wet...
He's so fucking angry. You could tell he's so mad at being outside. Oh, God.
And windy Palm Beach, Florida, right outside, across the water, actually, from Mar-a-Lago. We spent the day...
He wouldn't let us in. He wouldn't let us inside. He wouldn't let us stay inside and film. We had to go outside.
There talking to former President Donald Trump. It was his first interview since he was arraigned in a Manhattan criminal court exactly 1 week ago. The Republican frontrunner for president arrested by a Democratic prosecutor on political grounds. Nothing like that has ever happened, and we wanted to hear from the man who experienced it. The conversation went in a lot of different directions, heavily on foreign policy. Really an amazing conversation. Here's how it began.
Just an amazing conversation, folks.
Thank you. Last week you were in New York for this arraignment. The world watched it. You've not given an interview since. You were there, I think, 57 minutes. Tell us from your perspective what that was like.
Well, it was a horrible thing because I did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. You look at even the pundits and the legal analysis, Greg Jarrett, all of these really talented people, they're saying he didn't do anything wrong. So that's number one. Number two, they were incredible. When I went to the courthouse, which is also a prison, in a sense, they signed me in.
Did you know courthouses are
and
prisons,
I'll tell you, people
folks?
were crying. People that work there, professionally work there, that have no problems putting in murderers, and they see everybody. It's tough place. And they were crying. They were actually crying. They said, I'm sorry. They'd say, 2024, sir, 2024. And tears are pouring down their eyes. I've never seen anything like those people are phenomenal. Those are your police.
Yep.
Those are the people that work at the courthouse. They're unbelievable people. Many of them were in tears or close to it. Many apologists were sorry, sir. We're sorry. They had to have me do certain things. I can't believe I have to ask you. I can't even believe that I have to ask you to do it. You could see. So in one sense, it was beautiful because they get it. In another sense, you know, it's nasty. I went to the Wharton School of Finance. They didn't teach me about that. That wasn't like in the cards. No, that wasn't. We didn't have a class on arraignment. And you know, it was a sad day in many ways, and in many ways it was a beautiful day because the people understand.
It was a beautiful
I didn't know
day,
this was
folks.
happening, but the poll numbers have gone through the roof.
It was a beautiful
The
day,
people get
folks.
it. And the other ones
Me
are
being
hoaxes
arrested.
also.
Great
you know, the
day.
box hoax. Look at Biden. He's got 1,850 boxes. And, you know, that's a hoax. And then the one in Atlanta where I had a perfect phone call. This is all weaponization. They're weaponizing our justice system, Tucker. And they think if they go and give you
When
a
you get
subpoena,
arrested, it's a weapon.
you know, I guess I'm very well known and people understand it and they get it. And maybe I have a bigger platform so I can explain it. But if you're somebody, a Republican, let's say, running for office, and you get a subpoena, you might as well resign because you're not going to be able to survive it. And the voters aren't going to handle it. The voters aren't going to take it. What they're doing is weaponizing the system, and there's never been anything like it. And it's all disinformation. You see, the other day, Afghanistan, one of the worst things I've ever seen, I think the most embarrassing moment that this country's ever had, frankly, the way we got out, not the getting out, we had to get out, it was ridiculous to be there. And I had that so good, so tight, so tough. I spoke to the leader, Abdul, I said, Abdul,
If you do anything, you're going to get hit really hard.
Keep in
Literally,
mind,
I
Tucker has
he
asked
said,
one question.
But so why? Why? He goes, why, oh, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you'll have to figure that one out.
Tucker asked one question
But
about
we
the
didn't have
arraignment.
one death in 18 months. He knew. Not one death. And then to see the way we got out, like we were surrendering. Like
And now
taking
he's
the
talking about
military out first,
Afghanistan.
leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind, giving up Bagram. I was going to keep Bagram. I was getting out, but not for Afghanistan. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. It's one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world, I think the biggest, with runways that go 10,000 feet. I was keeping that.
Tucker Carlson.
Because of China, not because of Afghanistan.
I think Tucker Carlson would normally stop him from
everything.
talking
They left
and
in
lead
the
him
dark of night. They left the lights
in
on.
conversation.
They left the dogs, by the way. You know the people say about the dogs.
But I think
They
he's
left
just
the
letting
dogs.
him,
Everyone,
letting
the
this
dog
ride.
lovers, and you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs. But they left the dogs. People said, what? One of the first questions I got, what did they do
left
with
the
the
dogs, folks.
Mostly German Shepherds. They left them. What they did, the way they got out, was so horrible. Okay, everybody knows that was their plan. That had nothing to do with me. I was getting out, too. We would have gotten out with strength and dignity. And what happened? They got out. And the other day I hear,
There was no transition,
it was,
Robert Ad said.
Trump's fault. Oh, that's right. It was Trump. I was gone for a long. I would have been out faster than them. We would have had all the equipment. We would have had the American citizens. We left hostages. We left Americans behind. Many, I think many more than you think. And we had 13 soldiers killed. And nobody ever mentions the fact that we had many maimed so badly. No arms, no legs. Their face was obliterated. This is the way this guy got out. We would have gotten out with dignity and strength. We were going to. But I was taking 100% of, I said, I want every nail. I want every screw. I want the tents. They said,
I want you to screw me, I said.
I want the tents. I want the tanks. I want the planes. I want everything. And a couple of them fought me on it. Like Millie. He said, sir, I think it's cheaper to leave the equipment behind. I said, let me ask you, we have a plane that cost $100 million. It's sitting there. All it needs is a tank of gas, right? Give me a little jet fuel. We'll fly it to Pakistan or any place else.
Give me a little jet fuel, even though it can't melt steel beams, am I right?
$100 million plane. Sir, I think overall it's cheaper. These are idiots we're dealing with. They left $85 billion worth of equipment. They left our American citizens behind. And they moved the military out first. No, you move the military out last. I did a little skit with a 5-year-old kid. I said, let me ask you, here's the situation. I explained the situation. I said, would you take the military out first, or would you take it out last? I'd take it out last, 5-year-old. But they took the military out first, and they were afraid of our military. When I was there, they were afraid. We didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months, Tucker. Not one soldier was killed in 18 months. And then we got out like we surrendered. I think it was the single most embarrassing day in the history of our country. It was totally their fault. They didn't go by anything because, you know, we had a system of getting out. But if the Taliban, in particular, the Taliban, because that's where the action was, right? When I called Abdul, the press went crazy. The fake news went crazy. Why did he call an enemy?
Trump, your
said,
best
Jesse
friend.
James. They used to ask him, why did he rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. Why did I call the head of the Taliban? Because that's where the killing was.
Oh, no. Fuck.
And he's there now, Abdul. I'm sure he likes me. He called me Your Excellency. I don't know if he calls Biden Your Excellency. Probably. I mean, you know, they're one of the largest arms dealers now in the world. They're selling the $85 billion.
Tucker's only asked one question.
They're selling the equipment. They're one of the largest, I think, second arms dealers. Brand new helicopters, brand new airplanes, brand new tanks. Unbelievable what we left behind. We ran.
I'm laughing.
And there was no reason to. I had them. I could have stayed there for 5 years if I wanted to. I wanted out. 21 years was enough. I wanted out. We shouldn't have been there in the first place.
I need to move my watch.
When I see what happens, when I see the level of stupidity, and because of that, it's all a big web. Because of that, I think Putin, who would have never gone into Ukraine when I was there, would have never. I talked to him about it often. Would have never, ever done that. When he saw that I wasn't there, and he saw these fools, these stupid people, and think of that, the way they left Afghanistan, and nobody was fired. I fired a lot of people because if they didn't do a good job, I'd fire them.
May I ask, you talked to Putin about Ukraine. What did you say to him?
I could see that he loved it. And I said...
he loved Ukraine.
He considers it to be a part of Russia.
Yeah.
I said, not when I'm president. We had a very good relationship. I mean, look, I was the worst thing that ever happened to him. I closed up his pipeline. You never heard the words Nord Stream 2 until I came along. Nord Stream 2 was their pipeline. And I had a great relationship with him, but it was very tough because they had a fake Russia investigation. And I told him, and he told me, he said, it's very hard for us to deal, don't you think? I said, very hard, because we have a fake investigation that turned out to be a fake. For 2 years it went on. And we could have done very well with Russia. They have great minerals. They have great things that we want, we could have, and they need the money and they need other things. But that interfered. That was a terrible thing. That was actually a treasonous thing to do. Those people should have been arrested. They made it up. They made up a problem with Russia that didn't exist. Now they've all admitted it didn't exist. It was just on to the next one. I often say, they said to me the other day, one of your fellow journalists said, who's the biggest problem, sir? Is it China? Could it be Russia? Could it be North Korea? No, I said, the biggest problem is from within. It's these sick, radical people from within, because we can handle, if we're smart, we can handle Russia, China. I did. I took in billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in anything, and they respected me. He's the same thing, you know. I told him, you can't go into Taiwan. You can't do it. I won't tell you exactly what I said, but it was something that probably a lot of people wouldn't like if they heard it, but it was very tough. Don't go into Taiwan. If you do, we're going to have problems. Other than that, we're going to be great relationship. We're going to have a great relationship. And he said to me when I said we're going to do something, if he goes in, no, you wouldn't do it. I'll do that. I swear I'll do that. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. The same thing with Putin. I said I was going to do something really nasty if he goes into Ukraine. He said, no, you're not going to do that. I said, I will. And he didn't believe me either, but he believed me 10%. And the 10%, you never heard talk about going into Ukraine. You never heard talk about going into Taiwan until I was no longer there. Now, what a mess the world is in. What a mess.
We traveled to Mar-a-Lago today to interview the former president on his recent arrest by a Democratic prosecutor. But once we sat down, we wound up talking mostly about foreign policy. For a man who is caricatured as an extremist, we think you'll find what he has to say moderate, sensible, and wise. When we come back, Donald Trump's greatest fear for America, something we almost never talk about. We'll be right back. Covering the weather beat here in windy Palm Beach. Actually, we're here to interview the former president and now the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump. While the rest of us have spent the last 2.5 years arguing about systemic racism and trans rights and other ephemera, other imaginary things, America's position globally has eroded so fast it defies belief. But Donald Trump has noticed things have really changed since he left office, and that's the topic of this next part of the conversation. Here it is. You said at the time when you were president that going to war with Russia, either hot war or cold war, would drive Russia into an alliance with China.
I did.
That would displace us as the most powerful nation.
I did. But we have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the weaponry. The weaponry today is so powerful. This isn't like Second World War where we have army tanks running around shooting each other. This is weapons the likes of which the world has never seen before. They have them and we have them. And China has them less, but within 5 years, China will have equal to us. China, I'm talking about nuclear. China has the beginnings of a very big, very powerful nuclear. They're short 5 years. They had started much later. Russia and us are comparable. Massive power, massive. And that's one of the things.
More than people understand?
More than people understand, yeah. Yeah, more.
Were you
surprised? They don't understand the power. If you look at Hiroshima, as some people call it, if you look at Nagasaki, you look at those two events, took place many, many years ago, And multiply that power times 500. That's what you're talking about. Where it actually melted the granite. You know, granite is unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
But the granite, if you look at granite areas, it's like water that got, you know, hardened, like an ice skating rink. It melted the granite. If you look at that and multiply it times 500, that's what you're talking about. When I listen to people talk about global warming, that the ocean will rise in the next 300 years by 1/8 of an inch, and they talk about this is our problem. Our big problem is nuclear warming, and nobody even talks about it. The environmentalists talk about all this nonsense in many cases. Look, I'm an environmentalist also, I guess, in my own way, because I've done a good job with the environment, but nobody talks about nuclear, the problem we have, the biggest problem we have in the whole world. It's not global warming, it's nuclear warming. And all it takes is one madman, and you're going to have a problem the likes of which the world has never seen. And it's only a matter of seconds. You don't have to wait 200 to 300 years for it to happen.
So what you're saying is demonstrably true. Why is this not something our leaders talk about or the press talks about?
Because I don't think they're smart. I don't think they get it. Putin got it. I would talk to him about it all the time. I never mentioned the word nuclear. You never heard me mention the word. You know, my uncle was a professor, a great professor at MIT for a long time. I think he was the longest, Dr. John Trump. And he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me for years. I talked to him, passed away. He's a great, great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT, but if he wasn't, he was very close, because he was there for almost 40 years. And we talk about things, and he said, you know, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase, it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase. And I said, no, Uncle John, that can't possibly. He's right. The power is so incredible. You can fire up a submarine and run it for years on essentially a tablet. Run it for years. So when we talk about war, and when I watch all of the people talking about Ukraine and how's Ukraine doing, blah, 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 Russia's sitting back. First of all, Ukraine's being obliterated.
Yes.
Okay, let's not even talk nuclear. But let's say it wasn't. Let's say they were doing better than anticipated. If he decided to use his second form of destruction, which is nuclear, that's the end of that. You understand? And I know where you are in Ukraine, so I mean, you understand it better than most. Most people don't even talk about it. They don't talk about the fact that he has equal to the United States in nuclear capability and destruction. And so I watch all of this happening, and it's so sad.
But can I just ask, so the Biden people know the power of nuclear weapons. They now control our arsenal. They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is that you have to understand. You know, it's very interesting. At the very beginning, Biden was very afraid of nuclear, because I watched him, and he was, oh, they have nuclear weapons. Oh, which was exactly the wrong signal to send. You don't do that. But if you go back and check your files, you'll see Biden early on saying, oh, well, we can't do this. They have nuclear weapons. Well, you don't want to, you don't want to act that way.
Yeah.
But he was very afraid of nuclear. I said, you know, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it. But every day Putin mentions it, and every day other people mention it. And now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about getting it. This was something you don't mention. I call it the N-word.
Oh my God,
N-words. You don't mention either one of them.
He can't not.
Word you don't mention, because the power is so destructive. I met with professors at MIT, and I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear, because I consider it to be the single greatest threat the world has, far greater than global warming.
Very tactical.
Like, not even a contest.
Very tactical, folks.
And I had these people come down. They were very smart, very expert, and I said, so.
Very expert, folks.
In a
the
debate,
most expert.
How would you handle it? And they looked at me, one in particular, and said, sir, You can't talk about it. You cannot talk about it. I said, what does that mean? He said, it is so massive, it is so destructive that you cannot talk about it. I understood exactly what he meant. And we stayed away from it for the most part.
I understood exactly what he meant.
But now, Putin's mentioning it all the
But
time.
I asked him what he meant just to make sure
We don't mention
that
but
we
Putin's
were on
always
the same
mentioning it.
page.
You've heard him say it. We are a nuclear power. He said not so long ago, I said, that's the first time I've heard a major country. You know, you do hear it talked about, and I did a good job. I did a great job with North Korea, Kim Jong-un. You went with me on a trip. You insulted him, which didn't make my life too easy, but that's okay.
That's
But
okay,
you were
Tucker.
there,
I
one of the
forgive
few.
you.
And
I forgive
it was an
you.
amazing, it had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you.
For sure.
But it was amazing. We had thousands of reporters. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with him. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, you know, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man? And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red button. I said, I have a red button on my desk too. Mine's bigger and mine works, yours doesn't. And this went on for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden,
Oh my God, Garden Variety Cat Lady,
the
thinking of 200
logjam was
biddies.
broken, and he wanted to meet, and we did meet, and we get along great. To this day, we get along great. He won't talk.
We
to
both
them.
have
He
red
won't even
buttons,
talk to
folks.
these people.
It's crazy.
He won't even talk to him. He has no respect for him. He's a man. He's like, if he respects you, he'll respect you. He wouldn't talk to Obama. Obama tried to get meetings with him. He wouldn't meet with him. He met with me. I met with him twice. I would have had a deal worked out with him. He's got tremendous nuclear capability. It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to de-escalate.
So how would you do that
Wait,
now?
Chat, has Tucker
Well,
Carlson
now-
asked any
See, I have a
questions?
problem. You got this crazy world is blowing up, and the United States has absolutely no say. And Macron, who's a friend of mine, is over with China, kissing his ass, okay, in China. I said, France is now going to China. You take a look at Saudi Arabia. Look at what happened. They're great people. They wanted to help us. He goes over and gets a fist pump. You know what a fist pump means? Don't shake my hand because your hand's dirty. That's what a fist pump is. They got it. And they were so insulted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to shake your hand. Let's go fist pump.
For the past 7 years, the neocon media establishment's been telling you that Donald Trump is a dangerous lunatic. In 2 years in office, Joe Biden has brought the world to the brink of nuclear
Garden Variety
holocaust.
Cat Lady, thank you for
Who's the
subscribing.
dangerous
I
lunatic?
appreciate it.
And they're lecturing you about global warming. Joe Biden says he's running again for president in 2024. We asked Donald Trump his assessment of whether that's going to happen and whether anything could get him out of the race, including a legal conviction. That's next. Democrats arrested the Republican frontrunner last week in an effort to keep him from running for president. Will it work? We asked Donald Trump directly. And does he think Joe Biden will actually run?
God
Here's
damn
that
it.
conversation. Do you think
The
Biden
movement in
will
this
stay
game
the
is
race?
somehow worse than Dark Souls 1.
I watch him just like you do. And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it. But I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible. And it's not an age thing. You know, like I say, I have friends that are 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, is 95. Smart as hell. He's sharp as he was. I mean, he's, you know,
I know so many people.
Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, founder of Home Depot, one of the founders. I mean, I had a meeting with him a few months ago. He was 100%. I know people that built their fortunes from 80 to 90. They were always struggling, and they made a fortune from 80 to 90. A couple of people in particular. It's amazing. He's not too old. You know, his age. I think they do the age thing because I'm 4 or 5 years behind. They say this is a way of getting Trump. Let's go him up. But there's something wrong. I saw his answer today on television about whether or not he was going to run, to a very nice guy named Al Roker. I mean, you can't get a softer question than that. That was a long answer of talking about the eggs and the this and that. Look, I don't think he can. But say what you want. they didn't expect him to get it.
Yeah.
You know, people could say he won an election. You know, it always goes, I got the most votes of any person, any sitting president in history. I was told if I got 15 million less, I couldn't lose. They're surrounded by vicious, smart people.
What the hell?
Radical left people. But they're very smart and they're very vicious.
No! Fuck!
It's not him.
Fuck!
It's not him. He's now in Ireland. He's not going to have a news conference. When the world is exploding, I own property in Ireland.
Got
I'm
a
not
little
going
sticky.
to Ireland. The world is exploding around us. You could end up in a third world war, and this guy's going to be in Ireland and not having a news conference. He hasn't had a news conference, I guess, in months. I saw today where he hasn't. It's been.
Well, he can't. So if he doesn't run, if he's taken out by his own party, or who knows what happens, but it doesn't seem like he's capable of running again, who does run?
Well, obviously the one that they would talk about would be the vice president, Kamala. That would be the one that they talk about. But I don't think she's performed well on the big stage. I mean, maybe I'm
Kamala,
wrong.
you're the one I talk
But there are a
about.
certain group of people that will go crazy if it's not her. They're going to go they're going to be very angry if it's not her. That's a problem. You have a very ambitious guy in California, but he's done a terrible job with the state. I used to get along great with him, you know, when I was president. I had along, you know, got along
That's a
really
lot
good,
better,
Gavin.
actually.
Well, you got along with Gavin Newsom?
I did. I really did. He was always very nice to me. He said the greatest things. He would say things like he's doing a great job. Oh, he was very
About
nice.
you?
About me. That's why I could never hit him, because he was so nice to me.
I could never
He's
hit him,
just
folks.
laying in wait, right? But
When people are nice to me, I just have to be nice to them. I'm a nice guy.
And relatively speaking, some of them weren't. We did a good job for the governors. But they talk about him. They talk about some others. I just don't see Biden doing it from a physical or a mental standpoint.
Yes.
I don't see it. But it's been a crazy period of time in the world of politics. But he's surrounded by people. You know, they expected Bernie to win. Now, Bernie's older than Biden, you know, whether you like him or not. He's sharp. I watched him being interviewed the other day. He's 100% sharp. He hasn't lost much, if anything. Bernie Sanders. But, you know, he's
Bernie
older.
Sanders.
So it's not an age thing. I just don't see him.
So they're trying to prevent.
Garden Variety Cat Lady, if you want to come over to the riverboat.gg, you just type in riverboat.gg. It's like riverboat.com, but instead of .com, it's .gg. You come on over, and if you click on the support tab on your phone, there is an instruction on how to basically get the app for the website. So come on over. The viewing is fine.
And you from making it to the general election by tying you up in lawsuits, charging you with crimes. You've described the process.
It's the old Soviet process.
The old Soviet process. And you've described it as illegitimate. If this goes to trial and you get convicted, how would you respond in the middle of a presidential campaign?
Well,
how would
it's
you respond?
so off. The statute of limitations are years off. It's hard to believe. You know, usually when you have something like this, the Democrats say, "Oh, he's terrible, guilty." The Democrats have even said, "I'm innocent." I watched some of these. I think it was Andrew McCabe, the FBI guy who I fired. He came out. He said, "They've got no case." They've all come out and said it. And then you've had Andrew McCarthy, you've had Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, Dershowitz, all of them, everybody, like, and they're, you know, down the middle people. They see it. They say, "There's no crime. There's no
crime,
anything."
folks.
Think of it, Tucker. I've been through 7 years
Not
of
one.
investigations. 7 years. They've looked at, I have a very big company, much bigger than they understand. In fact, when they finally got my taxes,
My
they
company,
said, "Whoa."
it's throbbing,
You
folks.
know, it took them years to get the taxes. They got them. That was the last you ever heard. You never heard one thing about them. But it took them years to get them. Because they shouldn't be looking at my
Riverboat.com is
taxes. I
a
was
square
surprised the
dancing
Supreme Court gave
website?
them
Oh,
that. They
no.
shouldn't be looking at people.
Yeah, don't go
That's
there.
Sort of another one of the tenets. You don't do that. But I didn't care that much. I just, on principle, I fought them. And they looked. I built a great company. When you do the things that I do, and you employ thousands and thousands of people over the years, just thousands, we've done a great job. And then I ran for president. People were surprised that I won, but I used to see these rallies, and I'll tell you, the rallies are bigger now. The enthusiasm is more now than I've ever seen.
The
So
scream
what do you
is
think,
so
since
loud.
The poll numbers have risen consistently since they raided this place, Mar-a-Lago.
Well, before they raided
in August,
they were going up substantially before.
Well, they
but
definitely moved. After
Since
that.
then, they've really been going up.
So, how do you think that your opponents will respond?
I don't know how well. We have two opponents. We have a primary opponent. We have a general election opponent.
I mean the Democratic Party using the legal system.
Well, what they're doing is they're finding, and think of this.
I
They
mean
say
the legal
11 million
system.
pages, but whatever it is, through all of these Democrats' investigations. I had the Mueller hoax. I had impeachment hoax #1, impeachment hoax #2. Ukraine, Russia. You knew the Russia. I got that whole term from you. Russia. You'd be screaming and it'd say, this guy's a comedian. But you remember that whole period of time.
It was so funny, I
It turned out to be a
died.
total fake. But think of this, I tell this story very seldom, but because it's a sad story. So the Russia hoax was made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, Adam Schiff, the DNC, the Democrat Party. The dossier is a total fake thing. We're suing them now, as you know, on that. We're suing them a lot because, unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't have the courage to do what he should have done. He was so afraid of being impeached. So I have to do it civilly. I have to sue people. The Justice Department should have done, because these are criminals. But think of this. So you have all of these millions and millions of pages, and they get you on a non-disclosure agreement? I mean, big numbers, billions and billions of dollars, right? And they get you on a perfect non-disclosure agreement where they get you on nothing. A friend of mine who's a big business guy said, you have to be the most honest guy in the world, because with all of those numbers that you have and those big numbers, they don't have anything. And you have to see, take a look at the people I just mentioned. Read what they said. There was no crime. In fact, a lot of people are saying he indicted somebody. There's no crime. That's illegal to do, what he did. So I don't see it going. I mean, we'll have to see.
So, but just to bottom line it, the purpose of this is to keep you out of the presidential race.
If I weren't running, or if I had bad poll numbers, let's say.
Right.
And again, remember, the Democrats are the party of disinformation. If they want you to run, against somebody, they're going to go the opposite. For instance, they don't want to run against me. And now, I just gave you a poll. I'm 9 points up on Biden. But they're the party of disinformation. So what they say is, we want to run against Trump. Now, they always do that. They do that. And other people would do it, but they do it pretty much better than others.
Is there anything they could throw at you legally that would convince you to drop out of the race? If you get convicted in this case in New York,
no, I'd never drop out. No, I'd never drop. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
No, I'd never drop out, he said. Bottom line
Never would.
For us. Donald
Anyone
Trump
who
spent
says I
4
would
years
is a
in office
liar.
taking what was considered a very tough stand on China, and with that in mind, his descriptions of a meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping at Mar-a-Lago were remarkably nuanced and even affectionate. Really interesting story. Xi, by the way, apparently speaks English secretly. You'll hear it right after the break.
Wow, he speaks English, folks. Who would have thought that of one of the people from China?
We spent more than an hour with Donald Trump today, and we were struck throughout the course of the conversation how his grasp of foreign policy, this man who was supposedly stupid, his understanding of world affairs is so much more nuanced and sophisticated and pro-American than the moronic neocons currently in charge. It was remarkable. Let's send all our ammo to Ukraine. Zelensky's like Churchill. Okay. Trump disagrees with that, and some of the stories he told us from his time as president were amazing. Trump and Chairman Xi having chocolate cake at Mar-a-Lago. That's the setup. Here's the payoff.
I told China, if you buy any oil from Iran, President Xi, very good conversations. I liked him a lot. I told him we shot 57 missiles into Syria while he was having chocolate cake. It's the only time he said, repeat. That was the only word I've ever heard him say in English, meaning he speaks English, okay?
He speaks English?
Well, I'll tell you what. There's an interesting thing. We're having dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh,
and
God.
he wanted to be at Mar-a-Lago. We had a great weekend. But we're having dessert now. Beautiful chocolate cake at Mar-a-Lago. He had his
Beautiful
people.
chocolate cake,
I had mine.
folks.
He was telling me stories about China, the history of China. It's very amazing. It's got an amazing 5,000 years, amazing history.
But not as good as my
President
chocolate cake,
Obama
folks.
didn't go over the red line, and because of that, Russia took over Syria, and there's a whole big thing, right? You know that. If Obama would have done what he said he was going to do, because they were killing children. They were killing children with gas bombs, by the hundreds, by the thousands in Syria.
Thousands of gas bombs,
again, and it
folks.
happened a number of times, and he still never went over the line. But I did. So I shot 57 missiles, almost every one of them hit, into a military.
So I shot him.
Which
Couple
had a lot of
ammo.
planes, wiped out a lot of planes. Also had
Done.
Russian soldiers, by the way. They say I was so nice to Russia, right? I killed the pipeline. I sadly killed a lot of Russian soldiers, that 500 group, because they were doing things that they weren't supposed to. Nobody writes that, and I don't want them to write it. I'm not proud of it, but we did that, as you know. But we shot
not proud of it,
approximately
folks.
57 missiles. And so when I dealt with President Xi, I was with him the whole weekend. He had an incredible, I'm not allowed to say it because it's very impolite and very politically incorrect, a beautiful female interpreter. She was very beautiful. Today, if you say it, they'll say, this is terrible.
I'm
You're
not allowed to
to
say that women are beautiful,
But she was
Tucker.
very professional. She spoke every word for
Melania,
him.
she's a fascist.
Very professional. Had another couple of them too, but she was there, and we're having dinner, and he would come in and say hello. She would say hello. He wouldn't say any word. But I said to him, a general came up and said, do we do it now? I said, yeah, you have to do it now. So I gave the order during dinner. Then I said, well, do I tell him? Because they're very closely associated with Syria. Do I tell him now, or do I wait till he finds out after dinner? Because you have about 28 minutes before they hit. So I said, President, we've just fired approximately 57 missiles into Syria, into a base. The missiles are on their way right now.
The
He
missiles
looked at
are
me and goes,
going.
repeat. That's the only time he's ever said it. So I think he speaks English. The only word, he never said
He
hello.
seems
or goodbye.
so
He only said-
impressed
he only
that Xi
dealt to an
Jinping would
interpreter.
speak English.
The only word I ever heard him
God
say
damn
was
it.
repeat. That's an unusual word. I said,
How smart is he? Could you tell?
Top of the line.
Top of the line.
Yeah, they're all top of the line. Our guy's not top of the line. Never was. These are top of the line people at the top of their game. President Xi is a brilliant man. If you went all over Hollywood to look for somebody to play the role of President Xi, you couldn't find it. There's nobody like that. The look,
No one like
the
him.
brain, the whole thing. We had a great relationship.
Just
when he
just
first
Winnie
came
the
to
Pooh.
Mar-a-Lago, he came
It's the only person we
the
got.
first day. He was there for a few days.
Oh, a lot of apples. Thank you for gifting
We
a
were going
tier
to have
2
a 50, it
sub
was so organized.
to
By them
Garden
and
Variety
by
Cat
us,
Lady.
But by them, very boom, boom, boom. Everything's like business, no games.
That's
you know.
incredibly generous
They don't
of
say,
you.
gee, how did the Yankees do last night? Oh, that was a wonderful. They don't care. They don't care about anything. I said, do you ever go to a Broadway
They don't
play?
care about our
I'll take you to
sports
one. Do you ever have plays like, do you ever go, no, I don't, no. This is business. These aren't game players, right?
They
I
don't
like it.
play
You know, in a way
games.
I like it.
They don't have
He has
Nintendos.
no life, but that's what he likes.
Yeah.
Top of the line smart, top of the line. When they came in, it was supposed to be a meeting.
Top of the line women,
that lasted
too.
exactly 15 minutes. Then we go to breakout sessions with, they had like 40 people. We had 40 people. You know, the comparables, right? And we're sitting across the table from each other in the ballroom of Mar-a-Lago. And it was an amazing scene. But our meeting was supposed to take 15 minutes. It took 4 hours. We got along so well. There was a great chemistry we had. Great. We talked about everything. A great chemistry. But people ask me, how smart is she? I said, top of the line. You never met anybody smarter.
How smart is
Kim
she?
Jong-un? Top of the line. You know, people say, oh, this and that.
The smartest.
Really smart. You know, when you come out and as a young man at 24, 23, even though he sort of inherits it, most people, when they inherit, they lose it. And that's easy stuff. He took over a
Most
country of very
people.
smart people,
But not
very,
me.
very
Don't look
energetic
into my
people, very tough
finances.
people, at a very young
But
age, and
most
he has
people.
total dominant control. That's not easy. These are very smart. Putin, very smart. Now he's had, and probably a bad year. Don't forget that whole thing is not. If he took over all of Ukraine, and what are we going to do? Because Biden is so committed to Ukraine. What happens if it's a not winnable war? You know, there are people that say Ukraine cannot win, can't beat Russia. Russia right now, I'm not saying anything out of school. I read it in one of our newspapers, so, you know, it's probably fake news, but maybe not. I don't think it is. Russia right now is making massive amounts of ammunition. Sounds simple, right? But they're making massive,
taking
beyond
massive
anything they've ever made before. We don't have any ammunition. We've given it to Ukraine.
No.
We're not prepared to fight. I rebuilt our military, new planes, new tanks, new everything. They've taken the military that I've rebuilt, and they've given it all to Ukraine. I mean, massive amounts.
So who blew up Europe's biggest natural gas pipeline? We asked Trump. He would know, and he does.
Man, Tucker
That's next.
Carlson is putting his F game out there.
So the lunatics in the Biden
It's
administration
wonderful.
promised to blow up Europe's biggest natural gas pipeline, and then Europe's biggest natural gas pipeline got blown up. Who did it? You're not allowed to ask questions, but we wanted to know what Donald Trump
did it?
He might know. Here he is. Who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline?
I don't want to get our country in trouble, so I won't answer it. But I can tell you who it wasn't, was Russia. How about when they blamed Russia? You know, they said Russia blew up their own pipeline. You got a kick out of that one, too. It wasn't Russia.
Pretty diplomatic answer for a man who's supposed to be crazy. We're going to play the full clip for you tomorrow night. That's it for us here in hurricane season in Palm Beach. Here's the great Sean Hannity to take over.
The great
How
Sean
smart
Hannity.
is he? Could you tell?
Top of the line.
Top of the line.
Yeah, they're all top of the line. Our guy's not top of the line. Never was. These are top of the line people at the top of their
Wait,
game.
I need to alt-tab. Wait, no, I don't. There we go. Oof. No, fuck. There we go. Whew. That was a really weird interview. So for those of you who didn't know, Tucker Carlson is in a bit of a pickle when it comes to Trump because he had a bunch of texts basically talking about how he actually feels about Trump. Essentially, Trump is a big dumb idiot, how much he hates Trump. He called Trump like the devil incarnate, like just absolutely reamed Donald Trump. And so this is the first time they've talked since those texts came public. So basically what you can see here is Tucker Carlson doing everything remotely within his power to try and make sure that Trump likes him in this interview. And I think that comes through because he doesn't even interrupt Trump. Not like he doesn't want to come across as like censoring the president. So he just sat back and let him ramble, which I also think serves Tucker Carlson's ulterior motive, which is he really, really hates Donald Trump. So it's a way of both kissing ass and the making Donald Trump look like a rambling, incoherent idiot. And that's kind of wonderful, I think. Yeah, he doesn't want to engage too much, specifically because of that. Hey, the Surge. Should we end the Fed? Probably not. That probably wouldn't go well for us. I'm libertarian and hate the left and the right. Why do you hate the left? I understand the hating the right part, but let's see. This is Scholar of the First Sin. do people just play OG Dark Souls 2? Anyway, here, let me alt tab. Let me alt tab. There we go. Okay. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Were a lot of other things I wanted to get through today. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Hey, you know what? Let's just vibe a little, huh? Both of the sides have their ups and downs. I believe in max freedom, leave people alone, not aggress on others. Do you believe in positive freedom? Ooh, it is Friday. Oh god. Didn't like it when I tried to do that. There we go. Chat, it's Friday, babies! And you know what we do on Fridays.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then.
Then it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
Let's go! Let's go! What? 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 Hey! 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 No, you did!
Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd for that one. I just realized that was a possibility. Let's see. Freedom is inherently positive, eh? Well, there's two kinds of freedom. There's positive freedom and negative freedom. Negative freedom is just everyone fucks off and leaves you alone, but you have no like support system whatsoever, really. As opposed to positive freedom, like the ability of like someone to walk home at night, you know, without being like harassed or something. Like that relies on like a series of support systems to enable that freedom, which would be a positive freedom. I'm not really describing it super well, but I think you might get the gist of it. Yeah. Libertarian socialist right here. Now, let's see. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Gotta take a massive dump. So I'll be right back, okay? Have fun with the libertarian. Don't be mean. Don't ban them, etc. All right, Burb. Hey nerds, I'm back. You thought I was dead and gone? No. I just had to take the biggest shit of my life. Good night, Ashley. I mean, you don't have to use the .gg site, Dragon Princess. Hope everything came out okay? Maybe. I do have to call a butt doctor. So we'll see about that. Did you get a Neptune's kiss? What is that? That sounds bad. Aw, the libertarian left. Damn it. Couldn't even hash it out with the chat. I enjoy them too, a lot of apples. Oh, a splasha? Nah. More like little rabbit poops, but all together, a massive poop. Every single one of you describing poops in a different way is very funny to me. Coconut Islands for them? Excellent. Alright. Chat, I would like to play Dark Souls 2. To that end, can we listen to like debate content and like talk about that? Is that something we can do? Is that acceptable? Or is that unacceptable? Do you need me to regale you with horror stories? Because we could do transphobia, or we could do SCOTUS corruption, or we could do like debate content and Dark Souls 2. Sing for us? I could sing. Let's see. What song? Debate a call-in chatter? I mean, I'd happily do that, but most of you guys agree with me. Oh, my goodness. Debate stuff sounds good? Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'll sing you guys a song. Raindrops keep falling on my head, and just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. So I just did me some talking to the sun. And I said I didn't like the way he got things done, sleeping on the job. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. But there's one thing I know. The blues they send to meet me won't defeat me. It won't be long till happiness steps up to greet me. Raindrops keep falling on my head, but that doesn't mean my eyes will soon be turning red. Crying's not for me, 'cause I'm never gonna stop the rain by complaining. 'Cause I'm free, nothing's worrying me. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. God. That was lovely. Thanks. Especially the end. Nailed it. I like singing. I sing a lot to myself. I'm not super good, but like it's fun. That was exceedingly pleasant. Damn. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Okay. You know what? Let's do some a Vosh debate review. How about that? I like Vosh debates. I like that beardy boy. I don't remember this one. Let's do this one. Is oppressing trans people worth it?
Awesome. Great. Hi.
Howdy.
I just need to, yeah, good to talk to you.
Yeah, I love talking to
How are
people.
you?
I'm doing great. All right, you should probably be careful with your niceties now, because historically my conversations with,
I did Professor Flowers once on stream. We're not doing that again.
Can you see me, by the way? I'm just wondering. I turned it on instinctively, but
oh wait, it's this guy.
I don't mind. Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Right,
that's fine.
I'll do that then.
All right, cool.
All right, so hit me.
Oh no,
I did not. I have not yet had the time to watch your video. Give me your criticisms. I'm ready for them.
Oh no. Yeah, I see. You would want me to give you my criticism. Unfortunately, the video I made about you is
this
not
disingenuous fuck.
Useful. It's not very kind of conducive to good discussion. Mostly because I mean, your video was about J.K. Rowling. And I don't, thoroughly endorse J.K. Rowling. My bigger interest is in the wider idea, and like more specifically, the reason why I would agree with someone like J.K. Rowling is because I think, what is it that you think?
I think I'm just gonna die.
Which is say the idea that gender is determined 100% by self-identity. What does that idea explain or make clearer about gender and about kind of feminist discourse? How does that help have a more robust feminist discourse?
Oh god, the scream is so loud!
I'm not sure if it's about having a more robust discourse as it is about mitigating harm and most accurately identifying the way in which people engage with gender.
Okay, see, that's interesting. I thought you might say that. See, for me, that's not very helpful.
This is one of the most Dark Souls.
It's a very utilitarian way of looking at things, to say, like, the reason why we should believe a certain thing or affirm a certain truth is because it's going to
Good night, Gamer
make people
G.
happier. And
no, why? Wait, why?
I think that could easily, you would truly think,
that's weird,
lead to all sorts of potential issues down the line.
I don't think
where somebody can just say, "Oh, that doesn't." But see, for me,
well, the thing is, and you have to remember, there is no inherent truth of gender. There's no, we didn't discover gender somewhere in a
No one
forest.
is shackled
It's a
under
social
capitalism.
construct. It is what we make of it. So in the process of reshaping it to better suit human need, we're doing.
Hey, hey, Chatter, Chatter in Twitch chat. Have you heard of a place called Coconut Island? Good night, Dragon Princess. It's a wondrous tropical paradise that fits perfectly with your ideology. It's got a lot of lovely coconuts. But you really only get the benefits of the coconuts if you get there first. A tiny archipelago. No. God damn it. But what if we use monkey labor? Indeed, indeed, indeed. Ah, I just want to be able to mouse. There we go.
What social constructs are meant to do, to serve human need. There's not some inherent truth value we have to, respect or dig up.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. So in other words, I would disagree on your definition of what, or your assessment of what a social construct should do. I don't think a social construct is there to to help humans, to make things nice for humans. I think as
Wait, but early America was had labor predicated on slavery and land predicated on theft. Like, what are you talking about, bud? Literally, both of those things were like the mainstays of like American economic power. Oh god. Oh god damn it. God damn it. Curse you, chatters, and your ability to pull me in with bullshit. I just don't understand the main premise of libertarianism as envisioned by conservatives tends to just be one of like essentially arguing that you should be able to enslave. Damn it! the end result of conservative libertarianism is just enslaved workers underneath. You just recreate feudalism with extra steps. Like I don't really see the benefit of that kind of a system. You really have to sell me on that, and you have to sell me on the idea that like I don't know, some wealthy company isn't just going to like enslave me, you know? Because that just seems like it would be the natural conclusion of such a system. You know, I got a much better weapon, but I'm still not good at this game. No more debate review? Now we will.
To better facilitate, and sometimes I do think it's there to help. I think it's there to better facilitate.
Just sometimes people say bullshit, and I need to respond to it.
To better facilitate understanding the world. And you know, I don't think it's helpful to take an idea, and that is very useful, that is a theory or an understanding of a concept, and say, well, we need to change that in order to make other people happier.
Yeah, but like, why would? Okay, hold on. So wait. So let's back up in this. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, understanding of what? Gender is,
right,
as we both agree, a social construct. There's no fundamental truth to understand. It is only a system that we have devised to explain patterns in our world. The extent to which we understand it is contingent upon its perceived existence. If to us, gender is nothing more than a system of self-identification, then if we understand it to be that, our understanding is as significant as any level of understanding could be of a more essentialist view of gender.
Right, yeah, okay. I get what you're saying, but the thing is, I would say, it is, and I understand what you're saying, basically, it doesn't really exist, it's something made up. But I would say that we've made it up. And it's really useful for looking at things, most particularly, especially if you're a progressive, I think, looking at the oppression
this person
of
down on the
and
left,
basically understanding feminism.
This Bosch person? Yes, the person with the beard.
That you start saying, well, actually, I, right now, could self-identify as a woman, and suddenly I become the subject of feminism.
Man, they really made the undead state even like far more grotesque.
On my rights as a woman.
In this game.
I think at that point you've then taken away the utility of that construct deconstructing patriarchy.
This is the lie that all TERFs propagate. The idea that the self-identification theory of gender in any way destroys our ability to understand
Jack
power
our
relations
trades
or meaningfully address the experience that assigned female at birth people go through.
Yeah, I said it wrong.
I've interacted with a lot
I
of
stand
trans
by it.
people in my life. I mean, a lot. I have never met any of them who believe that a cis and a trans person, or cis and a trans woman or man, are identical in every way, or that the experiences of a cis woman in youth are the same as a trans woman's youth. I have never met a person like that. And I have never been in a trans space and not been able to talk about the difference in these experiences. The idea that we're sanding over distinctions is just not the case. I've never seen this happen.
It's going all right,
but people
Jack.
like J.K. Rowling will always make this implication, or that outright statement. The idea that we are harming cisgender women, or real women, as some of them might say, by obfuscating the difference between trans and cis people, which is, I mean, it's silly. We're just saying trans women are women. There's not much else to it.
See, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And I mean, you've stated this elsewhere. You've said, and I've heard other people say this, that, you know, black women have a different experience to white women, and lesbian women have a different experience to straight women. But I think the fundamental point is that
love, heart, or hug emote anymore? Because we started running into the
and that this has always taken a similar form of being, to a significant extent, based on biology. Now, I'm not an essentialist, and I think a lot of gender critical people are not essentialists. I don't believe that it's all 100% about biology, and I think that even things outside of biology can determine gender. But
also, there should be some kind of love emote
in it. And you know, you're saying, well, you know, we can understand the struggles of women who also happen to have a broadly female biology, while also understanding that some women have penises. And certainly I agree you can, but I would argue, is that the best way to understand what patriarchy is in terms of the historic oppression? Like, people...
Patriarchy affects everyone, regardless of biology. Patriarchy affects toxic masculinity and the way that straight men experience life. Patriarchy significantly affects gay men. and they aren't oppressed by their biology. They're men. Even the beefiest, hunkiest, big muscle, colossal, beefy, gorilla-dicked gay men are still affected negatively by social conceptions relating to the patriarchy. And nobody, not even TERFs, would go up to these people and say, well, the patriarchy never affected you. Like, no, of course not. Now, there is an element of patriarchal oppression that is rooted in the biological dimorphism between cisgender men and cisgender women. That's definitely the case. But we are not, I mean, that's not being sanded over with the acknowledgement that trans women are still women. And most trans women end up getting subjected to a lot of the same physiological disparities.
You're right.
That
I'll see if I
cisgender
can
women
fix
do.
that.
If you talk to like a trans woman who's been living as a woman for some time, they're going to be a fuckload more nervous about walking alone at night. They're going to be a lot more nervous about spending time around cisgender men because they now recognize that the social systems that they then would have participated in as the perpetrator are now systems which affect them. I think you are the one who is being reductive and sanding over.
Chatter, I just don't understand, like, you understand that if the government is able, right, if the wealthy are currently able to use the government, right, to enrich themselves, I don't really see why you would think a complete lack of government would somehow preclude the wealthy from enriching themselves. Instead of just what it would actually do, which is make it far easier for them to take advantage of the working class. There we go. Whew. The wealthy can only become wealthy by providing you product or service? Not really, no. There are other ways for the wealthy to become wealthy, right? Like financial trading, for example, doesn't really provide any service. It just shuffles money around in a giant shell game. But that's a pretty key component of our current economic system. Yeah, there's also inheritance, you know, a small inheritance of $1 million. God damn it! Ah, these fucking poleaxe motherfuckers. We are a heavily financialized society, and the Kool-Aid is the Federal Reserve. Are you familiar what happened? Are you familiar with like the invention of like standardized currency? Like over time, are you familiar with like the invention of money and like the dangers of like allowing any organization to print money? Yes. Okay. Well, then you know why we need a centralized currency. You get it then. How if you know the history of this, then you know exactly why we need centralized currency. And the Federal Reserve is basically tasked with two things: printing money and controlling interest rates. On like, so we need a commodity money that cannot be debased. I got bad news for you, bud. Every type of currency can be debased. I don't know what to tell you here. Your fundamental issue seems to be one that cannot be resolved. Gold can't be printed. Oh, damn it. It's true. Gold can't be printed. But are you aware of why we left the gold standard in the first place? To finance wars. Well, not just wars. It's a whole lot of other things too, isn't it? Suddenly, there's a whole lot more currency floating around the system that can be used to do all kinds of things beyond just go to war. So you seem to understand that by leaving the gold standard, we were able to finance a lot more things. Are you gonna throw? Yeah. Come on, you asshole. Yes, the US went off the gold standard during a lot of different wars. Damn it. And then it turned out we could just not be on the gold standard. And that the currency would truck along just fine. And in fact, we would be able to continue financing things that weren't wars. Which is good, actually. Financing through inflation, which makes people poorer? Generally speaking, no. It doesn't make people poorer. In real terms, standards of living have gone up. So I'm not exactly sure what you mean. The average American right now is materially far more wealthy than at any other point in American history. And that is enabled to a degree by the method of financialization that we have. Like, what is the actual benefit that you think we would get from returning to the gold standard? I'm curious. Standards of living have increased greater than the rate of inflation for most years, but as you can see now, with great wealth inequalities, with asset bubbles such as housing where people cannot afford housing, this is due to inflation. No, actually, it's not due to inflation. It's due to the hoarding of wealth by the upper crust of society. And that's something that we could fix fairly easily through taxation. But something tells me, dear chatter, that you are not a fan of that method of fixing inequality. So, I don't necessarily understand exactly how, you're like ceding the ground to my argument, but instead of, like, doing anything about that, you're just saying, like, yeah, look, sure, most years, the standard of living outpaces inflation, and that's great. But, inequality gets bigger, and that's why we need to give up the increases to the standard of living that is provided by the means of financialization that we have, as opposed to continuing the pace of improving standards of living. Just taxing the wealthy to keep their wealth from being hoarded in the upper tier of society without it being actually put to any use. No. There we go. think actually this is a wall that can be blown up. Also, it's true, inflation has more causes than just the Federal Reserve. Amassing gold will cause the opposite of inflation, deflation. So if someone became Scrooge McDuck, sat on all their gold and didn't spend it, it would actually lower the prices of everything, preventing elasticity. Wow, why can't I say that? Elasticity is a pro. It prevents government from spending through inflation, like funding endless wars like the USA. So first of all, gold can absolutely be subject to inflation. And second of all, the wealthy then just hoard their wealth in other forms. Like, it's not that difficult to figure out exactly what happens when you switch to the gold standard, because like we have quite a long history of having used the gold standard. Yeah, like, also keep in mind that, like, a lot of the technology we take for granted today was enabled via the financing mechanisms that you take issue with right now. You know, like smartphones, CDs, GPS, all of those were able to be funded because of the method of financialization that we used. So, I don't know. It just seems like you're not making a particularly compelling argument to return to the gold standard. That's all I'm trying to say, really. Like, can I use this? Does this do anything if I fire it? No. If they dare come out in the open field and defend the gold standard as a good thing, we shall fight them to the uttermost, having behind us the producing masses of the nation and the world, having behind us the commercial interests and the laboring interests and the toiling masses. We shall answer their demands for a gold standard by saying to them, you shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns, you shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. Yeah, where's that quote from? Wait, the wealthy absolutely do not produce more than workers. What are you talking about, bud? I'm sorry, but can the CEO of Starbucks make billions of dollars without the labor of the baristas? I don't think so. William Jennings Bryan? Sounds like a smart dude. Oh god, what a Chad. Please stop. There we go. God damn. Yeah, you know, when a rich dipshit's kid just happens to inherit the company, you know, they're being real productive, you know. They've really built something. They really contributed a lot to society by just sitting back with a passive income. Uh-huh. Ah, damn it. Oh yeah, no, Ayn Rand was one of the biggest hypocrites of all time. No. No. Damn it! Okay, I'm still alive. Whew. That was a close one. Are you guys following me up here? You guys being little dipshits? No? Okay. Whoo! Damn it. Why, Mr. Reardon? Why? Ooh, we got a Mailbreaker sword. Ooh, we got an S-Stock. When did we get that? Oh, no. There we go. Oof. Scared me there. No! No! Damn. It's true. Gold did make a very good currency for a very long time. It just we have better currency now.
Over understanding by ignoring this.
Right, okay. I'm gonna have to kind of just like two things. Well, one, I wouldn't say so. Obviously, yes, everybody is affected by patriarchy, but I think that it's important to understand the distinctions between how different people are affected. You know, the way I'm affected as a man is not the same as how a woman is affected. And I know you're going to say, well, yeah, sure, but you know, there's all sorts of differences within the category of women and men. However, I think that it's also important to understand that historically, within understanding what patriarchy is, and also understanding how misogynists understand patriarchy, it makes sense to say, okay, well, if you're somebody who generally fits into what would be considered a man, and I should clarify, I don't think gender is easy to define in gender critical perspective, but I also don't think that just
actually, you know what else was a really good currency? Those fucking giant wheels in you guys know what I'm talking about? The wheel currency? Oh my god. I can't use this weapon. It locks me into a orientation. Yeah, those giant stone wheels, okay? Let's just switch to that. Let's just switch our entire society to using stone wheels as currency. Cuz you know, they're really hard to forge. They don't rust, they don't break easy. Like, goddamn, seems like nothing but upsides. Are you gonna tell us some more medieval? Oh yeah, yeah. You guys want to know about the stones? Here. So, I think it was, yeah, Polynesian stone money. They're called rye. You can actually still find them all over the islands. And they were essentially these, let's see if I can, I'll just throw it up on screen. They were basically just these giant stone discs And the people basically invented financialization, because at a certain point they got so big that they were almost impossible to move. And at one point, one of them was being transported between islands in like a massive trade deal, and the ship carrying it sunk in a storm. And basically everyone was like, well, we know the rye is down there, so let's just keep using it. So basically they invented this transferal of value via a stone nobody actually physically possessed. And it was still in circulation for several hundred years. I was thinking they'd be way smaller, not the size of Flintstones wheels. Yeah, no, like they're actually colossal. And they were perceived to have value because there were only a select few places where you could source the stone, and then obviously it had to be whittled and chipped away and stuff. So yeah, and they were often just unmovable. You would just keep track of who owned which stones. I don't know. I think that'd be a much more fun currency for us to use, frankly. You want to be rich? Go work in the mines. Go work in the quarry.
Saying, well, it's completely up to self-identity.
Cuts down theft too.
Because
yeah.
the people who actually are oppressing men and women based on different understandings of patriarchy are doing them in very different ways, and they're doing them based
actually
on
kind of
gender
similar to like a cryptocurrency.
I don't think it makes sense to have a completely different sense of
or just a currency divorced from like
you're critiquing.
I don't
because
inherent
I think you're
value.
not able to communicate as easily.
We can't. In what way can I not communicate? Like, as a person who recognizes that gender is a product of self-identification, what am I missing? Like, what can't I describe? What understanding am I lacking in?
I'd say that's a good question. I'd say there's loads of things that gender critical theory explains better than queer theory. But one thing I'd say it does is I think it makes it easier to understand the oppression of gender non-conforming people. You know, you look at the big focus of transgender politics. A huge amount of it is people should be able to go to whichever bathroom is they identify with. People should be able to go to whichever abuse shelter is they identify with. But according also to queer theory, somebody being a drag queen, somebody being somebody who dresses up like a woman, or somebody being, you know, a kind of autogynephilic, you know, don't want to use like meme terms like sissy, somebody who dresses up as a woman for sexual pleasure.
Autogynephilia is a pretty memey term, considering it's not used anywhere in academia or medicine.
I know, yeah, I know. But that's the term I know, so that's the only one. But, you know, somebody who gets
that's the term I know. Even though I know it's wrong.
They might consider themselves to be a man. And the issue, I would think, is, well, hold a minute, aren't those people just as likely to be subject to all sorts of horrible treatment in a man's bathroom or in a man's abuse shelter as somebody who considers themselves to identify as a woman? So it seems to me.
Yeah, but how do I not know that?
Well, what I'm saying is, it seems to me like queer theory muddles.
Commie Hunter. Commie Hunter. Genuine question for you.
Dealing with the experiences and the.
Are you just unaware of, like, if we return to the gold standard, that would cause chaos? Like, you know that if, like, the Biden administration came out tomorrow and said, hey, everybody, we're returning to the gold standard, like, immediately every financial market would collapse. Immediately the entire economy would plunge into chaos and anarchy, and like everything would be fucked. Okay, so your argument is we should just fuck ourselves for the benefit of what exactly? Why? Fuck ourselves? No, it wouldn't be fucked slowly over time. It would be immediate and catastrophic. What are you talking about? There's no slow way to return to the gold standard. No, there's not. The instant you announce that the United States is returning to the gold standard, everything gets fucked. There's no positive outcome for that. Everything turns to chaos. Oh, there we go. Oof. Shortcut, baby. Yeah, I don't know. The argument that, like, oh, well, we're fucked anyway, might as well fuck ourselves faster that doesn't really... Like, what am I getting out of this? Like, why would anyone want this? Why would the average person want this? Exactly. Like, what does the average person get out of fucking all of us over immediately? We will eventually get hyperinflation and everyone will be wiped out Venezuela style. They'll introduce a new fake fiat and restart the process. Okay, well, a couple of things first. You do know that there are numerous ways to deal with inflation, right? Like, it's not just, oh, well, you see, inflation happens and there's nothing you can do about it, and that's why we need to return to the gold standard. No, there are plenty of things we can do about the gold standard, or about inflation, without returning to the gold standard. So, like, why not do those things and not fall to chaos instead of, like, doing what you propose and immediately fucking everybody over for no real benefit? This is like saying, well, at some point you're gonna get arthritis in your toes, so you might as well just amputate your entire foot right now, which seems like the silliest thing. No! God damn, so many of them. God damn. Whew. This is a rough time. Because government's appetite for deceits will never be sated. You do know that, like, governments are run by people, right? So, like, even if you got rid of the government, like non-government entities and groups would do the same things? Just with no check on their power? Nope. Oof. Oof. Okay, I think I can go and light a torch here. Government doesn't have any checks or balance. It does what it wants. Are you familiar with democracy, sir? Are you familiar with, like, elected representatives or, like, the concept of democracy? Or the political process? You don't support democracy. Gotcha, gotcha. So how are you going to keep in check, you know, businesses, for example, that might want to, say, enslave people? in your libertarian paradise. Do 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 do. Going down to Georgia. Do 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 do. Because, like, it just seems to me that if you don't believe in any kind of governing authority, then it would just become businesses acting as de facto governments. And that just seems not great. That just seems like you reinvented feudalism, bud. Common law enslavement is aggression. People will defend themselves. Who's enforcing the common law? What? Who's enforcing the law? Enslaving people isn't good business? Wait, do you think having free labor is bad for your business? How is having free labor bad for your business? Labor is the single greatest cost to any business. So how is having it for free bad for your business? Legend of Sean, if you get me the vid, we can watch that, yes. Oh, I have no Estus flasks left. I'm gonna go get those back. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna go level up and get another charge on my shard, on my Estus flask. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Is that a shard you've here to see luck? However,
I'm going for blackout on my bingo card. Excellent. Emerald Herald, best girl. Well, I don't think she's a girl, so I don't know if we can say that. It's true, chat. You guys got to light up. Otherwise, Kami Hunter won't be able to respond. He'll get too shy. Okay, we got 3 charges. Wait, is she a dragon aspect? Yeah. She's either a dragon aspect or she was like created in an attempt to be a dragon. I forget exactly what happened there. Come on down. Come on down, boys. You know, there's plenty of you up there. Aw, KBS, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate that. Man, I really wanted them to come down here, but they're too dumb to climb the ladder. Okay, good night, Dragon Princess. Could this be the chatter call-in? I mean, if they want. No! Fuck! Also, chat, we have now been going for 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, enjoying the vibes, throw some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg. I would really, really appreciate the support. There we go. Everyone's wealth should be kept in my memory and my memory alone. I will be the wealth keeper. If I forget how much money you have, you never had it. No more theft, no more inflation, no more deflation. All fixed. Ah! Ah! Why? Stop! God damn it! Ah, Mint, thank you for gifting a sub to Kami Hunter. Appreciate it. Thoisum, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate you. Over on riverboat.gg, where your subs become even more powerful. Just got gangbanged by those guys, though. Did we get the ANCAP Sam Cedar debate? I didn't see it in chat if we found it. I always enjoy talking with ANCAPs. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. All right.
The oppression of people who are gender non-conforming, and the reason it does so is because, and again, the big focus is on.
I consider myself
women,
an ANCAP.
whether they're trans
Yeah,
women or cis
of course
women,
you do.
should be allowed to go into women's shelters, because trans women are likely to face all sorts of issues.
I just don't understand how you expect to be able to enforce like law without a government, or prevent businesses from becoming governments of their own. Okay, here we go again on my own, down the only road I ever known. There we go.
Issues in a man's shelter, in a man's prison, or anywhere else. But I would say, well, hold on a minute. What about men who are gender non-conforming, who are in the exact same situation? Their issues are bulldozed over in the interest of how it's all about.
How are they bulldozed over?
Because of the focus that you have, which is 100%.
You're perceiving the focus. I've talked about all of this before.
My name is
You're
Pate.
inventing limitations of existing queer theories so you
journey
can
hither and
criticize them
thither
for going
on a
over
sort
certain
of
people. If you
treasure hunt,
sincerely
you might
believe
call
that TERFs have a greater degree of
Be careful
concern
out
for
there.
gender
There's talk
non-conforming
of
people,
unsavory
many of
bandits
whom
who
will
prey
then
upon
later go on
travelers
to be
like yourself.
transgender, than queer theory, which has long
Oh,
been a
yes.
shelter for,
You'd be
both
cool.
academically
There's
and
treasure in
literally,
there for
the
certain,
concept
but
of
the
gender
end- I saw the
nonconformity,
same
then
design
I'm not
earlier,
entirely sure
and
what to
I was
say.
with this
The
warrior,
idea,
you
the
see,
idea that
and
people are
he's
oppressed
the rather
based on
brusque
various
fellow tried to
characteristics
swipe the
associated
lid
with their
for
gender, it doesn't
himself.
begin and end with
I still
identity.
have the gent's
It's very
ring,
well
I
right
do
to
hope.
recognize that some people who identify as a man, who are cisgender men, who are still more feminine or gender
I'll leave this one
nonconforming
to
might
you.
also be subject to certain
I'll leave it-
patriarchal, elements of oppression. But I would never deny that. I mean, that's not a limitation that I have.
I think that the focus it puts on, because you look at historically the oppression of these people, you look at where we're coming from, you look at the society that we exist in, that we're criticizing, bigots do not care. And you think about, okay, and this is just an example that I think of, which I think perfectly encapsulates this. I was an old man, doesn't matter who the old man is, but I was watching TV with him, and do you know Eddie Izzard, the comedian Eddie Izzard?
I do not.
Okay, he's a comedian in the UK who performs in drag, and he identifies as a man. He appears on TV with makeup on.
Eddie
and
Izzard no
this
longer
old man,
identifies as a man,
this,
by
let's
the way.
be honest, bigot, says, ugh, like he's disgusted to see a man in drag. Now, my point is that the experience of that man, of that old bigot, judging that person for being
Yeah,
gender
Susie
nonconforming
now.
is identical whether or not Eddie Izzard identifies as a woman or a trans person. So for me, it doesn't seem useful to take this exact same identical type of bigotry and turn it into two different types of bigotry.
Okay, but my question is, if you go to minarchy, what's preventing like an authoritarian from seizing power? Like, if the entire government consists of only the military, and the courts and the police, what is to prevent an authoritarian from just seizing power in that system? Oh. Hello. Sorcerer's staff and an amber herb. Like, it seems to me like you put all of like the military power and coercive threat of the state under a single apparatus with none of the accountability that the checks and balances of our current bureaucracy bring. Which I would say seems like a fairly large problem. Like, and it seems like you're fairly, like, worried about stability. I would hope I don't need to point out to you how unstable such a system would be.
Well, I see you managed to escape.
Fuck you.
I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this. It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand. Well, be careful.
Okay, I haven't gotten any answers to my enslavement question or, like, power grab question. Those seem to be fairly large and unaddressed flaws in your ideology. Look at the U.S. government, cut out everything, all the alphabet agencies, just keep the courts, military, and police. Yeah. But what mechanism would prevent any kind of, like, coup by the military, police, and courts? Like, what mechanism? Because the United States has other bureaucratic structures that prevent, like, you know, like a militaristic takeover. So, like, what prevents, like, a single strong leader of, like, the military, for example, stepping up and being like, yes, I'm the leader now. This system now works for me. All your wealth, give it to me. Money me, money now. Like, what stops that? Starscream theory? Yeah. Oh. Fuck you. I'm the leader now. Oh. The hell? There we go. Goodness. Sent Mint the link, it's a good one. Also, keep in mind, you can post links without having to go through a mod over on riverboat.gg. Speaking of, I'm the leader now. Money me, money now. Over on riverboat.gg, you can gift subs. You can click the dono button. There's so many things you can do. It's an exciting new world over on riverboat.gg. It's the place to be. Wait, you don't want the FDA? What's to prevent someone from selling, like, I don't know, some kind of pill that gives babies cancer and claiming it actually heals their wounds? Like, what prevents that? Or, again, you're talking about eliminating all of the bureaucratic structures that enable and protect our democracy from falling to a military dictatorship. And I'm asking, like, what you would keep in place and what mechanisms you would put in place to ensure that it doesn't become a military dictatorship. Courts will sue them? Okay, what if they just pay the fine? Like, if they made enough profit off of selling baby cancer drugs, then, like, they can just pay the fine and continue doing their shit. Okay. Damn it. Okay.
This is Max. I'm calling in from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Max from Minneapolis, Minnesota. What's on your mind, Max?
Well, a lot of things right now, actually. I think I emailed you guys the other night. I said I was asking about whether or not you guys still did the whole...
Wait, it's not in the interest of the manufacturer to sell poor products or products that kill their consumer? I'm sorry, have you not, like, paid attention to, like, the entire history of selling products in America? America literally kept lead paint around for like 100 years after other countries outlawed it because it was just cheaper. And like, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people suffered as a result. Or like when they sold like baby formula in Africa and it like poisoned children. Yeah, asbestos. Cigarettes, baby. What you mean? You mean capitalism would just allow someone to sell a product that would kill you? Yeah. The entire tobacco industry. What, you mean capitalism would allow that? A company that just causes rampant destruction? Yes! California has a gigantic power corporation that causes hundreds of millions of dollars in wildfire damages every year. Yes! That happens all the time. No one's forcing you to do baby formula. Well, here's the thing. There's also a thing called marketing, right? And in this marketing, they would tell people that lead paint was perfectly safe. In the marketing, they would tell people that tobacco doesn't cause cancer. In the marketing, they would convince mothers that they needed baby formula because the baby formula was healthier than their own breast milk. People were victims of their environment, and they didn't have access to other sources of information, which again is not something that would be guaranteed under your system because the corporations could just make deals amongst themselves to throttle information and direct consumers to predetermined outcomes. So again, it's your system seems heavily flawed.
Debate the what was it, libertarian anarcho-capitalist thing.
Sure. So what do you got?
It's true. The government does allow companies to sell cigarettes. That's true. Do you know what the government doesn't allow companies to do? Sell or market cigarettes to children. Because prior to the government intervention, the number one demographic that they were trying to sell sell people on cigarettes was children. No. There we go. I don't know. It just and none of those tobacco executives were ever like arrested or brought to court, or brought to trial. And you know what? They wouldn't be brought to trial in your system either, because guess what? The companies would just bribe the judges. What mechanism would prevent that? There we go. Do. Should be the parents' or individuals' decision, not the government. Okay. So let me get this straight. The world you are proposing would be one incredibly prone to being a military dictatorship. Where the military dictator could simply seize the wealth for themselves because there's literally nothing preventing them from doing so. And on top of that, it's a world wherein people could just sell, like, snake oil to like, children and babies and people who don't know better. And I guess I'm just confused. Why would anyone want that? Like, what upside could that possibly represent? I think I have to go through here. Hope this isn't a boss battle. It's not. Excellent. Gonna go light another torch. I don't really know why I'm lighting torches, but it seems like an okay idea. Someone... Okay.
Well.
Again, what's preventing someone from bribing the private arbitrator or the court? Like, there doesn't seem to be a system in what you're proposing that would, like, prevent anyone with money from easily abusing it. The broker rating book scheme is a prime example of why sectors can't self-regulate because they won't and lie and say they are. Yeah. I don't know, like Purdue Pharma, like, basically got doctors to, like, tell people that narcotics were good for them, you know? And even though they're facing, like, historically large fines, it's still, like, less than what they made off of fleecing people. It was still a good business decision for them to fuck so many people over like that. If you have an insurance agency and use an arbitratory to make a decision for a court and they are corrupt, you won't use them? Why not? Like, I guess my confusion here is mostly, like, the idea that you want to use a different court. Well, what if the other person says no? Oh, okay. What if they want to use a different court? Here, you know what? Let's all listen to this together, shall we?
Whatever you got to throw at me. People have asked me why I'm an anarcho-capitalist, why I think this is a good ideology, why I like it so much.
Okay, can I just say before you start, you cannot have both of our words at once. You have to choose one. Either you're going to take anarchist or libertarian from us, from the far left, I mean.
No, you can do whatever you can do whatever you want. You can explain to us now. All right, so I miss Jamie. So why don't you explain to us what these are? What is a libertarian anarcho-capitalist?
Well, it's where somebody is allowed to have the freedom of the state to whatever means necessary, and someone can just basically do whatever they want in a organized boundary where they're not allowed to let anybody in or anybody out without any sort of regulation.
Okay, what's the who's going to
There
organize this these
less-
boundaries?
The hierarchical society.
And how is that hierarchical society that is stateless now? How is that going to work?
Well, it's capitalist. It's one of the few things carried over from a capitalist society.
So the one thing that so what you imagine is that basically our leaders will be the richest people in the country, and they will organize things for us.
That's what capitalism is. Anarchy, wherein people are allowed to buy whatever they want at whatever asking price they are asking for. It's basically a haggling system as you can have in, say, the diasporas or the cities in Israel. When I went there, it was you would say, I want
in the shuk. In the shuk.
Yes, like that. The markets, the bazaars. When you would go there, you could ask. They would ask 500 shekels for a soccer jersey, and you could say, well, I want to pay 350, and you could start haggling from there. You could say, well, you could say 475 for like 450.
No, I understand. I understand how haggling works. Now, so wait a second. So in the society you imagine, Max, what if the richest person, right? Let's say, because as we transition into your version of the society, right? Like the capitalists who have all the money, they're going to be the ones who organize everything, correct? As you said, they're going to be the organizers because this is the hierarchical society that you're talking about. What if they say like, hey guys, I have $1 billion. Guess what? I just bought the shuk, and all you little guys, bye-bye. And now Max goes in to bargain with this one owner, and he says, I want that soccer jersey. And the guy says, 500 shekels. And Max says, I want to pay 300 shekels. And the guy says, all right, goodbye. Good luck buying it somewhere else, because we've cornered the whole thing.
Well, then I could just buy it somewhere else. It's not.
No, Max, I just said they've bought it all up. They've bought out every other little stall that's there. Those little tiny stalls, they couldn't compete with this billionaire. So where do you get the shirt now, Max?
You buy it anywhere else, I guess.
Well, I just told you there's no other stores. He's got a monopoly.
Oh, Michael, I miss him.
Max?
You
still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, dude, what do you do?
I'm just listening to the people in the background. What's up?
Well, those guys.
You have a wonderful day, bro, and I'll see you again soon.
No, forgive Michael, please. He is rude. He's rude.
I got something in my eye. It has nothing to do with this. I'm not listening, believe me.
Max, I'm asking you, what do you do now?
Well, then well, I can. Well, one, I could either revolt. I could shut down his market. I could try.
How are you
going to
shut down his market? He's got $1 billion. You got.
Let's see. Say you insure a car. Someone steals your car. You make an insurance case. They go through the court process to make you whole and collect from the aggressor who stole your car. Fast forward, the insurance agency denies your case because the aggressor paid them off. This would permanently destroy the agency's reputation, and no one would ever use them again. They would go out of business. Are you familiar with insurance companies fucking anyone over? Like, say in like the healthcare industry, my friend. Are you familiar with how health insurance works, my friend? My good friend, Kami Hunter. Literally the current system we work under with insurance has people being denied insurance claims, leading to people dying. And they don't go out of business because, frankly, people don't have that many options when it comes to insurance companies. And most people do not have the capital to just start their own insurance company to try and muscle out an otherwise monopolized area of the country. Like what? And this happens now with more protections. And people die because they don't have health insurance coverage. So like your example where like an insurance company screws you over, they're not going to go out of business, bud. That happens literally every day. Government is in bed with the insurance in the US. It is in an insurance company's best interest to deny you every single shred of care, okay? That they possibly can get away with. And that is incentivized by someone richer than you paying them off. What are you gonna do? What is the mechanism by which you shame this large multinational, possibly, insurance company into going out of business? Like, you tell your story to the world, and then what happens? Exactly. When other people in your area can't get insurance coverage from another company. What do you think? What do you think happens? Government doesn't even have to like come into the equation here. Because we got state marketplaces. We can have multiple insurance companies in an area, but that doesn't seem to result in these large insurance companies going out of business when people die because they're denied coverage. Reporters and suing them? Well, it would seem to me that what the insurance company would do in the case where there are reporters, it would seem to me that the insurance company would simply pay the reporters to not do bad press. Right? Like that's obviously what would happen in the system you're proposing. Like, obviously, if you are a company, it's in your best interest to rig the system as much as possible in your favor. So, like, why would they not just pay off the reporters to not report poorly on them? If they even felt like they had to, because again, I don't think a story about a car is going to stop people from working with the insurance company. I'm sorry for your car's loss, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. The market will put them out of business? How? Why? They own and control a larger share of the market than you do as an individual. How are you going to force them out of business? How is your story going to move the entire market? It doesn't seem... Well, the numbers just don't add up on that one, my friend. What happens if people can't move to a different insurance company? Because maybe the insurance companies have an informal deal with each other that they only operate in certain areas? Oh, true. There's really no structure that would prevent a formal deal from existing, so they could just make formal agreements amongst themselves to monopolize certain areas. It's true. Sorry, I forgot that, like, there was literally nothing preventing them from doing that. Mild-mannered Pate? Thanks. Sellsword Lewitt? Okay. Boy, howdy. I love having assistants. Are they... Okay. Let's go, babies. Boss battle time. Yeah, crazy how that seems to happen, Legend of Sean. Government already enforces that. They prevent interstate competition. Well, yeah, but are you familiar with how internet companies work? Internet companies informally monopolize areas between themselves. That happens right now. And all I'm pointing out is insurance companies would likely do the same. Ow. Oh god, it ripped off its arm. This is not a good spot for this fight to happen in. There we go. We did it. Hang on, this giant kind of caked up. First try, baby. Is there anything in here? I forget. No. Okay. Only lies. I'm really sad you're not doing a ladle only run. I don't even know where to get the ladle.
Got what? 150 bucks? You got the 300 shekels?
Throw it. That's the beauty of an anarchistic society. I could throw it over.
Stop using a word that's not your word.
Wait a second. How would you throw over that?
Oh my. What do you mean? Oh my god. Anarchistic is not like. You're saying hold on. You're claiming anarchy as a word,
No. All right, listen, don't get distracted by that. Don't get distracted.
No. You can't just claim a word like that. This isn't like.
You're right. You're right. She cannot. I agree. Now let's get back to the scenario we were talking about. Let's say, like, how would you overthrow, let's say, Bloomberg News?
Just assassinate the guy.
Oh, okay. I understand that. I understand what you're saying now. So this is going to lead in your anarcho-capitalist world. The way it's going to work is monopolies and then assassinations.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool world, man. Do we get jetpacks?
No.
I didn't think so. All right, buddy. I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Such appropriation. It's really triggering for me. All right. Remember, folks, and caps or whatever you want to call yourselves. It's a culture, not a costume.
This is not beanbag.
Anarchists oppose hierarchy. The more you know.
Stop it. Knock it off.
I mean, I listen.
By the way,
listen.
no. To be fair, can I just say, most legit answer to that question I've ever heard.
Right.
I mean, everybody else is just like, I asked them. They want to meet. We could have a free exchange of ideas. Assassinate them. Okay.
I will say,
not what I want, but that was by far
also,
the most intelligent answer I've heard to that
and
question.
That's why I had to basically wrap up the conversation because I really don't have a response to someone who is suggesting we can develop a political system that would be based on monopolies that would be dealt with by assassination. I mean, that is... I can't really argue.
You're cornered.
Right.
You're cornered.
It's like agree to disagree on what kind of world you want.
Exactly. If we're not...
500 shekels, eh? Watch your back at the souk.
Oh,
It's hard to argue when you can't agree on the basic terms.
Less concerned about the direction of the conversation, it would have been really like, how do you go about organizing the assassinations when all of the private death squads are owned by the same billionaires?
Well, I'll tell you how you do that.
How do you get to the assassinations when there are no roads?
Oh, no. No.
Nice.
That's how you do it. You get Bourne to do it.
Wait, so then Jason Bourne is operating as some type of like social service worker for people that aren't billionaires. That doesn't sound very capitalist.
Exactly. He is the one. That's the one thing you need is the pro bono social services top assassin spy.
So then they can see, like, I will concede, even though I'm a libertarian, we need a government provision for one thing, which is a Jason Bourne style assassination
squad. Sort of like the Jedi, but not so futuristic.
It sounds lit.
That's actually pretty awesome, dude. That was the best libertarian call I've ever had. Respect.
That was it. I mean, there you go.
Oh, excellent. This one's a longer one.
All right, folks, welcome to the fun half. Let's go right to the phones. Calling from a 510 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name's Thomas. I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Thomas from Los Angeles. What's on your mind, Thomas?
Well, I just want to say that I did not expect myself to be calling in and agree with so much of what you said on the show so far, but I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and I'm calling in to debate with you because I feel that taxation is theft and governments are inherently immoral. And the reason that I initially went down this road was from an anti-war perspective.
Okay, well, how does taxation being theft, why is that necessary to believe to be anti-war?
Because taxation is used to pay for war. The income tax first started to fund war.
Okay, and do they have to? I mean, they also pay for other things too, right? I mean, they don't have to. That's just a decision that we as a people allow to happen.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily. Are you allowing the war or the stuff that's going on in Iran and Iraq right now to happen? Are you allowing that?
Well, no, but I'm also not allowing stock buybacks either, and that's happening. I mean,
what's wrong with stock buybacks?
What's wrong with stock buybacks? It is a manipulation of the stock market. It is I mean, to the extent that it used to be illegal, so much so 40 years ago, prior to 40 years ago.
I mean, without using, appeals to authority, like something being legal or illegal, what's immoral about a company buying pieces of their own company back?
What's immoral about it? Well, a company only. What is a company? What defines a company?
A group of people, putting together and providing goods and services for society.
No. What's a company? What do you need to be a company? To be incorporated?
Oh, well, that's a government enforced thing. I mean,
Correct.
The idea of incorporation only exists as a legal shield of liability for the business owners to prevent them from, having their own assets seized in the case of bankruptcy or things like that.
Correct.
A corporation is inherently government
What's a TIF?
agreement. Corporations are protected by government. You remove government, corporations don't exist. You just have people providing voluntary goods and services to the society.
Correct. And of course, you wouldn't have a stock market, right? I mean, how would you enforce that? How would you enforce the contracts that were involved in a stock market?
Well, we would be getting into theoretical territory because something like this hasn't ever existed, but you could certainly provide, a dispute resolution organization, for example, if there is a demand.
What would be their source of authority?
The market.
The market would be the source of authority for a dispute resolution? How does that work? Like, you mean like for instance, we're going to give you, we're going to rate your bonds AAA. And why do we do that? Because we get our business from you.
Business A and Business B sell gadgets. They currently sell for $10 on the market. Business A and Business B collude to corner the market and increase prices to $15 to make maximum profit. Selling these gadgets is now very profitable. Entrepreneurs will arbitrage and start selling this product below this cartel. Consumers now buy the cheaper products from this entrepreneur, and the cartel is forced to lower their prices or lose market share. Why? Like, why muscle in? Why muscle in? Sorry. My thought got jangled. Why would you look at this market situation as an entrepreneur and choose to go into this one, taking a huge risk, by the way, because you do not have the same startup capital that these people are sitting on. If they've been running this this racket for a while, for example, they're going to have a larger war chest, so to speak, which means that if you come in to try and undercut them, they can just deliberately undercut you for longer than you have capital. We see this happen right now with Walmart coming into small rural towns. Walmart will come into a town, they will undercut the businesses that are in that local town, and run them out of business. And there's nothing that those local businesses can really do because they don't have access to the capital that Walmart has. So I don't really know why you're trying to set up this hypothetical when, like, your hypothetical on its own merit, like, beats the argument you're trying to make. You know, like, the entire point of Walmart is coming in and monopolizing different locations, right? Now, you can try. There are plenty of entrepreneurs who could try to open a small store in one of those rural towns in America. But something tells me that those entrepreneurs, even if they're incredibly wealthy millionaires, do not have the ability to undercut Walmart for as long as Walmart has the ability to undercut them. You know? Seems like a flaw in your system.
Everything will go perfectly. Don't worry about your derivative mortgage bonds, because we've marked them AAA. That must mean they're great, right?
Well, that would work in the short term, certainly, but in the long term, you're going to lose trust as an organization, and people will no longer trust that rating agency to provide valid ratings.
Really?
And so a competitor can.
What are the name of the trading?
Monopoly gets Walmart gets government subsidies. Okay, even without government subsidies, Walmart would still be able to outlast and undercut any of their competition. The government subsidies certainly help them to do that, but, like, Walmart is a multinational billion-dollar company. They can outlast, I'm not going to say any competition, but almost any competition. And other people who have the ability to, that would have the ability to try and, like, come in and force competition with Walmart have way more profitable things to invest in. Like, to be completely frank with you, right? Like, why try and muscle in on Walmart's territory when you could just muscle in, when you could just start a business and create your own grift, you know? Walmart doesn't get government subsidies. Well, it kind of does. It gets them in a sideways way, insofar as, like, Walmart's employees are on food stamps and such. But without the government, I suppose they wouldn't be getting those subsidies anymore, and I don't know, maybe their workers would have to, like, sleep in Walmart apartment buildings attached to the stores. Then they'd have to, like, work and live in Walmart, and that would in turn mean that they would have to only buy their products from Walmart. It'd be much harder for them to get their products outside of Walmart. And it would seem to me that, like, once you have your workers kind of, like, living in the Walmart complex that you've built up here, it would seem to me that, like, at that point, why even pay them money at all? Why not pay them company scrit, you know? That seems like it would be a much more lucrative option. Hey, they're not old company towns, okay? There are plenty of company towns now. They're still trying to do that. Well, I mean, once we hit the point of no one paying taxes, then we don't have a standing army anymore. I'm not entirely sure how you get, how you'd prevent, like, other countries from coming in and invading, at that point, but, yeah.
What really? If that's the case, what are the name of the ratings agencies today? Are they any different than they were in 2006?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, I can tell you, they're not. And because your entire theory went out the window. Because they all rated.
Like, what does the government have to do with JD Power and Associates?
JD Power and Associates is not a bond rate.
A standing army protects the government, not the people. Are you not familiar with, like, the history of warfare? Like, I've studied, like, I have a degree in history, and I just don't know if you're genuinely ignorant or, like, woefully naive. Like, you think the army, like, why would other countries not invade the libertarian paradise you've constructed? Like, tell that to the Jewish people in the Holocaust. Tell that to the entire cities burned down by Genghis Khan. Like, Genghis Khan on a whim, like, ordered tens of thousands of people to be beheaded and a gigantic pyramid of their skulls created. Like, I don't know what to tell you if you think that, like, well, the armies only fight armies. They don't fight people. Like, what the fuck is... What? No. That's silly talk. It would not be economical for them to invade a libertarian country. It would absolutely be economical. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If the United States didn't have a standing army, North Korea would just be like the big cartoon, like, wolf eyes, you know, from, like, Looney Tunes or whatever it is. Just, awooga! And, like, they'd send, like, their 15, like, cardboard submarines over here to invade and take over. And then they would just enslave the population. Like, what are you talking about? It wouldn't be economical. Of course it would. don't feel like I'm ready for this fight. I could try and fight the Pursuer, though. There's nothing stopping me from fighting the Pursuer right now. You know what? Let's go.
Rating agency. Listen,
right.
the bond rating. Listen. Let me tell you a little story, because I have a feeling that you're probably not old enough to remember this. And I'm not appealing to authority. I'm just telling you. Prior to 2008, when we had a massive financial crisis that caused the immiseration of millions of people and the loss of houses, right? You'll recall all the rating agencies were rating these bonds that were being sold as AAA bonds because they were so sound, that they were so sure to pay off, and they were garbage.
What repercussions did they face for this fraud?
Virtually none.
Right, because the government is complicit in all of it.
The government, there was an attempt, the government, to decouple and to put restrictions on these agencies, but the corporate forces pushed back on it.
This fight sucks.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, Google Al Franken and bond rating agencies, and whether or not they should be able to, be paid by their clients.
I
mean, that's the system you're suggesting, right? You're suggesting that the market actually pay for the arbitrators of what they're doing, whether it's a bond rating agency or whether it's dispute resolution or whatnot. And I would posit to you that there's about a half a dozen ways in which that goes sideways. One is that they don't have a monopoly of force, therefore no one listens to them. Or they're being paid by the people they're supposed to regulate, and they don't regulate properly because it's not in their financial interest.
I just have to say, you know, like, it doesn't matter if there's a rifle behind every blade of grass. First of all, like, you're aware that there are larger things than rifles, yes? Like, that are not feasible to, or economical to possess. Good night, Irked.
Interest to do so.
Why are those the only two options? Why couldn't it be that me, as an investor, I hire a completely independent rating agency to look at somebody's books before I make an investment?
Oh, you can have an auditor do that, and then I can have an auditor do that. But what if that company also? Well, excuse me. Let me finish. What agency would you? Let's just do hypothetical. ABC Accounting, right? Well, guess what, dude? I'm a company. You're just an investor. I hire ABC Accounting to do my books. Bingo.
But why is ABC the only company? I mean, in a free market, there'd be ABC, there'd be DEF, there'd be GHI, there'd be JKL.
Do they have to disclose to you who their other clients are?
I mean, if I want to be if they want my business, then they would be wise to disclose all.
What
of
if
that.
they don't? What if? How would you know?
Let me finish now. The companies that want my business would be as open as possible. They would have open books and say, these are our clients, this is who we pay for. Like, if they want my money as an investor, that's who I'm going to go with.
I got news for you. Me as a major corporation, I'm not going to hire ABC auditing if they're going to tell you who that they represent me. I would like a little client privilege. I would like a little bit of.
Be the one that to go to.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you know that they're actually? Are you saying there has to be a governmental law that they have to be transparent, or do you just guess that they're being transparent?
The market demands that they be transparent, and so if that is a market demand, then companies that want to make money.
What is the market? What do you mean the market demands? What does that mean? The market demands.
Market demand means that's what investors want. You're the market. I'm the market. Everybody is the market. Combined, we become the market. If the market wants, meaning you, me, any investor wants to invest in a company, then you can pick
how does the market know that you're being? How does the market know that?
What? Go ahead.
How does the market, you, me, everybody? How do we know that? How do we know the company's telling us who all their clients are? They have no legal obligation to do so, correct?
Trust is huge. You know, how do you know that when you buy a package from Amazon, it's going to come delivered to your house and it's going to keep the money? That's how they stay in business long term.
Well, it's also illegal for them to do that.
It's good for them to build up trust with the community and have their ratings actually be worth something and not dog shit like government ratings.
Right. So according to you, that companies never do stuff that, like, for instance, like, you would never see a situation where, I don't know, somebody says, hey, this new form of opioids is not addictive, so you should prescribe it.
Well, I mean, you'd have to be a moron to believe it.
Do you know how many tens of thousands of people die each year now because they became addicted to that? Because doctors because
that question
the distribution.
Do you have any idea how many morons die each year from self-inflicting, poison into their veins? Yeah,
Okay.
I'm well aware.
Are you aware? So, how many morons would you say make up our society?
How many morons?
Oh, a lot. That's why democracy is inherently immoral. Democracy is not rule. I don't want to be ruled
It's true.
by morons.
It's true.
I see.
People shouldn't even be allowed to vote. That's
Who
why I'm an anti.
gets to choose who's the moron?
But, dude, you choose for yourself. I choose for myself. No, I don't choose for you. You don't let morons rule your life. You rule your own life.
So
I have a moron. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to say one thing. I don't normally do this anymore. But right now I have a moron and a chief moron enabler ruling my life.
Well, there you go. I'm not going to defend Trump in this conversation.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Oh, well, if you're calling me a moron, that's not an argument because you fail to realize that I can be a moron and completely correct. Maybe I am a moron, but that doesn't make sense. If you want to tell me why I'm wrong, you have to make an actual argument.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you may be right that the vast majority of people in our society are morons, and that you think it's okay that by nature of them being morons, that they should be subject to things like addictive substances that end up killing them because they're
by their doctor.
that are prescribed by their doctor, by their doctor. Huh?
They're subjecting themselves to it.
So how many have you ever been to? Have you ever do you have a disease? Have you ever had to go and rely on a doctor for serious medical advice?
No, I take good care of myself. I don't have.
How old are you?
I'm not being
How old are you?
I go jogging. I exercise.
How old are you?
My healthcare costs are effectively zero.
How old are you?
I am 32.
Okay. Now I got some bad news for you, Chief. As someone who's about 20 some odd years older than you are, it's coming. And you're going to go to your doctor, whether it's for whatever it is. Like, I mean,
the vast majority of healthcare costs are preventable. The leading cause of
Oh my
death
God.
in America is
This
heart
guy
disease.
thinks he's going to live
Perfectly
forever.
preventable. I go jogging. I'm not going to have heart disease.
Okay.
Tell me, what am I going to suffer
Great.
from when I get older?
Great. You're not going to have heart disease.
Why
Congratulations.
do you put me? Why do you put me in a position like, yes, exercise and diet are very good and very important, and we should create a social system where everybody, including people like yourself, morons, can access those things. But, dude, you are not going to live. You're not going to be immortal because you eat a carrot. You know that, right?
Certainly. But I can
certainly,
extend
all right.
my life and the quality of it.
So, but I think what Sam is saying is that at some
unless you have a
point,
genetic predisposition to cancer,
right,
and something like that. Now, presumably, let's just work. I got a little hypothetical for you. You have cancer. You have cancer because you are genetically predisposed now to cancer, and you go in to see your doctor. And your doctor says, I suggest that you do X, Y, or Z. And you say, well, I'm not a moron. I'm going to get a second opinion. And that doctor says, you should do TWX. And so you're like, well, they both said X. Do you really have the ability to assess, though, what's happening? I mean, we had doctors all across the country who were prescribing this for this medication for stuff that ultimately we found that they shouldn't. That the corporation absolutely absolutely knew was an addictive, far more addictive substance than they were suggesting to the doctors, that they were gaming research. We had an FDA that was not that is not equipped and should be strengthened, and we should have stronger laws. We had a
So you're against
we had a regulatory system which obligated the distributors of these drugs to report on spikes that they see in the way that this was being prescribed. But because corporations have cut away and eat away, and people are against government, excuse me, I'm not done. Because people like yourself think that it's unjust for a regulatory agency to tell a distributor how to do their business, we have weakened laws that did not allow for that reporting. So we didn't find out until way too late that a town of 200 people are getting a million OxyContins, and that's almost a literal figure, being sold to them over the course of a couple of years. I mean, so now I know there's a ton of morons out there, but guess what? They live amongst us. So what do we do in a society where we have all these morons? Do we just wait for them to all die?
No, we remove their power altogether.
And so what, should we just use them for energy? Should we just like put them into some type of situation where we can suck their life force and use them for spare parts?
I don't follow. I mean, why should I be responsible for what they choose to put in their body?
Right. Well, I guess I guess
that we burn their bodies for fuel or anything. I'm not saying that.
Oh my God.
That, that's their problem.
I'm not saying that, but
I'm not going to get addicted to something that's an opiate. I'm not going to take that and put that in my body.
Okay. And you're sure you're not eating anything that's
that guy is gonna change his tune the minute he breaks a bone. The minute he goes out there and like breaks his femur, okay, he's gonna change his tune. He's gonna be begging for all of the opiates. Hey, Starbitsy fan.
Carcinogenic. How do you know this?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't. I've eaten some junk in my life.
Right. But what are you defining as junk? How do you know these things about nutrition?
Well, I mean, it's just basic evolution,
Basic evolution? Well, obviously can't be basic evolution.
I mean, we evolved to eat certain things, like fruit. The reason fruit tastes good to us is because it has a source of nutrition that our body evolved to enjoy the taste of. Cats don't enjoy the taste of fruit. Cats are carnivores. They enjoy the taste of meat. Humans are omnivores. We can eat anything.
Right. Well, I mean, but my point is, how do you know about nutrition?
Well, I'm not a nutritionist, but I mean, I know that fruits and vegetables are good for you.
Why?
You got to get protein.
Why? Because they're sweet?
Protein.
You know they're good for you because they're sweet?
Well, corporations will abuse our body's taste for salt, sugar, and fat, three things that our bodies require nutritionally.
How do you know that our bodies require that nutritionally?
Oh my God.
How do you know that our bodies require that nutritionally?
Let me finish. That corporations hack these necessary
I know this. I know what you're saying. My audience knows this. They're not morons. But I'm asking you a question. How do you know what constitutes good nutrition?
Well, I guess I would have to talk to a nutritionist to know exactly.
How does the nutritionist know what constitutes good nutrition?
With oatmeal and almond milk, that's a healthy breakfast.
Listen. Maybe I am talking to one of those morons. I want you to listen to my question.
Well, that's not an argument.
Where does what we know about nutrition, where does that come from?
People who study the biological and chemical makeup of...
Where has the funding for the vast majority of that work come from?
Just because slaves grew all the cotton doesn't mean that cotton can't be grown without slaves.
What?
Like, you're making an argument that the government pays for these organizations to provide health and nutrition guidelines, but are you, like, I'm the moron here, but you fail to realize
Cotton is a commodity that. What is the commodification of nutritional information? What is the broad? Cotton was a commodity such that it drove the economy of the world. How much of a market do you think there was 50 years ago for nutrition and even things like awareness about what cigarettes do to you?
Well, people who care, made it a point to find out.
People who care made it a point to find out? So you're suggesting that you would have the ability to do massive nutritional studies 50 years ago as a 32-year-old making whatever you're making today, that you would dedicate millions of dollars.
Guys, this is the fundamental error of, like, libertarians, okay? Every libertarian seems to be under the delusion that they would be the ones with, like, billions of dollars. And if they ever ran into anything, the market would fix it because the market just desires their dollars so much. As opposed to the dollars of any other schmuck. It's ridiculous.
Of your own money to finding that out? Or would you just rely on a fad diet book?
I mean, that's essentially what Tim Ferriss did. He's not a government agency. I mean, what's to stop anybody from doing this?
You don't think Tim Ferriss? You don't think Tim Ferriss has based his research? You don't think Tim Ferriss bases experiments on the foundation of literally millions upon millions of dollars of government research that fund a huge percentage of his guests, frankly, on his show?
Well, why couldn't anybody else?
Who?
Why can't people voluntarily provide these things?
Who?
Why does it have to be sourced from stolen money?
Why didn't they?
Why didn't they?
Aw, Matt Leck.
Because the government steals money and does it. It's hard to compete with that. It's not a free market. If it was a free market, then
if it was a free market, everybody would be eating like a paleo diet or an Atkins diet or the Hollywood diet. And that's what we would learn everything our nutrition from, although, of course, a lot of that is based upon governmental work, too.
Well, right. It's hard to compete with, somebody who goes around stealing money from people. In a free market, if the market has a demand for this service.
I've been doing the Bonanno family diet. It's Mediterranean based. They stole the money from bookies for the research.
I mean, look, I follow his argument in this very isolated part of the debate, right? Like, it's kind of like when people say to me, oh, you're against capitalism, and yet you have a phone, and that was created by capitalism.
Absolutely.
Like, that's the dominant mode of
it's
production.
the same
That's
argument.
how we make things right now.
The same argument.
It doesn't mean that we could not also produce phones under a different mode of production called communism.
Well, we could produce that would involve a lot of taxation. So let me ask you this. What does the word steal mean?
To take something involuntarily.
Without legal right or permission, is that correct?
Well, yeah, that's the dictionary definition. I know where you're going with that.
Oh, okay. What is the definition that you have in your own particular language?
Say that again? I didn't hear you.
Do we have to all subscribe to your language, or are you just going to go by what the dictionary means?
I have my own language credit agency.
I mean, you're using the word steal because you want to say that the government is taking the money from me, you personally, and don't like it.
Take it right out of my paycheck. I don't hand it over to them.
Right. I understand how taxation works.
If I stole money out of somebody else's paycheck, it would be stealing. But if the government does it, then it's not stealing all of a sudden. Like,
That's correct.
You're not a representative governing body.
That's correct. That's correct. There are two different things. Government is different from you.
Why is the government different from me?
Because
what special are they magic? Is the government a magical entity that has different rights than I do?
Am I magical? Because I'm also different from you.
Well, you are your own person, but the government is magic because you can't steal from anybody either. If you stole from your neighbor, the government
The government
can steal from you and your neighbor.
the government.
You're not magic. The government is
The
magic.
society has organized in such a way where they feel that the only competent way and efficient way to help as many people in society as possible is to designate an authority that we limit in terms of what they can do. We limit through what we call civil liberties. There are limitations that are built into the Constitution. There are mechanisms for the people to limit the government's authority. Happens all the time.
I don't like this area of Dark Souls
Constitution
2.
working out in Iran right now.
In Iran?
Yeah, the Iranian situation. How's that Constitution working out for that?
How's the Constitution working? How's our Constitution working for it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not.
Like congressional approval, like the Constitution says we're supposed to?
No, I agree. There needs to be congressional approval for it.
Nobody's obligated to follow anything on it.
So
what's anybody going to do? It's just ink on paper.
Well,
that can't be the place that we draw. You know, that's an appeal to authority. You have to make an argument from first principles.
So you're saying that logic from first principles. If I make a logical argument, then Donald Trump won't bomb Iran.
Wait, say that again?
If I make a logical argument, then Donald Trump won't bomb Iran. Is that what you're saying?
No, unless Iran personally attacked us on our homeland, then there is no reason to attack Iran.
I agree.
Wait, we want to talk
That's just an opinion. It's your opinion. It's my opinion, too.
I have my own credit agency.
We want to talk about first principles. I would like to know that you and I are operating within the same ethical framework, and the way you seem to think about other human beings does not convince me that we are. Like, I believe that we have a collective responsibility to everyone in society, and that none of us are free until all of us are free, and we have a responsibility to provide a decent life for everyone.
Why do I have a responsibility to provide a decent life for somebody who's 400 pounds overweight on diabetes medication, can't even walk? Why is that my responsibility?
For the same reason I have to listen to you on this call, because
we're all in this together.
Let me just explain how arbitrary your perspective
Call
is.
J.D. Powers and
I mean,
Associates.
Jamie's is
He's a fat
arbitrary.
guy.
No, it's arbitrary. It is
Oh my
arbitrary.
God.
Jamie's is
Michael.
arbitrary, but yours is arbitrary. Why can't I come and why? Hold on. Why can't I come? Why can't I come
Why
and
can't
blow your
Sam
face
Cedar
off?
come?
Because that would be a violation of my property rights.
But, dude, why do I care about your property rights? That's not part of my first principle. My first principle says your property rights don't count for crap. My first principles in this universe that we're talking about, this hypothetical, that anybody I think is a moron, I can blow their face off with a gun.
Yeah, so you're
fair.
advocating slavery and might makes right.
I'm advocating might makes right. Yeah. In this hypothetical. In this hypothetical.
You're a slaver. That's a
I'm a
real
slaver.
good argument.
I'm a
to make,
slaver.
Sam.
I'm a slaver.
arguing from property rights.
What?
Everybody has an individual.
Wait, you're arguing
right
for property
to their
rights,
property.
and you're calling me a slaver? I got some bad news for you. I get some very bad news for you about what slaveholders thought. But be that as it may, my point is that what you're taking is an arbitrary position, and I'm suggesting.
My position is not arbitrary.
Yes, it is. You've just decided what your first principles are, but they're arbitrary. They didn't come from God. They're not etched in stone.
I don't know what my first principles are.
It doesn't matter what they are.
Well,
All first principles are arbitrary.
If you don't even know what they are, and it doesn't matter what they are, you're not making any argument.
All first principles are arbitrary.
No, they're not.
Of course they are.
Is gravity arbitrary?
Gravity is not a principle. It is a physical trait.
First principles comes from physics.
Okay, what's the physics?
What's your first principle?
my
then?
God.
What's your first principle?
Well, first principle is just working out things
What is the scientific basis for your first principle?
These
Do
people
they
are
exist
silly.
somewhere out in space?
Wait, I just want to hear
silly
this. I want to hear, like, what is the scientific, that in the absence of man, right? Because you're talking about a physical property. In the absence of man, tell me about your first principles.
Yeah, the place that I am arguing that rights come from is what you're born with. You are born.
I just said you're talking about physics to me. You said that they're physics. You just compared your first principles to gravity. And I want to know, in the absence of man, of humanity, what first principles exist that you're talking about?
Yeah, what scientific instruments can you use?
Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me repeat the question, because every time I finish it, what first principle exists in the absence of man? Like gravity.
Property. You have a right to.
How can property exist if it is a relationship between the physical world and man? How can that exist before man exists?
This guy is all libertarians. This guy is all libertarians.
Then animals. Let's say animals don't exist.
Yeah, that's why I'm a vegan.
There it is.
Don't vegetables have property rights?
Sam's head just exploded.
Why would vegetables have property rights?
They're alive. They exist.
No, actually, I actually have a very. Oh my God, I'm in this.
How can they exist?
I'll explain precisely. No, look at what the Jains say. They have a more coherent worldview than you do. They don't eat food that does not. They only eat. Some of them only eat fruits or nuts because they fall from the trees. They aren't picked, and they wear surgical masks so they don't accidentally breathe in bugs. So you're basically genocidal. You're committing genocide right now. Do you have a surgical mask on? Do you have a surgical mask on? Do you have a surgical mask on? You're violating the property rights of bugs, and I demand that this call end because I'm losing my property rights. Right now.
I realize that it's
because Sam is a slaver.
I will let you have the final say.
I'm not really able to get a word in edgewise in any of this.
Because you can't answer it. Because you're violating my property rights.
I would love to provide it, but nobody's allowing me to make any arguments.
You have the last word. Last word.
Crapping all over me.
Last word. Last word.
All right. Taxation is theft. The government is inherently evil and immoral.
Okay. Thank you for the call.
Wow, what a perfect synthesis of all the debates that
We're wrapped up. We really rolled this weekend to a.
Did you know gravity is like saying taxation is theft?
I did not.
That's what they're trying to find out at CERN with the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson is a very possessive subparticle, subatomic particle.
You know, I was talking on Twitter with somebody last night who's a vegan and an animal lover and a lover of humanity, and they said that they're convinced that having compassion for animals can teach people to have compassion for other people. I think what this caller shows us is not necessarily.
That's true too.
I think what these vegan callers are showing is that there's essential nutrients that
Let me just do this post.
That was lovely. I enjoyed
But they do not make it as they please. They do not.
No, I don't want to listen to this. Okay. There we go. We all miss Michael, I think. I think that's fair to say. Do you want the playlist again?
Bearer of the
yes, please.
Seek lest this.
Do. Excellent. 4 more levels. My weapon grows ever stronger. My blade, the fire longsword +3. And it scales with a B on miracles. Nice. I think. Wait. Oh, it's faith and intelligence. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna have so much faith. Gonna have so much faith. Hey, Vegeta Attack Final Flash, how you doing? How are your nights going, folks? How's it going, man? It's going pretty okay. How you doing, Jerry McLaren? Fucking hate you, by the way. Oh, that's too bad. Why would you come to a place where you're just gonna hate people? It seems like a poor use of your time. Can I click the button a lot? Nah. Howdy. Honestly, these people need to get better if their goal is to insult me. Kind of bittersweet hearing Michael again. Yeah. Oh yeah, you sent me the playlist. Also, chat, we've been streaming for like 5 or 6 hours now. You should support me. Give some subs, bits, exclamation point tips. I'd appreciate it. We're just having a chill Friday. Let's see, we need...
like to listen to you. I'm a libertarian. We spoke before in the past. My name's Blake from Arkansas.
Excellent.
I was hoping that maybe this afternoon we could, you and your audience and your staff there, we could find some common ground. And it's definitely something that I've long looked for from...
Oh, you're trying to be mean. It might mean something, except I know if any of you guys posted face, you'd look like fucking troglodytes. You like, I would ask why you guys are so lonely, but like, I know why, right? I know why. I know why you guys are lonely. And it's because you're hateful, and you're spiteful, and you're sad, and you're lonely. And you're lonely because you look the way you do, and because you hate the way you do. And you could fix both of those things, by the way, but you won't. Because, I don't know, maybe your moms didn't love you enough, maybe your dads didn't love you enough, maybe your dads hit you a little too much, but, you know, that's just too bad, you know? I hope you guys get better. Maybe you guys can go to therapy and work it out. I'm trying to figure out why it's suddenly doing, like, a lot of screen tearing. It's so weird. We were having such a smooth experience. Maybe it's Majula. Here, we'll try this. There we go.
the left of the political spectrum. You spoke of housing needs today and costs.
Whatever.
And you also spoke, I'm not sure about
they
today,
can't post
but
face.
certainly
True.
in the recent past about violence from the youth of America. And what I would like to propose to you guys about school shootings, that kind of thing. Youth, like the 19-year-old that shot down the kids down in
I don't know if we'd characterize it
like
as
that.
youth violence. I think we'd characterize it as gun violence, but okay.
Okay, but violence nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, the correlation between this and many other social ills, to me, I mean, it's statistical, it's not deniable, is broken homes that affect, obviously, housing, housing prices, material costs, food costs, waste, energy costs, all kinds of things, things that are relevant and on the issues of the left. And what I would ask from the left, from your staff, from everybody that you're in contact with, is for them to actually come up with
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Ariana Jasmine, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How we all doing? How we all doing? We got a couple transphobes in the chat, so that's fun. And we're watching Sam Cedar debate libertarians for funsies, because we got a couple of wild ones in chat today. Welcome, folks. If you guys don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And today, I spent a lot of my time cleaning and did not have time to look pretty for stream. So, I'm just playing Dark Souls 2 and chilling. Taking questions. If you guys got any questions for me, I'm a trans lady. I'm also a socialist. If you guys want to know about either of those things, let me know. But welcome. Hope you all get cozy. And yes, if you guys don't follow Ariana Jasmine, go do it. Go correct yourselves. Okay? Transphobes can catch these hands. Hell yeah, they can. Also, if you guys want to be in the on-screen chat, just come on over to riverboat.gg. That's where we have the on-screen chat. We got a lot of cool people over here. Plus, no ads. So come on over. And those of you who've been watching, I'm going to give you a little bit of an ad plug, because we've been streaming for 5.5 hours. And I would really appreciate the financial support, because this show brought to you by viewers like you. Are you willing to detail your skincare routine? Absolutely. For 5 subs. Cumulative. You just 5 subs from all of you. Like, not total. Not you each. You guys know what I mean, okay? It's been a long day. Trans people are my friends. Hell yeah, they are. I know one of you guys was complaining I wasn't answering your questions. What are your questions? Sorry, I got caught up in ignoring you because I didn't really think you would contribute anything of value to the discussion, but you know, that was mean on my part. Oof, I played fast and loose there. So far, you were correct. Okay. Thoysome, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Chat, we need 3 more subs and I'll tell you all about my skincare routine. I'll even bring out the products and tell you which ones, like what brands I use. I'll give you the full rundown, okay? I'll give you the business. Which game is this? Yeah, this is Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. It's been a while since I've played through this game, and I just beat Dark Souls 1 on stream the other day. Figured I would just continue my playthrough. Oh god. I missed some of the features from the other games. There we go. Come on, guys, we need 3 more subs. 3 more subs! Over on riverboat.gg, where Twitch does not take a cut of the revenue. I played 1 and a bit of 3, and a lot of Elden Ring. I really liked Elden Ring. 2 is pretty good. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's pretty good. People give it a lot of shit, but it's a good and fun game. Is it true that nicotine reduces the effects of estrogen? I'm going to be taking HRT in the future. I'm wondering if I should try to quit. I have not heard anything to that effect. But by quitting smoking, you can definitely improve skin quality. Like your skin condition improves immensely. Seen it happen. But as far as like beyond like skin changes, skin quality is like such a weird thing to say too. You know, that's a weird thing to say. Michael McAllister, thank you for the $5 dono. Now we just need 2 subs or a $10 dono. Let's go, babies. I will go and get my products. Oh, nicotine does also have some clotting factors. That's true. Vegeta. You know Vegeta wouldn't be transphobic, right? He'd just call you, like, the biggest loser on the planet. And then probably murder you. You know, because he's an alien. With a very different moral compass on that one. But I get the feeling that Vegeta doesn't shit on people for being trans. Just a feeling I get from watching the show. Speaking of trans issues, I've recently found myself in a weird situation with my long-lost sister that is apparently a detransitioner. Oh. Well, definitely give your sister the support she needs. Detransition is rough. Like, when it doesn't work out, like, it sucks, you know? There we go. Why would Vegeta give a single fuck? Because he believes in honor. A thing both of these people seem to lack. Let's see. Yo, Thoisum, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I'm gonna beat this guy with the large sword, and then I will show you my skincare routine. Okay. Oh, damn. There we go. Oof. Alright. I'm gonna run away from these guys. And go back to the bonfire. And then I'll tell you. Show large sword? Nah, there's another website for that. Okay. BRB. Boop. Okay. So. All right. Okay. So, when okay, let me I'm a full screen it, okay? I'm a full screen this. Okay. So, also, wait, I'm gonna quit this game first because I think it's having trouble. Save and quit. We'll get back into the game after I finish telling you guys about this stuff. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I'm also going to put some on because my skin's a little dry. Ooh, Bloodborne. Oh, all saying, dude, your PlayStation died? Bloodborne's so good. Maybe I'll play through Bloodborne. Okay. You gotta play. There's so many games I have to play. I started a little bit of this game called Webbed, which is a cute little game about a gay spider swinging through the forest to rescue his boyfriend. It was really cute and fun. I wanted to play it on stream. Okay. So, I really like opening up with skincare with Yawadam. I'll type it out in chat so you guys know. Yawadam. Okay. And they have these really nice toners, and they have a really nice rejuvenating emulsion. Okay? So the toner's really nice. It sinks into the skin really quickly. And that helps to just kind of like prep it for everything else, you know? Additionally, it just feels nice. Kind of like it clears out your pores a bit. And there you go. You just need a little bit all over everything. And yeah, a lot of apples can attest that a lot of these products are great. Additionally, then you want to put on the rejuvenating emulsion, which is just like a really nice, really easily absorbed lotion. And generally speaking, you'll want to do the combo that I just did, the toner and the rejuvenating emulsion, right before you do makeup, because it will moisturize your skin and make sure that your skin doesn't absorb too much of the makeup, which will mean your makeup will last longer and look better. So, you got those two. Both of them, you want them. Okay. Then, I really like Cetaphil. Okay. It's pretty just good all-purpose kind of stuff. Has a little bit of a... does a little bit of moisturizing, but also has a little bit of kind of an acidic content to just kind of get rid of any little bits of dead skin that might be hanging around. Okay. I especially like using it as kind of like an under-eye prep type of cream. Really, I find that it helps a bit with the dark circles under eyes. In particular. Okay. Then, also, if I was doing this in front of the sink, I would use the CeraVe foaming facial cleanser. I bought this a while ago. It lasts a good long while, but it's a really good and hearty like facial cleanser. If you need to like make sure your face is clean and isn't, you know, grimy or whatever. If you have especially oily skin, you know. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Then, if I was just going out, there'd be 2 more steps. And it would first be, okay. So, I'm not the kind of person who thinks that, like, putting hemp in everything makes it better. But I do, I genuinely swear by, Hemp Z. I've been thinking about trying some of the, Sunset Lakes lotions as well, just to check them out. But Hemp's is really nice. It's basically a moisturizer, but it also has a bit of SPF to it. So it acts as a moisturizer, and it provides some basic UV protection. So if you're going outside, I highly recommend it. It acts as a moisturizer and keeps your skin safe from the sun. If you're going outside, you should definitely be putting on some kind of light sunscreen at the very least. That will help keep your skin good for years to come, okay? So I just put a little bit of that all over. And this one you gotta rub in, but like it's a really nice combo of smells too, which I know might be kind of like a weird thing to say, but part of the appeal of putting on lotion, I think, is that it smells really nice, and it just kind of feels nice to have your face moisturized. It's a really good cleanser chat, that CeraVe Gentle Femming cleanser. Yeah, it is really, really nice. You put some on your face and then you rub it in with some water, and it gets all bubbly and gets your face all clean and prepped. And I'll put a little bit on my neck too, just because. You also want to be moisturizing your neck just a bit. Because generally speaking, you want to make sure that your makeup goes down and kind of blends with your chest area. I get really uncomfortable when I can feel moisturizer or lotion on my hands. Same, but that's why I generally like wipe them clean on like my forearm. You'll notice me kind of doing that. Or after I'm done, I rinse them off, you know? Now, if I was going outside, the final finishing touch here would be the Awadam eye cream. This stuff is incredible. Incredible stuff. Just kind of pat it under the eye and up on the bridge of the nose, just kind of in this little under eye area. And you're good to go. I'll do it on this eye. And this stuff just, I like to put this on before bed, just because it generally seems to soak in very well in the night. Okay. Now, there are a couple other products that I brought out here. One is, I've been trying this a little bit as a bit of a facial scrub, and it is a triple moisturizer body scrub. It has, from Hemp's, by the way, and it just has this kind of like, one of the things I don't like about body scrubs is when they have too many of the little beads inside. These beads are natural. They're not plastic, which you can sometimes actually get in body scrubs. And it smells really good. And I just think it feels good. If you're going to do a facial scrub, this stuff feels really good, and it gets real nice and hydrating. And finally, this is just something I do. Probably not like a super big secret. I really like Body Shop, the Body Shop. And they have a product called Body Butter, which sounds gross, but basically just like a little thing. They have different scents. This one is like a honey. This is almond milk and honey. It smells wonderful. And it will make your face pretty shiny. But I just rub it on. Yeah, body butter, just not a fan of the term, but can't argue with the product. So yeah, if you guys ever just see me and I'm like shiny on stream, it's because I just put on a bunch of that. A bunch of those products that I just showed you. And the coup de grace. My partner introduced me to cocoa butter lip balm from Cocoa Care. Or Co-Care? Yeah, Cocoa Care. This stuff is amazing. Because not only does it work as kind of like a nice lip balm, it also moisturizes as well. If you've got chapped lips, this does a really good job of addressing the problem. And there you go. We did it. Good job, folks. We did it. I've never used anything but soap and water. Vulcan Blackfire, give it a try sometime. Because honestly, I never used to use, like before I transitioned, I didn't use anything on my face. After I transitioned, I was just like, oh, this actually feels really nice. It feels really nice to give yourself like a little facial massage and then like smell good, you know? All right. Also, did we ban those transphobes, or did they just kind of fade into the woodwork? I was kind of having fun with them. No? Okay. They just came in, got their asses roasted, and then left? That's fair. All right, back to the real business. Yeah, they had to get first in line to the Biden feminization camps.
Policy to keep families, to help keep families
it's so
together. When families are broken up, mental illness, addiction, alcoholism, suicide, tendencies toward violence, everything increases.
Now, you're making this causal connection between divorce rates and this type of violence. Is that correct?
Yo, no worries,
Not necessarily
Thoysum.
divorce.
And if
but
you need
broken homes.
clarifications or
It's
more
not,
questions,
What's the difference between a
feel free
broken
to
home?
ask.
Wait. What's the difference between a broken home and a divorce?
When biological parents aren't together anymore.
Okay, and
They don't have to be married. Right.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so single parent family homes. That's what you're saying. Not broken homes.
Yes.
They weren't necessarily. I mean, broken homes implies that like there was everybody was living together and then one person left, but it could also be that they were never left, right?
Right.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a causal connection between single-family parents and what? Just
every social ill of America. Yeah.
Okay.
And what makes you say that?
Oh, Radical Maniac!
I
Thank you
don't
for the
have
raid,
to say that. It
Master
doesn't have to
Chef
be my opinion.
Dragoness.
I mean,
Thank
we
you
could
for
talk it out, on a
resubscribing.
person level in an emotional
Hello.
sense. But
How we all doing?
Well, I know we could talk it out in an emotional sense, but I guess
You said it was factual
I'm
earlier, backed up by data. So what is the data?
Yeah, it's reflected in all data. I mean, obviously, I don't have a storyboard here. I don't
Well, you
have
said
a
a
PowerPoint that I can sit here and give
causal
to you.
relationship. So there's if you want to make a correlation argument, that's not as high of a bar than the causal one that you're making right now. So you have to make the causal.
Here's some facts just to get us started. The U.S. has 23% of children live in single-parent homes. The U.K., for comparison, has 21%. So does that
23%? I think that's very, very low. That's extremely low. As
That's
a matter
for
of fact.
Pew Research. Almost a quarter of
Damn
children under age 18, 23%. So.
I mean,
hold on. Let me kick on the computer and let me just ask you a general question. I mean, do you think that the outcome for a child or for a young adult is better with both of their parents
Raiders
together?
were watching
with an
Sam
intact home?
Cedar debate libertarians.
Are the parents arguing and fighting in that home?
Well, I mean, that's sort of,
And I'm
down the line.
farming
I'm talking here
in
generally.
Dark
You
Souls.
can't say one extreme versus the other, and this one's better, and that
Didn't you?
one's worse.
So
I mean, we're talking generally speaking here, right?
All right. So generally speaking,
this is sort of what makes me sad. Like,
Blake,
we can't
hold on.
even
Before you
agree
get
that-
sad, but Blake, I'm sorry that you're sad that we're not agreeing with your
Yeah.
premise that is founded on your feelings about this. But if you're asking me generally, do I think all things?
This caller has major divorced dad energy. Also, Obatma, thank you very much for the follow. And yeah, like Winby and Thoysum, like if you guys have follow-up questions, feel free to ask. Like, I don't know a ton about skincare either, but like, basically, it just really helps to get like a basic product that you like down, and then working from there. I really would recommend the Yawadam stuff. It's like the best skincare things that I've had, you know. And then just do the moisturizer things before bed, because it seeps better into your skin and when your pores open up at night. So yeah, that's basically all you got to do.
Being equal, is it better to have?
Is it fairly expensive for how much you get? Good question. I would say the Yawadam stuff is fairly expensive, but also, like, I would say like purchasing like these items, like, generally speaking, they last me like anywhere from, I would say like maybe 5 months to 6 months. So it's, you know, it's a big not big, but like, you know, fairly expensive up front, but once you have them, like, they'll last for a long time.
Both parents in the home versus a single parent, I mean, I don't know that all things are ever equal because, in my experience, I think my kids are probably faring a little better in single parent homes because of the way that their parents got on when they were living together. And so in general, I don't know if you can make a generalization. I think in some instances, it's better for the kids if there are two people in the home. In some instances, or two adults in the home. In some instances, it's better if there's one adult in the home. But I don't think that the disparity between single-parent homes in this country relative to, say, Canada or, say, England is significant enough to explain the incredible disparity we have in mass shootings. And so without that relationship, what you're saying,
the gift set is great.
As that there's a causal connection between single-parent homes and these mass shootings, as opposed to the far more obvious, we just have much greater access to guns. That's why there's more mass shootings. And not only do we have much greater access to guns, much greater access to more efficient guns. And by efficient, I mean, what is the primary purpose of a gun? It is to kill, right? I mean, that is the primary purpose of a gun. And it is our guns that people have access to are far more efficient at killing large numbers of people. But the access, I would say, is far more efficient in killing people who, let's say, are suicidal. So I think without, you need to do some studies to say the single parenting or single parent homes are the cause of these ills. But
there was one point a couple years ago where there was a couple prominent mass shootings, and I came across a documentary, and they had gone over the last 30 mass shooters and looked at their background, looked at their history, and I think it was 29 out of 30 had grown up without a father, let's say.
Okay.
Not necessarily a broken home.
So let me ask you this. Do you think there is a policy? Let me ask you this, Blake. If you think the solution to this problem...
Oh my God, Mint. Oh my God. I can't say it. I need to show it on stream. One second, folks. This is good. This is good stuff. God. Also, yeah, a lot of apples. Good looking out. A $50 gift set with all of the products is a real good idea. Just paying people $100 to kick Matt Walsh in the balls by Mr. Beast. They will break their legs against those balls of steel, brother. You realize that having balls of steel implies he doesn't have real biologically male testicles, right? Curious. It's an expression. But yes, I believe that man's testes are indeed so hard it rivals steel. What does it mean when a testicle gets hard? A lump or swelling can be one of the first symptoms of testicular cancer. Most tumors do not cause any pain. The lump will usually form on the front or side of the testicle. It will often feel hard, and the entire testicle may feel firmer than usual. What an excellent fucking interaction. This is 10 out of 10. Thank you for sharing that with me, Mint. I appreciate it. God damn it.
Problem is single-parent homes. Do you think there is a policy that you, me, my staff, anybody listening, could ever come up with where there would be 0 single-parent homes in this country?
No, when it comes to human beings, you can never eradicate a behavior.
Exactly.
You can never, you can never end an outcome, but you can improve it.
Okay, you can improve it. All right, fair enough.
What's your solution?
But let's just assume for a moment. I'm just going to grant that there is some, way through, to improve this. I think there are ways to improve it, frankly, but let's put that aside and let's presume that there are things that we could do to improve it. Like free childcare, extending education, things that would take pressure. I mean, Medicare for all, I think, would take the biggest reason people break up, right, is financial in many respects.
And you mentioned mental health earlier.
So
Medicare for all would help with that.
I think without a doubt we could improve those statistics. I don't know how much we could improve, but I do think we could improve them, and to the extent that that is our goal. But if we cannot get it down to zero, and I think that we could,
Well, Winby, I think an excellent way to do it is with moisturizing. It's not a very noticeable thing to do, and it's something you can do privately, and I've found it to be fairly affirming, So maybe it's something you could give a try.
it's almost impossibility to get it down, I think, significantly. I mean, we see these numbers are in countries all across the world. But even if we could get it down, what makes you think that we could eradicate that subset of single parent families, homes, that end up creating, if you think that's the dynamic, mass shooters? Like, why would that be the case? Because it seems to me that those are probably the most problematic households and the most difficult to fix in that instance. And there's no reason to believe that even if we were to have, I don't think we could, but let's just presume we could, have the number of single-family households in this country, that these mass shooters, if you're convinced this is the breeding ground for them, wouldn't be in that other half that still exists. And so that is not a solution. Even if we were to have the number, even if we were to 2/3 the number of single-family parent homes, it isn't necessarily a fix for this problem. But there is an obvious fix for this problem. And we both know what it is. It's the same reason why people talk about hard targets and soft targets. Do you believe in that concept? Hard targets and targets and soft targets?
No, I don't.
You don't believe that you don't agree with the right wingers who are saying we need to harden some of these targets?
No, I don't.
Okay, I don't either. But the theory behind it is,
hey, Stink Piss, how
we
you
need
doing?
to make it less easy for killers to kill. And there is one thing that we can do to make it less easy for killers to kill. What is it?
I don't know, Sam. The
okay.
call wasn't
Just
geared
chilling,
towards,
talking about
guns in
skincare with my
particular.
chat.
It wasn't even geared toward violence in particular.
Oh.
It was geared toward basically all the social ills that the left, I think, honestly, the right should talk about too, and people should.
So
come up with
what
ideas.
is your policy solution for
Emma,
families?
I was talking to Sam. Now I'll talk to you, and I'll answer that.
Go for it.
Hold on. Let me give permission for my staff to address you and to address it back.
You go.
Go ahead.
Well, she acted mad that I didn't answer her question in the midst of your and I conversation. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
All right, Blake, go ahead.
I don't think that it's out of the question that on a federal level that we enact some sort of default 50-50 shared custody, no child support, so that all parents can be in the child's life if they desire to, if they're able to commit time. There's a whole lot of conflict that breaks up not just the immediate
Emma,
family,
the
but
men
the
are
extended
talking.
family, bonds, friends, community ties. On the other side of a breakup, whether it be in or out of marriage, it doesn't really matter. And it takes an extreme toll on people, mentally, psychologically, emotionally.
Blake, let me ask you a question. I don't want to get too personal. Are you divorced?
I'm split. We were never married.
Okay, and again, I don't want to get too personal here. Are you paying child support?
Yeah.
Was it contentious?
No, it was. Well, I mean, it's always contentious with the child support agency. I mean, they don't care. It's just it's a graph, it's a table. They don't take anything into consideration. Really.
I understand. I understand. So Blake, so your suggestion is the way to, it wouldn't minimize
Damn, it's a
single-parent
savage
homes, would it? It would just make there less acrimony, according to you, if there was a federal law of no child support, regardless of how the two partners are positioned in terms of income.
That's not exactly what I said. What I said was maybe a default 50-50 shared custody agreement with no child support. And if they can't agree to those kind of terms, if that's not, something that they can both fulfill, then it can go to court. But there seems to be a whole lot of ways for people to get back at one another, for people to waste money on lawyers, for people to waste time and energy and stress and prescription pills and all sorts of ups and downs with alcohol. And these things don't do well for human beings, No, well, Blake, and it certainly doesn't do well for the children.
Listen, I appreciate that sentiment, and I was fortunate enough to go to mediation in my divorce and avoid any, like you say, there's always some contention, but any meaningful contention that ended up in court and involved lawyers very much. And unfortunately for your theory, it's got to be it's state law. However, I do appreciate a libertarian who wants that type of action on a federal level.
Were there trolls here
But
tonight?
I
You bet
think
your bootstraps.
what you're talking about, that's not going to diminish the number of single-family homes, and I'm not quite convinced that it's going to that it's going to increase the amount of kids who have parents in their lives. I mean, sometimes, parents just make those decisions. We were just talking about Herschel Walker, who, he sends money, but he has a child who apparently is not very much in his life whatsoever, or vice versa. But I think, you could do federal policies that would inhibit the reasons why people break up, what causes stress in marriages and stress in families. There's certainly an
He
array
also
of those.
put
We
a
just went through that.
gun to his ex-wife's head.
Providing free childcare, providing extended education, providing, and obviously none of this is free. It is all generated by tax revenue. Health insurance. I mean, these are what creates a lot of friction within households. And at the very least, if people decided without the exogenous factors, implicating their relationship, that they wanted to end it, they would be on better terms, presumably, and they wouldn't be fighting over things like, how much of the child support that you pay goes to housing and goes to health care and, maybe child care. Well, if some of those things were picked up by society, you'd be pretty close to what you're talking about, and you wouldn't need to impose, a specific resolution on people. You could create an environment where the resolutions happened more organically.
That's sort of the difficulty that we run into, because the next thing that I would suggest to people is to walk back a lot of the social programs that we have, because it pulls people apart. There's always a soft option. There's always all these programs that you can get on, and programs you can not only get on, but you can exploit, you can manipulate, you can use. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it in my community. I've seen it in my family. My ex does it. We talk as though in that
So
this is helping people out. Well, it's not meant.
You're saying
it's not meant to be used long term. It's supposed to maybe just help you out for a little while.
Well, first of all, that's just simply that's your opinion. I don't know specifically what you're talking about. But why don't you address what I just said? Do you think that if healthcare expenses and also all the work that goes involved in trying to get healthcare, for your family, if childcare expenses, maybe in some situations, housing expenses, were outside, were not as contentious and much of an issue because government providing it, do you think that would have helped in your situation, since you're using it as an example?
No, finances weren't the cause of our problem.
Yeah, but finances were part of the contention afterwards, weren't they?
we've never actually fought over her and I. We've never been to court over custody. I attempted one time and got basically screwed over by my lawyer, but we've never fought over child support. You deal with the child support agency. You petition them. You show them stubs. You say my income's changed.
So what
they
created the
either
contention?
allow you.
What created the contention? Just you guys didn't like each other anymore.
Yeah, basically her spending habits. Private issues within the relationship.
Finances.
That wasn't the primary, but heartlessness.
Okay, well, but Blake,
the way that she dealt with the children. I mean,
okay,
that's like again,
but Blake,
private
this is
issues,
nothing that government
things that can't be fixed.
This is nothing that government can fix, right?
Yeah, exactly, Master Chef Dragoness.
The only thing that I'm
like he seems to be under the impression that like if the government didn't provide social programs, his wife, his former, his former not wife, would have been forced to stay with him. That's what I'm kind of getting away from this.
Asking for people to do is to come up with different ideas, better ideas, walking back of policies, changing things, federalizing things in terms
federalizing
of
things. So we got a libertarian on the.
That's what I just
think
said.
I understand
I just
this
gave
issue
you a
with
bunch
me
of
a little bit more
proposals
now.
that the government can implicate. They can't work on whether you and your wife or.
Well, they federalize child support, so they can certainly federalize some kind of default policy in terms of child custody.
I don't know.
And things like
New York
that.
seems to work different from Arkansas.
I'm sure to a very similar level, all the states have some kind of different.
Yeah, but that's not
policies when it
federal,
comes to
buddy.
Such things
That's
like
not
that.
federal.
Child support is federalized.
Emma's about to lose
Not
it.
in New York. I don't know. All right. Well, Blake, I appreciate the call. I don't know that I'm sad that we did not come to a conclusion, but I appreciate the call.
It doesn't sound like we got anywhere, Sam, but
yeah, I sort of
thank you for the voice.
All right, bye-bye. I mean, 20 minutes, we did not get anywhere. MR Lunchstar says, this sounds like a lino. Libertarian in name only, and I can't.
No, it sounds like someone who's had a personal problem and now thinks that that's what politics are.
They've over-extrapolated it. Yeah. The actual answer for all the problems in society isn't divorce; it's capitalism.
I mean, we have data that shows that there are other countries where we have these same.
Yeah.
We may have a higher amount, but like I say, we have far more stresses on the family than in the vast majority, of the world.
But it's like an evil thing too. It's like that's like a nebulous concept. Like it's not divorce. Like Matt said, it's not divorce that's making this happen.
And if we and it's not generous welfare policies that are making it happen so much here, because as we said in Europe, like we have a higher. It's probably the lack of some sort of support for families and stuff like that that drives it apart and damages humans to the point they can't maintain relationships. It's probably that, not just divorce itself.
Well, I want to say that we're getting good points from the staff today. So,
the bellhops, the butlers. All right.
All right. Let's read some IMs.
Good. All right. Let's see. Do we have another?
We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Brad Palumbo. He is a journalist and policy correspondent.
Palumbo.
The Foundation for Economic Education. Brad, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So now, Brad, you reached out to me. I think it was on Twitter, and wanted to have a debate about student debt forgiveness. This was before Biden made his announcement. Still relevant as to whether or not it's a good idea or whether there should be more of this. And so we figured let's do this. So let me just, before we get into the specifics about this, let me just ask you just a couple of questions. These are just straightforward that I want to just get a sense of, like,
sure,
give people a sense of like, what your perspective is on this. Are you for the idea of free college at all?
No.
No idea.
No.
Okay. And what about like free pre-K education in this country, like preschool, pre-K?
I've done a lot of work on higher ed policy. I can't say I've given universal pre-K fair scrutiny to weigh in.
And what about free K through 12 education?
Yes, I believe in school choice, but I do believe in taxpayer funding for K-12 education.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Because if you had said no, then there's no point in, obviously.
I know you've had some debates and conversations with anarcho-capitalists. I'm not an anarchist.
Okay, well, I just wanted to, no, there's some libertarians out there who I think would argue against state-subsidized K through 12 education. So, I just wanted to get that out of the way, because if we did this for a half hour and you didn't believe in any free education, I think it would certainly color this. Okay, so what is so why don't you lay out your argument as to why we shouldn't have any student debt relief?
Well, I think I'll start by acknowledging college is way too expensive, and we can talk about the reasons why. But I think that student debt cancellation, it really means debt transfer to the taxpayers. And I think it's fundamentally immoral to make other people pay. It feels like these days that everybody goes to college, but actually only 1 in 3 Americans over age 25 has a bachelor's degree. They hold almost all of the student debt. And they also happen to earn a lot more on average. That's why people go to college. So when you ease a burden from them by transferring it on to the general public who all pay taxes, you're essentially comforting a relatively affluent slice of society. Not everybody is, but a better off slice of society at the expense of taxpayers in part who didn't even go to college. So I think it's pretty unfair as a matter of policy. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. It doesn't solve any of the problems. That's kind of the general gist of the position.
Okay, let me start with saying I agree with you. It is a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. And I would like to see a free or as close to free college option in every state in the country as we can get. You know that, and I'm sure you know that the sort of suggested that college is way too expensive. That the price of college today, relative, I guess I had a figure from 1963, is 37 times higher. 37 times higher for a 4-year college than in 1963. And just to give put that into context, $1,000 in 1963 would be worth, with inflation, $9,700 today, $9,700. So you've got the price of college has increased four times more or less than inflation has over the course of the past 60 years, let's just call it 59, I think. So, so I agree with you in terms of the Band-Aid on a bullet hole. In terms of the morality of having taxpayers pay for
he does
debt
have resting
relief
monka
in
face.
some fashion. We do that every day, and we don't just do it for college.
Let me just put it this way, chat. I'm gonna say something that's incredibly uncharitable to this man, but I would not leave my drink unattended around him. Okay, he looks like he is down to do some very bad things. Okay. Anyway.
College students, we do it for people who buy homes, which of course is, I think, statistically even more of higher income people than those who have student debt relief, because we know that about 35% of those people, even though you're talking averages, you're not talking actual means, you're not talking individuals, 35% of them never get a college degree. who have student debt. But in terms of homeowners, we give a mortgage interest deduction, which benefits.
That's not quite the same, though.
Well, it's not this, but I mean, if I rent or I own a home, like we encourage home ownership by giving a reduction in taxes, and that is in terms of the government, right? Which, if you look at the ledger, that means less money coming in than would otherwise come in because we give them a tax deduction.
Yes, but there's a moral difference, if I can just say, between letting people keep more, and I actually don't support the mortgage tax deduction, to be clear, but there's a pretty big moral distinction between letting people keep more of their own money and transferring money from one party to another. So I just don't think they're real. It's kind of apples and oranges.
All right, I want to get to this whole thing you keep hitting with morality, because, you know, we can talk about morality, but I think people could say it's immoral to benefit wealthy people who can afford a house as opposed to people who can't and rent. But, I mean, morality is, you know, we can get to the morality question. But we also do that we subsidize businesses all the time.
Asher.
I imagine you're also against that. I mean, so it's not.
Two wrongs don't make a right, though. We shouldn't do more bad things because we already do some bad things.
Well, I don't necessarily think those things are bad, and I do think sometimes, you know, doing the same for one group of people as we do for another can balance out things. In fact, but we also, I mean, you don't agree with any type of government subsidies on anything except for K through 12. You're okay with that?
I mean, I'm a classical liberal, so I believe in a small role for government, you know, national defense, interstate infrastructure, right? I'm not a total anarchist here. Education to some degree, right? The reason I view college is different.
Let me ask, just while we're there, how do you make that distinction between the education you get through K through 12 and the education you would get through, let's say, K through 16?
Almost, Bill Casey.
Well, the biggest difference is you're an adult versus a minor. The other one is the bare minimum that you need to participate in society. But college degrees, like I said, a lot of people still don't have them, and they earn you $1 million more on average over your lifetime, right? They're an investment in your future earning potential. And I think it's fair to ask people to pay off an investment in themselves rather than they get the huge increase in lifetime earnings, but other taxpayers who didn't go to college have to help pay for that. That's part of why I think it's pretty unfair.
Can I just say that I think the $1 million average thing is a little bit misleading because it's the classic case of if Bill Gates and I walk into a room, the average wealth that we have is in the billions of dollars, and I can assure you that I do not have billions of dollars. I mean, so when we look at that, we have a wealth inequality issue here. But we also know that, like, when you talk about the value of a college education, accruing an extra $1 million in terms of, a lot of that also has to do with wealthy people, right? Like, I mean, I think you must observe this as well, that, like, depending on the college you go to and the money you have when you enter into that college, the value of that degree is actually enhanced by how wealthy you are when you enter into that college. Because you get money, you get jobs by networking. I mean, this isn't a blanket statement, but in the main, the fact of the matter is wealthy people, if you control for college, make more money. If you're wealthy at age 18, you're going to be that much more wealthy at age 55, regardless if you control for college education or any other factors, simply because you swim in a sea of wealthy people. So my point is just that figure can be misleading in terms of.
But there's another aspect to it, though, Sam, which I think you're right. Obviously, it takes money to make money. There's some social capital. Like, all of that's true. But on the other hand,
I'm not saying it takes money to make money. I'm saying that when you're from money,
I trust none of the
social networks.
Yeah,
sure. I'm sure that's true. It also matters a ton what you choose to study, though. And if you look at the different majors, they have huge differences in their starting salaries. And this is information that young people know going into their college. When they're sophomores, they're choosing a major. They have this available to them.
I really hate how the argument these people make is like, well, you're just a moron, you know? You're just a moron if you got an English degree. You know, you're just a fucking nincompoop if you chose to do something that isn't profitable. And it's just kind of like, I can't imagine living your life that way. That sounds so sad. It sounds so, like, I don't know, lacking. It just seems like, I don't know, if you're shaping your life around what is profitable rather than what you are good at, or like what fulfills you, like you're in for a bad time. Like, you only got the one. You only got the one life. Like, do the thing that you like to do. Someone tried to kill me? What's going on here? Ah, someone is trying to kill me. I see.
It is, I think, legally required, but I'm not 100% sure. But almost every college has this. Our graduates in this department earn this on average. And if you choose to study something like philosophy or poetry or anything, they might be very great things to study, right? But you know that the starting salary for that's going to be $40,000, $50,000, and you know we need STEM majors. So when you take away, when you socialize the cost of education and you push it onto taxpayers with cancellation or with free college or whatever, you're removing that market incentive. If people actually had to pay for their own college and pay for their own student debt, it would drive more people to the in-demand areas like STEM because they pay more. And that's actually what we need. We need an educated workforce, but not all degrees are created equally. We don't need more people in many different majors. Where there's in healthcare, in STEM, there's a huge shortage. But as soon as you take the costs and benefits away and push them onto taxpayers, you no longer have those market forces pushing us towards productivity. And instead, people can study whatever they want. They can study for how many years they want. Another angle on this, Sam.
Well, hold on. Let me just take you there, and then we'll get to that. Because in the world that you're talking about, only wealthy people would study art. Only wealthy people would study philosophy. Only wealthy people would study English. Only wealthy people would study civics. Only wealthy people would study archaeology or study anthropology, or only wealthy people would. Our humanities would only be dominated by people who enter into college wealthy because they would be unencumbered by the concerns that you're talking about in terms of, like, I need a return on investment here. I mean, you're talking about, just to be clear, I mean, and different people can have different opinions about this, but the society you're talking about is where we do not provide higher education to people who are anything but wealthy in terms of just being educated. Right? Like, you need to go in, and really for you, higher education should be strictly vocational.
It's an investment.
Strictly vocational for the non-wealthy in this
country. Your college degree isn't going to earn you enough to be able to pay for it, yeah, I think it's probably not a good idea. If it's not a good individual investment, I don't see why it would be a good societal investment. I mean, yeah, it's not that only wealthy people.
I just want to be clear. You don't think that there is value to society to have a wide range of socioeconomic people be teachers, or be archaeologists, or be social workers.
Also, keep in mind that, like, literally the business end of things that he's talking about, like, oh, we need people to be in STEM to make sure the businesses go vroom vroom. Keep in mind, like, they also need people with, like, English degrees and, like, history degrees and, like, who have the skills to do human resources. Like, they need those people too. Otherwise, the companies can't function. Otherwise, the communications come out like, horribly misspelled, or they come out with like random capitalization and punctuation. You know, like even businesses need people from outside of STEM. Because guess what? If you're gonna be doing like if you're gonna be doing stuff like advertisements, well, you kind of need to make sure that you're not like accidentally just being like, hey, we really like this pinwheel design. We're gonna use it in our advertisement, and then like, oops-a-daisy, you accidentally just tried to advertise your product with the swastika. You know, like, yeah, they need this stuff too, otherwise their companies fail horribly. I don't know. Just an extra thought.
But they can still be those things. They're just, let me give you an example.
They're just going to live in horrible debt.
I had a gym teacher in high school who went to Brown. And let me tell you, my public high school, I'm sure, pays their gym teachers far less than they deserve to have to put up with kids like me, right? She shouldn't have gone to Brown to get a degree in physical education. I'm sure she's buried in debt. I even have talked to her about it. She should have gone to Salem State in Massachusetts, where she could have gotten out with minimal debt. Or she should have gone to a community college and then a state school for 2 years to get that bachelor's degree.
Did she know she wanted to be a gym teacher when she entered Brown?
She chose to major in physical education, so I don't know what else you'd go. I mean,
physical therapy. Maybe she wanted to help kids. And I'm aware of Salem State. I'm from Worcester, and so you know.
Oh, okay. I'm from Bellingham originally.
All right. Well, yeah, that's what I figured. Bellingham. But okay, so and I would imagine when she went to Brown, the cost of Brown was also significantly cheaper than it is.
Well, she's pretty young. She's not that much. She wasn't that much older, so I'm sure it was still pretty crazy expensive.
And so we should, in your perfect world, elite universities where you get exposed to different people and different ideas and where you would have a commingling of socioeconomic strata, that's bad because the market doesn't favor that. We should not.
No, it's not that it's bad, Sam. So it's that we'd have to have one of two things. One, these universities like Harvard they give huge amounts of financial aid, first of all, and that's great. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. Secondly, you could still go. All you'd have to do is go to a private bank, convince them to give you the loan, which they'll do looking at an ROI. Will you be able to pay this back? And we're not bailing out the banks in my scenario, so there's none of that happening.
We did do that, though. We do. I mean, now we own. I mean, as a government, we own a lot of debt that originated as private.
But I'm against. But you know, I'm against that. And so what you'd have to do is you'd have to go to your private, because I think the federal student loan programs have been shown to really have jacked up the cost of college. Every dollar they give out in loans.
We'll get to that in a minute. But
okay. But I'm saying in a private system, it's not that low-income people or people from modest beginnings wouldn't have access. It's that they would have to say, okay, I'm going to go study engineering. A bank will give you a loan if there's a good chance you'll be able to pay it back.
But also, not everyone's good at engineering.
That would be a thing. Right now, they're crowded out because the government does all the loans, and then taxpayers are ultimately probably going to be on the hook for a lot lot of it.
Okay, I mean, I think to the extent that taxpayers are on the hook for all the tax cuts, I mean, that we have.
Tax cuts aren't the same. That's people keeping their money, Sam. It's not the same.
No, it's not their money. It's not your money.
It's your money. The money you earn and get a tax cut on it's your money. Hey, you earned it.
Dude, that money's the U.S. government's money.
Not if they let you keep.
Pick up a piece of paper on your desk.
Okay.
Tear it. You are safe from the government coming after you. Now do that with a $5 bill. You're not allowed to do that. It's the government's money. We have it, they print it, and we have ownership for a period of time. But the fact is, it's the government's money.
So you think everyone's incomes are actually just the government's money that they're going to let us decide how much to have? I think we have very different views of property rights, which I knew that coming in.
100%. And we also have a different view of what is valuable to society. In my mind, it is valuable to society to have an educated population, even if that is not measured in the amount of money that they earn.
Those market signals are telling us what's in demand, what our society needs. We need more doctors. Right. We need more engineers. We don't need more English majors right now. And when we do, the salaries will go up.
But aren't you guys for human freedom and expression? Isn't that the big thing that like folks who are
Absolutely,
libertarian?
but pay for it yourself. You want to study English? Be my guest. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to.
Wait a second. So you don't accept that money is a constraint on human freedom, while at the same time, you can't achieve. Like for instance, you're basically saying to me that if I want to be a social worker, or I want to be an archaeologist, if I don't have the money to do that, you think that society should not participate in any way in helping me achieve that goal?
No, you'll be able to get a loan if you're going to be able to earn enough.
Well,
to pay
now
it
I'm
off.
going to be saddled with,
or you can go to community college.
Enormous debt. I'll be saddled with.
Community college is practically free, right? Compared to, it costs extremely small amounts of money, and anyone can go to a community college for 2 years, get an associate's degree with almost no debt, then go to a public school, finish their bachelor's degree. Sure, in archaeology, and then go to your public school. You'll have a little bit of debt. If you do 2 years at a state public college, and you'll have a degree and go work. That's fine. I'm just not willing to pay for it. Sam, let me just get personal for a second. I went to the University of Massachusetts. You're a Massachusetts guy, right? Had a scholarship. I could have gone to Boston College, right? I could have gone somewhere bougie. I worked from a week before my first year started as a security guard working nights.
Get his ass!
Avoid debt, all right? I really, and I got out with very minimal debt. Turns out I'm a sucker, right? I should have taken it a lot easier, ran up 10K, and Uncle Joe would be making other people pay it off. And now I'm going to have to pay more in taxes.
Well, wait a second.
So that other people
you had debt?
didn't.
You had debt, or you have paid off your debt?
I very minimal debt, small amount, so far less than.
Oh, so you did get some debt relief.
What?
You did
no,
get
it's
some
paid off.
Oh, so you don't have any more debt?
I don't have debt. No, I don't have any student debt.
Okay. And so you resent that the other people are getting that debt. Do you own a home?
Because I have to pay for it.
No, I understand. Do you own a home?
I do.
Oh, okay. And what if someone says, I resent the fact that you pay your mortgage.
I have come to spread the art of
Like,
miracles.
you decided to take this loan, and why do you get a tax deduction for it? Why does the U.S. government?
If you ask me, vote yes or no, get rid of the tax deduction. I would say yes, get rid of it. So it's not a comparable example. You can't pin me down for that. I don't support that, right? But also, again, that would be me keeping my own income more from this deduction, not getting somebody else's money to pay for my education. It's still apples. We're not going to see eye to eye on that, but it's still apples and oranges.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the government expends money on your public school education. The expenditure on this debt is the same thing. It's just happening afterwards.
It's taking from taxpayers and giving it to other people.
Right.
Whereas me getting a tax deduction is me keeping my own money. It's not me getting somebody else's money.
Well, but in terms of the government's ledger, it's the exact same thing. It's income that would have otherwise been
public. Yeah, sure, but it's morally different, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you have your set of morals, but again, your moral world is one in which only wealthy people deserve to go to the highest institutions of learning and have a free range as to what they can do.
No.
Poorer people are constrained by a return on investment.
Study something productive will be able to go and pay it back, and we won't have society subsidizing people.
We just said the same thing.
Gender studies and then work at Starbucks.
Yes, we just said the same thing. It's just that you said it in a way that makes it sound less real than it is. The reality of what you're saying, that you need to have a return on investment, is that only people who are wealthy can afford to go into professions which have a income to debt ratio that would sink less wealthy people.
A poor person who's going to study engineering and gets a loan will still be able to pay it back.
I'm talking about professions that don't have an income to debt ratio. So for instance, if I go, like you say, you're a gym teacher who you think is an idiot because she didn't go to Salem State as opposed to Brown, you think that only wealthy people...
I don't think she's an idiot. I think that was a bad choice.
Okay. Wealthy people can go to Brown and be a gym teacher or some other job that's not going to pay them. But people who are not wealthy, they got to go to Salem State.
Sure, yes.
Okay. So we I mean, we see.
I mean, my values start with pay your own way in life as much as possible. And you're saying that I have a human right to make other people pay for me to study basket weaving at Brown and pay $70,000 a year.
Are you in favor of of the estate tax? Because your principle from the get-go is people should pay their way through society. So how about this? Can we agree on this? Students of wealthy families, their families cannot contribute to their education. They should pay
Sure
their
they should.
own way.
Why wouldn't they be able to do that?
Well, I was just going by your principle, which you have to pay your way. But if you have generational wealth, then that's okay too. So you can inherit money.
Sure, yeah, why wouldn't you be able to? Well, if your family counts as paying your own way, sure.
Oh, I see.
I mean, not everyone's equally lucky. Yeah, I agree. Some people are born rich, some people are born poor. But yes, that's just reality.
It is reality, but how we decide as a society to address that disparity is actually just a choice. Your moral choices, luck will dictate people's trajectory through a life in society. My moral choice is that as a society, what we should be doing is attempting to allow everyone as much freedom in terms of how they actualize themselves. That's the more moral choice. That money
at somebody else's expense.
Yes, and because everything is at somebody else's expense. None
what
of
the
those
hell?
people who
What
inherited
the hell,
money
Gabe?
from their
Why?
families didn't do so
God
at somebody
damn it.
else's expense. None of them. You think
How?
that wealth? You think that wealth can be created, intergenerational
it.
wealth that can be created, doesn't come at the expense of other people?
It depends how it was originally created, but a lot of economic interactions are not zero sum.
Well, give me an example of somebody who has, of a family that is worth $5 million that didn't do it at the expense of other people.
I blew it, sitting cow.
Sure, a businessman came up with a product, sold it to a bunch of people who were happy to pay the price because it was more
Let's get a
valuable
little
to
bit
them.
more specific. Let's get a little more specific. This businessman, what kind of product is it? Is it a factory? I mean, are
The
they
guy who
using
discovered
public?
buffalo wings. That's my favorite food. How about that? And then he was the first person to open up a shop selling buffalo wings. He sold them for a price. Everybody loved them, was happy to pay for them. He built a whole empire of buffalo sauce. Now it's in every store. He's made millions of people happy. They got a product
So
they were
his
willing to
trucks
pay for, and he's
go
made a
off.
bunch of money.
His trucks, which have wear and tear on roads in a way that, let's say, a car doesn't, subsidized by society, my tax dollars, drop those chicken wings at the chicken wing store. I mean, he's doing that with my cost. That's just one cost that's associated with it. The FDA or the USDA, which makes sure that I can trust that those chicken wings are not going to give me salmonella till we get cuts on that. That also enhances his business, right? I mean, all of this comes at the expense of other people. Never mind the idea of the workers who have produced, have used their labor for the production of this, but just based upon what society has given that person and how much value they got out of what society did. Like,
But they also pay taxes right back into the same roads. Lots of them if they're making a multi-million-dollar business. So I don't understand.
But they don't pay taxes at the beginning. I mean, look, if you give me
They pay payroll
$100,000
tax as they go every day, all the time.
Well, those payroll
Massive
taxes
amounts.
go to the workers' Social Security taxes, and Medicare. But that investment that existed before that guy started selling chicken wings, the roads, the infrastructure, all of what society has built before that guy was probably even born to develop, to invent chicken wings, all existed, and he could not have made a single dollar without those things. So there's nobody in our society.
I'm not arguing against roads, Sam.
Well, then you're not arguing. Then you're also okay with government investment in things that has created wealth for people. And this person also, undoubtedly, statistically speaking, if we're going to talk about averages, also benefited from the fact that, like, our society, both institutionally and in terms of government, allowed him to accrue wealth, intergenerational wealth, that certain groups of people weren't allowed to grow. I mean, just in terms of like housing and whatnot.
Yeah. No, I understand, and I understand that intergenerational wealth for
True.
a long time
In the United States,
was blocked.
he's tax
but to me, the
dodging
answer isn't to block
like a
anyone's
motherfucker.
creation of intergenerational wealth. It's to open up opportunity to more people. And I guess this idea that because I think roads should exist, I therefore have to support any kind of expenditure into somebody else that's a indirect
Well, we were just
investment.
talking about the principle of morality. I mean, I don't usually talk in terms of morality when we talk about policy but if you're going to talk about the morality of some people contributing to the success of other people, my tax dollars going towards like somebody who's at public school, if my kids are at private school or something, if you're saying that's immoral, then roads, you are implicating roads. You're implicating all of society's infrastructure.
I'm saying that it is immoral to an investment that's going to make somebody a lot of more money over their lifetime. Other people get to pay for it.
So the fact that he capped it at $125,000.
Well, so it's really capped at $250,000 though, because if you're married, say I'm a lawyer who earns $230,000 and my husband is a stay-at-home husband or my wife is a stay-at-home wife, I'm getting debt relief. It's capped. And listen, a full student debt cancellation without caps would be a lot worse. Full student debt cancellation gives 6 times more benefit to the top 20% than the bottom 20%. Biden's isn't nearly as bad because of the income tax. I'll give you that.
We have 35% of people who never graduated, who never got that degree, who have student debt.
They still do earn more though than high school grads. Some college has a higher earnings than college
how much? Well,
I
actually,
don't know off the top of my head.
12%. Okay. Would you be okay with getting rid of all of their debt? Is that the issue, that you don't want to give it to people who you presume are making more money regardless of their income debt ratio?
I think it would make more sense, and I'm not even saying I support this, but it would make more sense to say we're simply going to give everybody that earns less than $75,000 $10,000 to do what they want with, or whatever the income threshold is, than to only condition it around college, as if, the janitor doesn't have credit card debt or medical debt that he would need money for. That's the whole problem I have, is if you just want to give out money, let's why college grads? And the reason why, if we're being honest, Sam, is because college graduates and student debt holders and young people, these are Democrat voters, and they're trying to rile them up before. It's a political thing. It's clientelism. We all know this. We can pretend.
You don't think that there are any Republican?
I do think it's really funny, by the way, whenever anyone brings this up, like, oh, it's clientelism. You see, the Democratic Party is merely offering the voters something that they want. And it's just like, yeah, that's how democracy works, bud. Yeah, politicians are supposed to deliver for the constituents. Yeah. That's how it works. Yeah.
Republican college
I'm
grads?
sure there are, but it's the majority. It's a younger demographic. It's a more educated demographic. These are people that vote much more for Democrats. That's just a fact. Look at Pew, look at Gallup. You know this.
I think that there is. I think that you could argue that the reason why there was the political strength to do this was because of the Democratic electorate. Yeah, I would imagine that.
And the timing. Come on, we're a couple months before the midterms. Biden's struggling.
To be fair,
I'm going to give out some money. Give free money to my voters.
Let's also be clear. Let's make a distinction.
Our money.
When we talk about $10,000 in student debt, we're not actually talking about $10,000 that is expended by the government. This involves also interest, right? So the idea of the U.S. government making money on the education of its citizens, to me, that's immoral.
But a lot of it's given at below market subsidized rates. There are unsubsidized ones as well, but a lot of them are subsidized rates. The loans. There's two types of Stratford loans, subsidized and unsubsidized. The unsubsidized, what you're saying would apply to, but the subsidized ones are given specifically at below market rates, much more affordable than you get from a private bank.
Well, that may be more affordable, but it's still interest. Interest is still interest. 6% interest is less than 12% interest, but it's still interest.
Sure.
Right. So, I mean, my point being that when we say $10,000 in terms of, you said hand out $10,000 to student loan debt holders, it's not actually giving them $10,000 from the perspective of the government. It's actually just giving them, in many cases, maybe $5,000 and then $5,000 of interest that is accrued that was never expended or collected from taxpayers.
Well, a lot of the interest has actually been forgiven over the last 2 years slowly, but it would really vary wildly case to case.
There was a moratorium on it, but yes.
Yes, and as the moratorium went, the interest payments that were being accrued were waived completely. And the biggest beneficiaries of that were doctors and lawyers, actually, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. So, I mean, the interest thing will vary a lot.
Didn't you say we need more doctors?
Yes, and they should pay for it. I don't think they need subsidies.
But wait a second. Didn't you just say earlier that we need more doctors and society should make it easy and encourage that? So why isn't the market working?
It is. That's why doctors earn 200, 300 grand. Heart surgeons earn $500,000 because we need more of them.
Okay, but we need more of them, but they're making so much money and their debt is not in any way inhibiting them. So why don't we have more of them? I mean, isn't that the way it works, according to you?
Well, you know our healthcare system is far from a free market, right? It's not the kind of model I'd advocate for. There's many layers of bureaucracy and regulation and government in there, but we do have huge demand to go into medical school. I mean, there's a reason these places...
So wait a second. So for this system that you're talking about to work with doctors, we also have to, what, get rid of, like, Medicare? Well, you just said, why? I asked you, why isn't, you said, let me just see if I got this straight. You said to me that we shouldn't be paying doctors.
The economy is like an onion.
We shouldn't be providing any debt relief.
It's like an onion, okay?
They should pay back when they're earning 300 grand.
I understand. And you're saying, but we still have a deficit of doctors in this country, despite the fact that, according to your calculation, they should be making money hand over fist. And in your world, that's how people enter the market works. If you're going to make a lot of money, it'll attract more people, but it's not working. And you're saying the reason that's not working is because of government regulation and socialized medicine in this country.
Well, part of it is actually limiting the number of med school seats, which I think is done at the behest of the AMA. But we're getting into terrain here where I'm not 100%.
But that's not the government. I mean, you said
it's regulatory.
You said government. You said government regulation and socialized medicine, and the biggest socialized medicine we have is Medicare. To the extent that it's socialized, it's really socialized insurance. But be that as it may. But so, are you suggesting for the market to work with doctors, we need to get rid of Medicare?
Well, look, healthcare policy is a whole nother thing. I don't necessarily know the answer to that question. But what I will say is this: for you to say the market should be working, one, it is. We're getting a lot more doctors, a lot more people want to go. But right now, we already are. It's not a market in terms of what degrees of people are getting. It's vastly subsidized. People are betting on their loans getting canceled, especially after this. So they'll go into the poetry degree instead of biology.
Wait. You're telling me that people have been betting on getting their loans canceled up to this point?
Oh, absolutely. I was just in college a few years ago, but with Bernie almost winning the nomination twice, the Democrat Party moving from completely opposing cancellation to now being many of them all in on it, even the moderates partially in on it, absolutely young people are taking out debt today that they don't expect to ever have to pay back.
That's fascinating. Do you have any data to back that up other than the anecdotes at UMass?
Not off the top of my head, but I mean, there's a reason it's continued to skyrocket. I mean, I personally advised friends, and even though I'm against the cancellation, right, I knew it was going to happen, at least to some extent. So I'm like, yeah, take some loans, because the worst that can happen
is going to get canceled.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
How
They're just
much?
opening because think about it. It's just a band-aid on a bullet hole. Within I think it's 8 years, I don't know off the top of my head, we'll be right back at 1.6 trillion in student loan debt. Of course they're gonna say you can't just say they're not fixing the system. They're not making college affordable in any way. They're just canceling the tip of the iceberg. They're going to be back demanding more taxpayer money go to this in like 2 minutes.
I mean, I hope you're right. And we should also say that in terms of STEM, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are more STEM graduates than there are STEM jobs. So I'm not sure what the specific special sauce is for you to go to school. Now, you remember too, right? Like, I mean, if we're talking also graduate school, can you to predict, since you've also had the ability to predict that we're going to get more student debt relief, what's going to be the top 5 paying jobs 10 years out from now? I'm a 17. My daughter's looking at colleges. Okay, it's going to cost a lot of money. What should she go into right now? Also contemplate graduate school. That is going to be the best top 5 rate of return on the
computer
investment.
science, coding, no doubt. She'll be making bank. Yes.
Coding. Okay.
Oh yeah, the guys at UMass, right, with just a public school. My friends who were in coding, they were getting 6-figure job offers
but now you're
from
looking,
the first day.
Yeah, now you're looking backwards, but you
Backwards
you believe,
like 3 years.
Okay, but you anticipate that 8-10 years out, coding is going to be the biggest profession. Now,
Computer science.
What if this show's not quite that big, but what if everybody was to go into coding?
Well, we've had something happen with this, like with lawyers, actually, a little bit, where there was kind of a glut in terms of more people going into law school than there were legal jobs because the salaries were really high and because the law schools were admitting tons of students. And it will adjust, right? If all of a sudden we have more, but I agree with you, it's not a perfect science.
But it will adjust. But I mean, you're telling me that a 17 or 18-year-old should be making wiser decisions about what they're going to go into. And if it adjusts, they're going to get screwed. So to those people...
Hello, everybody. Hi. Howdy. How we all doing? Hello, everybody. My name's Riverboat Jack, and we're playing Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. And chillin', listening to Sam Cedar debate some libertarians just for funsies. And hello, I'm a trans lady. I talk about the news and politics and such. Welcome on in. Make yourselves cozy. How we all doing? Yeah, Conyer CC. I don't know who this normal Conyer account is. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream, Canoe. Wrong shout out. Oh no. It's so Madge. Unforgivable. There you go. Oh, I have to wait 52 seconds before giving another shout out. Twitch be wildin'. How we doing, folks? What'd you guys stream about tonight? Also, yes, hit the follow button and also chat. We've been streaming for 7 hours now, and it'd be real nice if you could financially support the stream. Also, if you guys, if raiders coming in, if you guys want to come on over to the riverboat.gg, we got a fancy new website now. And Twitch doesn't take a cut, and there are no ads. So it's kind of a gigantic win to go over there. Yeah, and it'd be real nice, because this stream is brought to you by viewers like you, if you could throw some subs or donos my way. I'd really appreciate it. And, yeah. Awkwardly trail off into silence. So, how you doing? There, I fix. Thank you. but I like ads. Well, then you can. It's okay. You can do what you want. It's America, baby. And yeah, I've just been chilling. It's been a nice stream today. I gotta be honest with you guys. I did not think I'd been streaming for 7 hours. Holy moly. Yo, Winby, thank you for the tier 2 sub. And you did do some jammies. How else would I know how much I get to save on insurance by switching to Geico? Indeed. Indeed. Quite. Zoo Cool, thank you for the follow. Papa Pate, thank you for the follow as well. And yeah, I like you all very much. Conyer has the cutest chatters. They're a wonderful streamer. Go give them a follow, okay? And let's continue watching Sam Cedar just blow this young twink out.
People, do we give debt relief or no? It's just luck of the draw again.
I mean, I think if we want to talk about very targeted, specific things, we could talk about it. It would really depend. But it's not as if computer science jobs aren't going to be here 10 years. Like, we can predict with a good degree of certainty, we're going to need nurses, we're going to need doctors, we're going to need coders.
You don't think that coding is going to, there's an opportunity for coding maybe to get offshored?
There's we're booming in our coding centers.
What's the
on the East
average?
Coast,
What's
on
the
West
average?
Coast.
What would you say the average is? I live in Brooklyn. What's the average per year for your coder?
Right out of college, honestly, I don't know, but I would bet my hat it's 6 figures, right?
Thanks, Winby.
I just know that. So look, I studied social sciences. I studied economics, which is the best ROI on any of the social sciences. However, a lot of my friends were in the coding department, and I'm just telling you, everyone wanted to get into this department and couldn't, and was applying and trying because there were only so many seats at the school. They had no shortage of high-paying job opportunities. The idea that they're going to get, some of them are going to get debt relief, right? They're fresh graduates, they're making 130, they'll qualify. It's obscene. It's absurd. These people are going to be they're going to be millionaires by the time they're 35, some of them. And they are going to get some taxpayer relief right now.
Some are, but the vast majority
and none of them are going to be poor. None of them are going to be the working class.
For the vast majority, well, no, I agree that except for that 35% who didn't get the degree, the college degree, and probably more out of those, this does not target exclusively working class people.
But that's what bothers me, though, Sam. On your side, the progressives, they frame it like we care about the working class, we care about the poor. Student debt relief mostly targets the middle and upper middle, a relatively affluent, educated. Like, why aren't we?
That's simply not true.
Sam Cedars.
It definitely captures people who are making $125,000, and
Sam Cedars talking with a libertarian from the Foundation for Economic Education. His name is Brad Palumbo, which sounds like a fake name you would give when asked to come up with a name spur of the moment to like try and get into like a I don't know, like you're about to commit a crime. That's the fake name you give. My name is Brad Palumbo.
I'm sure there are some families where the individual is making more than that and supporting both his or her spouse or living partner. I imagine if that second person is not working, they probably have kids.
Sam, do you support not Biden's plan with the income caps? Do you support canceling all student debt?
May the power
I would go up to 50,000.
Okay, well that just so you know, look at any analysis. 50,000 per borrower with no income caps would be vastly regressive. It would be the Trump tax cuts and everything you say you hate. But it's a soft spot for progressives where they don't live out their values.
No.
Yes.
But I also would make a free college option in every state. I mean, since we're
free, as in taxpayers pay for it.
Yeah. As in the same way that taxpayers pay for K through 12, I would make it K through 16. And you know what I would do? I would raise taxes.
K through 16,
so
baby.
that those wealthy people who got the benefit of the $50,000 debt relief end up paying on the back end even more.
You can't fund all this with just taxing the rich.
Well,
and
you absolutely can.
I definitely can.
Sam,
in fact,
you could
not only would I tax the income, I would come for the wealth.
You're right.
I
and
would
it would
take-
flee very quickly. Wealth taxes haven't worked out very well in Europe, have they? Most countries have repealed them.
Well, then good luck to those people. I
yes,
say
just chase
I don't
all the wealth
want...
out of our country. Yes, that's a
Well,
very
wait
good
a
idea.
second. Wait a second. We're not going to take all the wealth out of our country. I'm not worried.
But by the way, studies have been done on this. Wealth flight doesn't happen nearly as much as these people say it does. Because guess what, Chet? People don't generally just want to move to like a different place. You know, they tend to have friends, family that they want to stick around near. They don't generally want to just be like, well, taxes went up. Time to move, honey. Time to uproot the kids. You know, nah. Fuck that. You know? Nah.
Worried about those billionaires. I would take their, since we're getting my wish list, not only would I get those $50,000, and I'll tell you why. Because if you want to talk about government efficiency, I know you guys like the idea of a smaller government and a less bureaucracy. This creates less bureaucracy. Everybody gets $50,000 debt relief, and then I collect that money on the other end because I already have an apparatus set up to do it. The only thing I got to do is change two numbers. I got to change 10,000 to 50,000, and then I got to change the top marginal rate, where I think it's like and I would maybe three numbers because I would do capital gains as well, and I would push that up to where it was in the 50s and 60s in this country, which is around every dollar you make over $3 million, we're going to take 90 cents of it. That's what the rate
It's a
was
terrible idea.
in the 40s and 50s.
Sam, let me ask you a question, right? Why do we tax cigarettes? Because when you put a tax on something, you get less of it, and cigarette smoking is bad for your health. You want to put a tax on productive investments, income, and wealth. Those are things we should want more of in our country, not less. And you're talking about 90%
We won't
taxes on
have,
income.
first of all, I dispute the fact that it's productive, that capital gains.
It's a definition of a capital gain.
No, it isn't.
A return on a productive investment.
What's productive about you investing in the stock market?
Well, it's indirect, but what stocks go up and what stocks go down is what businesses perform well. And what...
Explain to me the indirectness of when you buy stocks, you buy 100 shares of Apple, and it goes up 5 points, and you make this chunk of money. What's productive about that investment?
The fact that Apple is worth more as a company because it's getting bigger, it's growing, is why the stock goes up. If you bought Amazon in 1985 or whatever.
Productive? No. You're telling me that Apple's value is reflected in its stock, but I'm asking you, your $100, which Apple doesn't see, what's the productive value in that? What is Apple producing more for society than it would have otherwise?
Because the reason that the stock is going up is because the company is performing well.
Yeah, so the stock is reflective of how the company is doing, but you,
right, and by
as
investing in it, you're picking the productive companies. We're rewarding that with the capital
You're just
gain.
betting. That's like me saying, like, when I bet on a horse and it wins, I made it run faster.
It's a little different when it's an investment.
But it's not an
into a
investment
stock.
into a company.
No, it's not.
What is a company going public?
Selling off their stock.
In return
Money.
for what? What do they do with it?
What do they do with that money? They put it into the shareholders. They buy more stock often, stock buybacks. They offshore that cash, billions upon billions of dollars.
They also invest it, a lot of it.
Well, if they have that much cash reserves, they don't need that money, and so your investment is not really that productive. But, so let me ask you this. What makes you think if the government takes that money and redistributes it, that as a society we have less wealth? I mean, what's the difference in terms of societal wealth if we, let me put it this way. You walk into the room and I walk into the room. Or Bill Gates and I walk into the room. If the government takes $1 billion from Bill Gates and gives it to me, the wealth in that room is exactly the same as it was when Bill Gates and I entered.
But future wealth creation is going to go to crap. I mean, if a billionaire can create a super productive company for millions of people and then have all their wealth confiscated, the next one's not going to do it. Well, 90% tax rate over $3 million is what you said.
Why didn't that work in Kansas?
In Kansas,
Yeah, Sam Brown.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Kansas experiment, but that's a whole complicated thing that we would need a whole nother. I'll come back on if you want to dive into that.
The Laffer, it was Art Laffer. You're stating the Laffer curve to me. You're suggesting
the Laffer curve isn't
that
always true. It's true at a certain point. Obviously, 100% tax would raise.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not for 100%.
Tax.
I'm not for 100%.
You're just for a 90.
90% over the first $3 million, which is what we had
Jeff
in the
Bezos would have
50s.
stopped.
We
in what 1998, and none of us would have the Amazon because he would have earned $3 million. What's he going to do? Keep going for 10%? Of course not. This is incentives 101.
Well, wait a second.
Would you work if you were going to pay 90% taxes for everything you did after a certain point?
Yeah,
I wouldn't. I'd stay home. I'd sunbathe.
No, if I made $3 million, but you know what I would do if I was Jeff Bezos? I would have probably retired after my first billion.
Jimmy Neutron really fell off.
Probably not, but I'm not really.
Well, you can't spend $1 billion. You can't. So I mean, the Laffer curve.
More.
The Laffer
He's created
curve.
Millions of jobs, delivers things to our doorsteps more affordably and quicker than anyone could have imagined.
But you're arguing that he would have stopped doing that if he wasn't making as much money, and I'm arguing that I don't think he would have stopped.
Bezos,
he still wants to be.
Jeff Bezos is not personally sitting at Amazon right now, like pressing the button every 5 seconds that allows this stream to be broadcast to all of you. That's not how this works.
Want money. It's just like I'm always amazed by. I love soccer, professional soccer players. How they'll make a deal, they'll make a trade for like my salary will go from 50 million to a 75 million. I'm like, what's the practical difference? It seems crazy, but it's how people work. It is how people are motivated.
Well, it's not a practical. It is not a practical difference, and you can still make more money than the next person. It's just
but they're still motivated by it. It's just
what happened in the 50s and the 60s in this country? What you're suggesting? Why didn't all of those people? You know what the tax rate was in the 50s, right?
On the income tax?
Yeah.
Wasn't it as high as 70% at one point?
It was 90%.
But almost no one paid it back then, though.
That was a very spicy.
Nobody was in the bracket.
That's not true. 400,000,
way less than would be today.
$450,000. Every dollar you would make over that, 90 cents on the dollar, that existed for almost 20 years in this country. And then in 65, I think it was, 64, somewhere between 64 and 65, it went to 75% on every dollar made over $470,000 annually.
That's obscene.
That's immoral. But, well, okay, you can say it's immoral, but it's not ineffective. We still had things produced. It was a very productive time. And in fact, we had a rising middle class, didn't we? It was called the Great Compression because we had wealth inequality was at its lowest ebb. Maybe
there's like a million different things that are different from 2020 to 1960.
Well, of course, but you
I do
think that's
taking
immoral.
90 cents out of a dollar. I mean, what's 100 cents? If you have to work for free, I mean, that's at that point like.
Well, I know that there are people who like to accumulate things, and so they can have that 10%.
Oh, they can. Oh, thank you. That's very generous of you to let them keep 10 cents of their own dollar.
Welcome.
You're very kind, Sam.
I think so. I think so. I may be able to move off that to 11%.
Okay.
All right. So, what is your solution for all this?
For the cost of college?
Yeah. I mean, you made it clear that you do not think that people who don't have existing wealth should have as much opportunity to go to a top college or a college of their choice. They should have a limited a menu of colleges that they go to. If they want to go into if they want to go into a profession that is not going to pay a lot of money. That's a fair assessment of your position, right? That's
it's not very
moral
charitably
universe.
stated, but sure.
Well, but that's reality. I mean, that is the real. That's the reality.
It's a spin on it. Alternatively, I could say that everyone has the right to pursue a college investment of whatever they like. They simply can't force other people to pay for unproductive investments. I could put my spin on it.
Society should not enable people to do anything that isn't going to give them a return. And only wealthy people will be able to afford. The reality is that only wealthy
people want to waste their money. That is their right.
Right. Okay. No, it's not a waste to them because they don't have the same.
I think it's a waste. They don't have to agree.
Well,
I agree. That's their right.
But the fact is that if I'm wealthy, if I've gotten millions of dollars from my parents, and I know that's coming, I can live a very, very good life. And I can dabble around. Maybe I can be a teacher. Maybe I can be.
It doesn't make your English degree a positive ROI, or but you can absorb that loss and still be rich. Sure.
Right. Okay. Right. Only those rich kids can see the value, though, of a humanities degree. Wealthy people would just be largely more educated in the humanities. That's the result of what you're talking about, right?
I think most humanities education at colleges in America today has become a joke. So if they want that, okay.
Okay. And you know this because of your economics degree.
Sure. Yeah. I've studied all about grade inflation, the absolute state of the modern academy. The rigor. There are some really depressing studies. Brian Kaplan has a whole book where he shows that the number. I don't have it all in front of me, but the percentage of people who 5 years out from college report no increase in critical thinking, reading, and writing skills on a test from before college when they studied liberal arts. It's a shockingly high percentage.
Is there value?
No. Damn it!
Is there value
Fuck
in what?
you!
In people having those critical thinking
skills? I got
skills?
stuck on
Absolutely,
geometry.
Fuck
you, Gabe.
In large percentages of the time.
So you do see a value in critical thinking skills, but that's not necessarily a return on investment. It's just like you're basically saying
I got stuck on
the food sucks here and the portions are too small. Because if you think there's value in critical thinking... Well, I am a
big believer in big portions.
Right. But if you think there is value in critical thinking, that's different than saying there's value in an education because it gives you dollar return. You're sort of arguing what I'm arguing. Critical thinking is an essential component in many jobs, lawyers, the LSAT, all this stuff. So no,
yeah,
I understand.
It is. But those degrees aren't providing
much of it. But not necessarily in selling cars. You can make a ton of money and
why should you need a college degree to sell cars? We need more non-college pathways to work in this country.
You just said critical thinking skills are important, and I'm curious as to why they would be important if really your only measure of the value of a college education is its financial return.
Well, because college is essentially a sorting device more than anything. The idea of it as a human capital expansion is more theoretical than actually proven true in the data on it. This is the whole premise of Brian Kaplan's book.
Explain this sorting thing. What do you mean?
Yeah, college is sure.
Do you think it should be a sorting thing, or do you think unfortunately it is a sorting thing?
I think it just kind of is what it is. Essentially, you have people who have different skills, who have different aptitudes, who have different work ethics and habits, and college is and employers don't know who these people are. And college is a very expensive and inefficient way for them to vaguely sort high potential employees from low potential employees.
So you don't see any value
high potential and low potential.
And the reason why I ask if you say that, sadly, it's just a sorting thing, is that do you think that there is a universe where it's good to give people a higher education? Yes or no?
Sure, but Sam, let me just put it like this. How come when you go to college,
God
I
damn
do
it.
7 semesters and then I quit right before graduation and I don't get the degree, employers, I don't get almost as much nearly as much benefit. It's because, unfortunately, college is really about the degree. We've got this huge degree inflation. It's not actually about the massive expansions in your critical
thinking. We do the same thing with high school diplomas, right? You get a GED.
High school's also, it's the same thing. You're sorting people who can't complete their GED off often it's because they don't do their homework, they don't show up to school. Well, it's not hard to get a GED.
Do you think that's
some
the
people
purpose of higher education, though? I mean, do you think that's the purpose of higher education? That should be the purpose as a...
I don't know that it should be, but I think in practice it is.
Okay. So what do you think? Do you think that we should have higher education so that people can study stuff that's more sophisticated than in high school?
I think you can self-study more things than not in the age of the internet, right?
So you don't think that we need higher education?
I think it should be an option for people, but it should be largely with a mind to your vocation and your return on investment. I don't think, yeah, if you want to study poetry, I don't know why that you should have to spend $200,000 to do that. Go to your library, go to listen to YouTube lectures, go listen to Sam
Where do you
Cedar.
think all of those people who did those lectures and, basically populated most of those books in the library, where do you think they learned about poetry?
At universities in the age before. I mean,
in the age before.
When did this age change? When did universities become?
I mean, you're trying to tell me that the internet and things like Wikipedia and YouTube haven't radically restructured our access to information and how we approach education?
No,
Look at
that's
something
not
like
what
Khan
I'm
Academy.
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that that information emanates from human beings. And those human beings went to university, and that at one point the supply of new people who've gone to university, and I think you've even written how remote learning is certainly not as good as in person, right? Didn't you write something about that?
Well, when it's forced upon kids.
Right. But I mean, if there's no universities, then they're forced to do it if they want to learn it. But
I'm not saying there should be no universities. I'm saying there should be. Harvard is going to study English and produce poetry till the cows come home. They've got billion-dollar endowments. All I'm saying is I don't see why taxpayers have to subsidize poetry.
Well, I was getting at the question as to what you thought the value of higher education is. If you thought it was a lament that. And I don't agree with the premise that it's simply a sorting thing for businesses, but you feel that way.
When I went to UMass, most people went there to get the piece of paper, get drunk. They learned basically nothing. They slept through half their classes. They cheated on tests. Like, I'm just telling you the honest truth. We can pretend college is really about, growing and learning and expanding your circles, and for some people it is, but I learned far more since I left college doing actual work than I did in these dusty classrooms. I really think it's vastly overhyped. And I think we need more alternatives, more apprenticeships, more programs like Google's doing, right, where you can learn to code outside of a 4-year degree program. Every kid shouldn't have to go to college, because this system that we have now is making a college degree the new high school degree. And all of a sudden,
where do you think we fit in terms of like industrialized nations in terms of like college participation?
I don't know off the top of my head. Probably lower than places where it's free. Quote unquote.
But I mean, give me a sense. I mean, for some reason, like other societies think that higher education is important. They could all be wrong. I'm just curious as to where you think we're doing with this, like, because it sounds like.
That's the thing, though, Metataihu. Like, if you get a degree in religious studies, you learn how to argue. I don't know how many people know that or are unaware, but like a decent portion of like being able to get a degree in religion is being able to argue the points. Fuck you.
You think that everybody goes to college in this country, and
oh, I don't think that. I think that's part of why I oppose student debt cancellation is that 2 in 3 Americans over age 25 don't have bachelor's degrees.
It's literally
why do you
part
think
of the
so many other nations around the world don't subscribe to this notion that higher education is just a waste?
Well, because again, it's associated.
Because basically, a degree in religious studies is. I feel like it's about as close as it gets to a degree in like rhetoric. Because it used to be that rhetoric was like a something taught in schools. I don't think I don't think rhetoric is taught anymore. Like the art of like structuring argument and such. But apologetics kind of relies on that, and that's, as far as I know, a part of religious studies, but maybe I'm wrong.
With a big premium. Your college degree earns you more over a lifetime, but is it actually because you're expanding
Even
your
in
brain,
places where there's much more tax rates, higher tax rates too?
Sure, they also tend to have much lower graduation rates because they, when it's just
I'm talking
free.
graduates. I'm talking about graduations. I'm talking about graduates.
Oh,
because
what about them?
The U.S. ranks number 5 in graduate in folks who have graduated from university. Number 5 in the country between the ages of 55 and 64. Number 5. But in the ages of 25 to 34, we're not even in the top 10. In other words, the percentage of graduates in this...
Yeah, no, seriously. Religious studies include, like, basically how the different religions advocate for themselves. So you learn the apologetics of the religions you study, which in turn is teaching you rhetoric, like rhetorical skills. Like that's the actual response.
This country has gone down significantly over the past 20 years relative to the rest of the OECD.
Sure. It matters what those graduates are in. If France has 10 times as many, poetry majors as us, but we have enough STEM majors and they don't, then we will be better off than them. So that's sure. I mean, okay. I'm not sure what the significance of that is.
I'm just curious as to why these other countries are so deluded in the value of higher
they have
education.
different values. They're not governed in the way I'd want to. That I admit my views as a libertarian are a very small minority. I don't pretend they're widely adopted. I simply think that a lot of them should be, and I'm here to say why.
All right. Well, I think you made a good argument about the immorality of relieving debt to people who hold it in college, and the immorality of all government, I guess, of government largesse in any fashion whatsoever, except for that is helping businesses accrue wealth.
Well, I think the basic needs of society, like infrastructure and national defense, need to be funded by taxes. And yeah, that involves people paying for others. But I think when it's a personal investment like education that will earn you huge sums more over your lifetime, it's perfectly fair to expect you to pay back that yourself. And I think we should focus our efforts on actual ways to make colleges more affordable rather than just putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole and spending tons of taxpayer money on something that doesn't actually solve the problem.
We're going to run out of time, so I'm just going to ask you one more question. How do we make college more affordable?
Well, the first thing we got to do is scale back the federal subsidies. Subsidies have driven up the price about at 61
By subsidies,
cents.
you're talking about the loans.
Yeah, the subsidized loans in particular, the federal loans.
What do you mean by subsidized loans?
They're at below market interest rates. That's what subsidized. Some of them, yeah. So the loans,
reduced interest rates loans. There's still interest. We're still accruing interest, right? The United States still accruing.
Some of them. Yeah, sure. Okay,
well,
they do have interest on them.
When the moratorium ends, we're still going to be accruing interest on all of this.
Yes, they have interest rates. But the point is that we've massively subsidized demand. And of course, that's going to inflate prices. It's estimated that about for every $1 we spend on student loans, they've jacked up tuition about 50 cents, and that's been captured by the universities. That is a big part of this problem. We can't just massively subsidize demand and expect prices not to go up. We've got to return it to a market-based system. Private banks will only provide loans where they actually are going to be able to pay them off on average. They won't be able to predict it perfectly, but you'd actually have to show, I'm going to study this, my projected income will be this, I'll be able to pay it back. The other side of it, Sam, is that colleges today have massively exploded their bureaucracies. The administrator to student ratios has enormously increased, while professors even, in the actual academic side, isn't getting the investment. So at public colleges, that should really be reined in. At private schools, I guess do what you want. But I think we need to vastly cut the administrative state. Mitch Daniels at Purdue in Indiana has actually shown us how you can freeze tuition and save families millions of dollars if you enact even a smidgen of fiscal conservatism in how we run these universities.
I would agree that we can put more money towards professors. Frankly, I don't know that Daniels did that in terms of professors as much as he did cutting administration costs, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't think that the incredible disinvestment in state universities in any way had anything to do with the increase in tuitions that are paid by the customers? I mean, because I don't
think that's the root, because you can go back to 1960 or 1970 and college was dirt cheap and there was very little state investment compared to what we have now. It's like that's not as a
percentage wise. The operating costs have gone from 1/3
We're so
borne by
close
tuition to one
the
half
thing I want to
borne by
finish.
tuition. I mean, there is. I mean, I will say this. I think there is a lack of evidence for the argument that massive disinvestment, which is real. I mean, it is quite obvious that
they pulled back, sure.
Yes, pulled back significantly since really starting in the 70s and really in the 80s is when we started to see, and then it is exponentially increased over the decades. Whether that has contributed, well, it's obviously contributed on a state level because if you're going to a state school, tuition is borne more by, or I should say the cost of operating the college has become borne more by the students who are going.
Yeah,
and
Samus gets nervous when
and I'm sure you
cuss
understand this dynamic, if the lowest price thing gets raised, that creates the opportunity for the other things in that market to raise their prices too. If the cheapest product on the shelf raises its cost by 25%, the more expensive ones are also going to raise theirs by 25% because that dynamic is fairly fixed, and that's what's happened in thing. I think there's an argument that administrative bloat has added to it. I think physical plant, because of competition, has increased. And people are
UMass was paying its coaches millions of dollars, and we sucked. I mean, UMass essentially.
Oh, I would agree. We should cut sports. We should cut sports.
That was one of my takes that pissed off conservatives, Sam, on campus. Was I basically said we should just abolish the football team.
Well, I don't think you necessarily need to abolish it, but you can make it a lot cheaper.
Move it to D3 and cut the budget to 20% because they suck anyway. We pour millions of our tuition dollars into it, and then they could. While I was there, they could not win a game. So
and student loans certainly was sort of a neoliberal push to essentially have a market solution. And a lot of those loans that the federal government now owns were originated by the private sector, by banks. After the financial crisis, we bought up a lot of those as part of backing up the private sector, which cuts against the argument that banks can make a good assessment in that thing, is particularly when there's fees to be collected.
The problem is the banks are so intertwined with government and bailouts that in a free market,
we can agree on that, and we can agree on that thing. Of course, we had a freer market back before the Great Depression, and there's a reason why we have the FDIC and all sorts of bank regulation, or we did anyways. But that's maybe a different day. But all right, well. Brad, I really appreciate your coming on. It was fun. I think it was illuminating for people.
I appreciate you having me on, and the fact that you actually do debates with people. It's a rare thing these days, and it's valuable.
I know it's hard to find people who will do this, but I appreciate it.
I found it very hard, and that's why I really appreciate you having me, because not very many people will talk about these things.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and we're all appreciative. All right.
Bye.
Folks, I accept
Don't fight on the stairs?
criticism that I'm getting.
I should fight on the stairs.
Getting criticism?
Well, I'm like, out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing some IMs going like,
Because if I go to the top of the stairs,
Yeah.
then the
Well, it's
the
fun
dragon
for
I
wakes
you.
thought
up.
that we might get the calls.
I know. So I'll just mention this. Bradley, hope not blowing up your spot. Bradley and I, we set an over/under on how long that would take in our little G chat here, and you blew over it. But like we said,
44 and a half.
I said 44 and a half, but I was
Hammered the over.
I was being generous with that line. I said at least you go through 210, and you blew past it.
I gotta say that there is really nothing in my life.
I've played the game before,
where
Catalina. I
time
know
just sort of
how to
like
get through this
suspends.
part. That's what's frustrating.
It just goes away.
No, it's a huge value add for you. We really want it. It's a good thing for like we want to. It's a public good for Sam to debate these guys.
Yeah. And we've got some. Bex from Texas says not fun, but Live Free and Die says I think it's fun. Cucker Tarleson, you missed that Biden took his action because he could do it by executive order. Obviously, a comprehensive legislative approach would be better, but he could do this on his own. Yes, that was not like, it didn't come up, but yes. New Wave
Did I trip
Libertarian
over the
Communist.
stairs,
Sam, I helped you
basically?
get in touch with Larry Sharp to set up that debate a month ago. I was part of the Twitter conversation to get Brett on the show to debate. Where do I sign up to be the MR Libertarian debate booker? First off, I would tell you I would not announce that publicly because there could be a lot of anger from people. Fierce Deity says 2021 D1 NCAA hockey champs. That must be UMass maybe he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's people who have come out of UMass, including
I didn't want to jump attack.
New York Giants, eventual, hopefully,
Didn't want to
Ring
jump
of
attack.
Honor
I don't know
member,
why I
or
did
maybe
that.
not actually, but Victor Cruz, undrafted free agent out of UMass.
Saddled with student debt. So this guy wants to make the loans more expensive, completely ignoring that 18-year-olds have no fucking idea when they get into they're taking out these loans, regardless of how many documents you make them sign, stating they know what they're doing. Of course, it's absurd.
I like that we have a doctor shortage, so that whole like thing where that proves the market is correct because they're getting paid so much. Well, no, we need more doctors and nurses and stuff.
Right.
actually.
And that is actually the profession where, in terms of just like tuition costs, the barrier to entry is like only for rich people, if you can pay your tuition.
Right. Like anybody, like I'm sorry, but like I think if you came from like particularly low income and worked your way up to be a doctor, I don't care if you're making over $125,000 this year.
Jesus
The
Christ.
point is that we have a mechanism.
These guys are so
to
slow,
means
and then they
test
get
all
like
of these
super
things.
zippy.
And
They
that
get
means
zippy.
test is called taxes.
I dislike them.
And the most efficient way to make sure that any policy the government
Well, on the rainy night.
engages in
I'm asleep all day.
is not regressive, which I would say is probably the only time that folks of Brad's ilk are actually concerned with regressive policies. There is a way to make sure that every policy the government involves in is not regressive, and that is to do it through our tax code. It is the most efficient way. If I give $50,000 or full debt relief, and the only reason why I wouldn't give full debt relief is just because, as a political matter, $50,000 sounds better. Because, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't care.
Oh my God, I did it.
And also, we should
Die,
mention wealthy people do not take out student loans.
Yeah.
That would be.
Oh my God. You're not supposed to come
use Brad's
and
talking
do the
points,
fight
irrational.
here,
bad business.
assholes.
Bad business. Why would you do that? You have the money. Why pay an interest on this? But nevertheless,
Fuck
unless
you guys.
Unless you think that, like, oh, I can pay a lower interest.
Oh my God.
on this,
Oh
and I
my
can make more
fucking
money in
God.
my investments in my
What
gold
the
mine or whatever it is that you
fuck?
own. Which is also a business deal. But for the most
Fine.
part,
I guess I'll kill
But even if
all
they
of
did,
them before
even
I do
if-
this part.
we were only subsidizing
God damn it.
Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner and Eric
This
and
area is like
Donald
beating
Trump
your
Jr.
head against a brick
We
wall.
have a very easy way to make sure that policy is not regressive. And the way that we do that is we raise their taxes. We raise taxes on capital gains. We raise taxes on income. we raise taxes on property if you want. We could do a luxury tax. We can do a trading tax.
Hello, assholes.
We can do this. These taxes, in many instances, already exist. The apparatus to collect these taxes already exist. The idea that any policy is regressive by the U.S. government, anybody who complains about that, the next thing out of their mouths should be, we need to raise taxes so that it becomes progressive again. Skippy says, Sam, I don't think I've ever disliked a guest as much as this guy. My head hurts. Survived my second debate. No more. It's like literally like the way to like, if I wanted to end this show, I would
just
do
debates
this
every
5
day.
days a week. And like, it would take, I think, like 3 weeks until it's like, we have no more viewers. No more audience. Nothing.
Okay, dude.
Even like the haters that want to be on this show to debate you all the time would get sick of you.
Yeah.
Stop the show. Nobody's watching.
He wants to debate too
Why am I
much.
going to come on? All right, let's do some quick clips, okay? We'll do 2 clips.
I think 4 is an easy, quick one.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got carried away. I'm like sweating. It was like I feel like I
Fuck
need a
you.
cigarette after that. It was fantastic. I know.
Your cravings are back.
I accept there's something wrong with me. All right?
Yeah.
I'm at least owning it. That's 50% of the. Chris
work.
Burdick says, sometimes I forget this is the fun for Sam half.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna heal up, and we are going to just do a little.
Call him from a 412 area.
Nope. We're just gonna do this. Fuck you! God damn it! losing it, bro! I thought I did too. Okay, that damage was bullshit. Get fucked, dude. God damn it! God fucking damn it! Nope. Okay. Nope. We can't do this one. They're gonna clap me with DMCA. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. But you know what? They aren't gonna clap Turbo with the DMCA. No, sir. these guys. Nope. I missed my window of opportunity. Get fucked, you motherfucker! Hell yeah! I did not think that that was gonna happen. Oh! Oh! Woo! First try, nailed it, baby. Heal? I don't have anything to heal with. All right. We gotta do that run one more time. Let's go. Because we gotta fight the boss. We haven't done it yet. Nah, you know what? No, what? They can interrupt me going in? Fuck you. Okay, well now I know. I don't know why I did that. That one I have no excuse for. It just felt like it. Just felt like taking a running leap of faith. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Come on. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck, dude. Fuck! Spry, old fucker. Woo! Oh, I was out! I was out of the healing things! No! Okay. Okay, folks, I think I need to be done for the night. I'm very sleepy. Yeah, not reminiscent of anything. We'll resume this adventure maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But I like you all a lot, and I will be at the very least back on Monday for sure. Yeah, it's currently 5 a.m. for me. If you guys have been enjoying the show, though, I'd appreciate it if you gifted bits or subs or made a direct dono. And remember, your sub gifts, twice as much goes to me if you sub on riverboat.gg. So I would appreciate it. And if any of you feel like supporting me in that way, I would like that a lot. Because without you guys, I would literally die. So, yes. Alright, first time here, and it was fun. See you next time. See you next time. I didn't cover any of the really difficult topics tonight. I just felt like we needed a chill night. I just felt like we needed a chill night, folks. Thank you for the stream. It was an extra fun night. It was? Well, then I'm glad. I'm glad. And Just Chicken Wing, it was delightful to have you here for the first time. Hope you come back again real soon. And I hope you guys enjoyed the skincare routine that I gave you. It's a good one. Not many people on right now, so I'm gonna send you over to Twoodles, who is one of the most aggressively positive people on the internet. You all have fun over there, okay? You get good sleep. Bye. I just hit the start raid button. Now I have to stand here for 10 seconds like a jackass. All right. Good night. Bye.